Hey everyone, welcome back. So let me start with this. This is one of those projects that you should actually add in your resume. So in this particular video, you are going to build this full stack agentic meeting assistant where your agent will be actually read your Google Calendar. It will be able to list all your available events. It will be able to create a new event, update and delete. And also in this particular project, we are going to implement memory using Mastra. So let's see what are the things that we are going to use. So first of all, for front-end and backend, we will be using Next.js with Node.js. For our authentication and agentic workflow and MCP, we are going to use Descope and Mastra. And for our database, we will be using Postgres. So once user will land, so it will be land on this sign in page. So here we are going to use Descope. So I've added a link in the description. Please click on that link and you can register for free. Once user will log in, it will redirect the user to our dashboard page. So let's start with this. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to check that what all meetings that are available for me today. So I'm just going to click here. It's going to do a tool calling. We are also going to implement a streaming response, and you can see that I have only one meeting that is available, and you can see that this is the meeting. Now I wanted to check that, okay, how many meetings that are available for 18th of August, okay, Tuesday. So I'm just going to do give me all meetings for 18th of August. That's it. So this is the only one meeting. So now what I can do, right, I can also create a new meeting here. So I'll just do, or let me just open a new chat, and I'll just do create a meeting on 20th August and keep the time as this and keep this particular user as attendee. Now I'm just going to click here and you'll see that it's going to run a different tool, which is create meeting, and it's going to create a new meeting here, and immediately you will be able to see this one here. Okay, and now once this is done, if I go to my email, and you can see that if I just refresh this, I'm going to get a new email here, and this is the email. Okay, so this is a new email, that is I will get that, okay, you have a meeting which is on August 20th and this is the time. So this is what we are going to do. You can also go to any previous thread, and because we are implementing memory, right, it will actually remember, okay, what all things that we have done, and also from that previous context it will be able to understand and it will do the things properly. For example, let's say for this particular one, right, so I have this meeting on 18th of August. I wanted to change this meeting timing, so I'll just do change this 18th August meeting timing to 4 p.m. Let's see. Now it's going to run a different tool, reschedule meeting, and you can see that now this will be changed, and you see immediately it's updated here. Fantastic, right? So these all the things we are going to implement. We are also going to implement MCP. So let's say if I go to cursor and let's say I'll just do that, give me list upcoming meeting tools for 20th August. That's it. So you can see that this is one meeting that I have. This is the Google meeting link, and this is from 10 to 10:30. And if I go here, and this is the meeting that I have. Okay, so that's all for the intro. You can download the source code for free from my website. So with this, now let's get started, and good luck. All right, so now let's get started. So you can see that we'll start with a blank folder. So as usual, so first of all, we are going to set up our backend and front end. We will also install shadcn and all the necessary packages that we need. We'll create tsconfig file, and then we are going to create our express server, and then we'll proceed. Okay, so first let's start with create a backend folder here, and also here we are going to create a new Next.js app. Okay, so in the root I'm simply going to do npx create next app @latest, and here I'm simply going to give this one name as frontend. Okay, so let's install this, and here I'm just going to do customize settings. So first of all, we want to use TypeScript, definitely yes. ESLint, no. React compiler, no. Tailwind CSS, let's skip, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. And customize the import alias, no. Agent, no. Okay. So now let's start with the backend, and let's open this one in the terminal, and let's start with creating npm init-y. So it's going to create a package.json, and also we're going to create a tsconfig.json file. So for this one, we are going to use some standard TypeScript configuration, so that I've already created. So I'll just copy this, and then we'll paste it here. Okay, so now here you can see that we are including the source folder, correct? So this is where you're going to write all our code. So this is a simple setup. So I'm just going to create a source folder, and inside this, let's create our index.ts. Okay, so now what are you going to do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's install a couple of packages that we need. Okay, so first of all, what all packages we need in the backend side. So first let's start with, so I'm just going to do clear and let's do npm install. So first we need what? .env, correct? We also need cors. We are going to use express. We also need pg because we are using Postgres, so we need pg. For validation we are going to use zod. Now the rest of the packages, for example for Descope and Mastra, we are going to use, so we will be using Mastra AI, right? So for this one we are going to install all the necessary packages in the upcoming sections. So first we are going to install .env, cors, express, pg and zod for validation. So let's install. Okay, so this is done. Now let's clear this and I'll do npm install -d. So we're going to use some types. So first of all, what all types we need? So first we need cors types. We also need express types. We are also going to need our node types. We also need tsx and definitely we need TypeScript. Okay, and these we are going to install as a dev dependency. So enter. Alright, so this is done. So now let's check once. So we have our dependency, we also have our dev dependency. So now what you can do, right? So first of all, here let's give a type. Sorry, I'll give type. Okay, type we already have, so let's change this one type to module. Also let's remove this, we don't need. And script I'm just going to remove. So for now I'm just going to add a dev script and this will be what? tsx watch. So you're going to do source/index.ts. okay, because index.ts is our entry folder. Then we are going to use build will be tsc, and then we are also going to give a start script which will be node. So we're going to have dist folder and this will be index.js. So I think this is done. So now let's save this. So for now this is fine. Now what are we going to do, right? So we're going to create our env. Now first of all, what all env that we need? So first here I'm just going to give a port, okay, and for port I'm just going to use 4000. You can use any port you want. We're also going to create our Docker compose because we are going to use Postgres, correct? So let's do one thing, let's set up that also. So on the root I'm simply going to create a Docker compose.yml, and these we are going to use some standard Docker compose. I'm just going to copy these and let's paste it here. So let's change a couple of things. I'm just going to give this one as agentic calendar. So this will be agentic calendar app. So this will be my container name. PostgreSDB I'm simply going to give agentic calendar app db. So I'll do agentic calendar app. Let's do underscore only. So I'll do agentic calendar app db, and I think we don't have to do anything else. And let's change this one to 5442. okay, now this is standard because I have some other things that are running, so it might give conflict. You can use 5432 also. Okay, that is fine. So let's save this. So now let's check once again. So you have the container name and this is our Postgres DB name. So now what I will do, right? So we'll go here, let's open another terminal and simply run docker compose up-d. And you can see that this will be created, so we can just verify. So we already have agentic calendar assistant. So now what are we going to do, right? So we need to add one more thing. Go to backend, go to env, and then let's add our db URL also. So I'm just going to copy this, and also I'm just going to copy these two also. So this will be my db URL. So your PostgreSQL, Postgres, this is my username and password. Localhost I'm running on 5442, and this will be your db name. So your db name that I have given, agentic calendar app db. Okay, that's it. So now this is completed. Okay, so now we have a port, database URL and app URL. So now what we can do, right? So let's go to index.ts, and then what are we going to do, right? Let's create some very basic express server, because the rest of the things we are anyways going to add one by one later. Okay, so first I'm going to start with import .env/config. So this is the first thing. We're also going to import cors from cors. We also need express, so I'll do import express from express. Now what I'm going to do, right? So let's create the app. So I'll do express, and then I'm simply going to take the port. So the port will be, so you have number of process.env.server. So we have our port, correct? So this will be process.env.port, or else I'm just going to give 4000. Now what I'm going to do, also I'm simply going to take my app origin, and this will be process.env dot, so we have our app URL, right? So this is what we are going to use, or else let's take this one as by default localhost 3000. So this is done. So now what we have to do, first we have to use the CORS, right? Because we need to tell our backend that okay, for front end we are using localhost 3000, okay, or else this is going to give you CORS origin error. Now this is also very important, because when you are going to deploy this kind of application, you need to give proper CORS configuration, or you are going to give the origin that okay, which all origin should pass. So in this case I'm just going to give app origin, and credentials I'm just going to give true, okay, because we are going to use cookies and everything, so we're going to keep this one as true. Now what I can do, right, we're simply going to do app.use express.json. so this is middleware that we need, because we are going to, so simply this is normal Node.js concept, right? If you have worked with Node.js, you'll understand what you're doing. So this is the middleware that only parse JSON, only look at all the requests where the content type of that header. So in the header we usually pass the content type, let's application/JSON, right? So it's going to match that type option, okay. So now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do app.get, and here I'm simply going to do health, and now I still do async. So let's take a request response. So what I can do here simply, so maybe let's do a let's take a try catch. So let's take a try catch, and here I'm simply going to do res.status of 500.json. so I'll do success will be false, and message I'm going to do internal server error, something like this. And here I'm simply going to do a res.status, and here let's do a status of okay, and here I'm simply going to do, maybe let's do a service, and this is my agentic something we're doing. Oh, this will be JSON, so this will be agentic calendar app, and here I think that's all. So we are just simply going to check it if this is working or not. So now we can simply run it. So I'll do app.listen. So we're going to listen to the port, and this is going to give you a callback, and simply I'm just going to log here. So what are you going to do, that okay, agentic calendar app is running on port, and then we're going to pass the port here. So save this. So this is done. So let's see if this is working or not, okay. So I'm simply going to clear it, and then we'll go to backend, and what you're going to do, you're going to run the dev script. So this is running, okay. So now I think this is fine. So what I can do, right, let me just do one thing, let me just copy this, and we can just create one more here. Oh, sorry, we have to do 4000/health. So you can see that we are getting status okay, and service we are getting agentic calendar app. Fantastic. So now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step, we are going to create our DB poll, right? DB poll means we need to connect to our DB, right, from our code. We are using Docker Postgres, so that we are going to use, and then that connection or that polling we need to test from our index.ts. so that is the first thing we are going to do in the next step. Second, we are also going to install shadcn, because we are going to use shadcn for our components from the UI side. And then what we're going to do, right, we'll move to implementing Descope. That will be in the next part. So let's move on to the next section. All right, so now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so you're going to install shadcn first. So let's go to docs, and then what I'm going to do, right, so let's select Next.js. So we are simply going to use this. So I'll do npm shadcn init. I think we also don't need this preset. I think if you want, you can use this one, or else let's do npm shadcn latest @init, and then you are going to use the template. So let's go here. So I'll do cd frontend, and then we are going to use this template next. Okay, so let's install. So base UI, okay, let's use the same. Let's keep this one, and this is going to install all the dependencies. If we need to change anything later, right, so later we can change all this, that is not an issue. For now we are going to also install a couple of components. Okay, so first let's see, there is a new component I think they have added also. I think it's link component. Search for the link. Okay, let's do one thing. For now let's install this. I'll do npm install, not npm install main. So we need to do, so let's go to accordion, let's copy this one. So I'll do npm install latest at the rate npx shadcn at the rate latest, add, and here let's do batch. We also need button. We're going to use card. I think what is the scroll area, so let's check that one. I think it's might be scroll area, this one. So let's take this one also. We also need separator. Let's do skeleton because we also need skeleton in some cases. Text area for our chat, and also let's do tooltip. So we are doing button, batch, card, scroll area, separator, skeleton, text area, and tooltip. Okay, enter. Okay, has been added. Okay, this is fine. So now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be just let's verify once. Okay, we'll go to components UI. I think it should be added under UI. Okay, this is fine. Now let's go to our backend. So in this one, right, so let's create a db folder and let's do poll.ts because this is actually important. Okay, so first I'm just going to import something from pg. So what we need poll. I think we haven't installed the types. See, well, let's install the types for these also. So I'll go back, let's go to backend, and then let's do install the types. Okay, so here we are going to get poll, and then we are simply going to take poll. The type will be poll, or else this will be null, and by default I'm going to give this one as null. So now I'm simply going to create a function. So this will be get poll. What will be the return type? So return type will be poll only. And first of all, this is very important when you're going to do, right? So first you have to check always that if the poll is already present. So in that case, you're not going to create a new instance of poll. Okay, so I'm simply going to check if this poll is already present. So in that case, I'll get the connection string. So this will be process.env dot, and this will be my database URL. So I'm simply going to check that if this is not present, so you're going to throw a new error. So I'll throw new error, and this will be, let's say, database URL is not set here. Okay, something like this. And then what you're going to do, right, if poll is not present, then we are going to create a poll. If this is already present, we are going to do what? We are going to return the existing instance. So that means this is not present, correct? So now what you're going to do, we're going to do poll, and this will be new poll. And what this is need your connection string. Okay, so this is my connection string. If this is already present, so you're going to return the existing poll. Simple. And then also let's create another one. So I'll do export async function, and this will be close poll. So here what this is going to return, nothing. It's going to return promise of void. And here what you're going to do, again you have to give this check that if this poll is present, simply end the poll. So I'll do poll.end and make the poll as initial value, which is null, because that is the reason we have taken this one as null. So save this. So this is what I need. So now what I have to do, right, so you're going to use this one where, so you're going to use this in our index.ts, but where you can do, right, so you can use it here only directly, you can check it. So now what I'm going to do simply, so here I'll do await and I'll do get poll. Okay, what you can do, right, you can do something like this. You can do a query here, and then let's say I just wanted to do a simple query of select one, and if this is working, so in that case this is going to give you a correct response. So what you can do, right, you can also give a database, and then I'm just going to give database up, and here I'm simply going to do a 503, and let's do a status of error. Let's give a service, and here I'm simply going to do database down. Okay, so here I'll copy this. So that means if the connection is successful, so this will be up, or else this will be down. So now let's go here, let's see if this is running or not. Okay, where we are running this, Don't think we are running this one, is it? Okay, this we are running here. So now let's do one thing. Let's copy this one. Okay, we are already doing this one. Database is up. Okay, so that means now we have successfully connected to our DB. Okay, we also have installed shadcn. So what will be the next step? Next step, we are going to set up Descope and start implementing the login flow. Okay, and one more thing I wanted to mention everyone, and this is very serious actually, and the reason why I'm saying most of the people are not going to send, because see, from last couple of months, if you're following this particular channel, right, so I usually make long videos, and these kind of videos you are not going to find even in paid courses. Let's say for example Node.js microservices, you're not going to find these kind of videos or courses, right? You have to pay. So when you're going to use this particular Descope, right, so please click the link. So I'll tell you what will happen. So this will indirectly help this particular channel. I'm not going to get any money or like that. Okay, so this will help in reach. Okay, and this will also motivate me to create more videos. Okay, so that is the reason I just wanted to clearly mention all of this. I don't want to hide anything from all of you, because if this is new, right, so if Descope is new for you, don't directly go to this link. Please click the link that I've added and just register for free. This is completely free. Okay, so for our agentic flow and our login flow, we are going to use Descope. So from our next step, what are you going to do, right, we are going to set up Descope first, and then we'll move to Mastra. Okay, this one we are going to do later. We don't need this one now in the upcoming section, but let's start with Descope in the next part. All right, so now let's start with our login flow first. So first let's do one thing. Let's go to the docs, and also we are going to log in. So now you can see that once you log in, so this will be the dashboard. So here, first of all, what you're going to do, right, we're going to create a project. So first let's create a project, and I'm just going to give this one as agentic calendar app. Okay, and now let's create this. Now once you'll be in the dashboard, right, so now they have a lot of features. Okay, quite a few. Now we are actually going to cover multiple features, but we are going to cover in the relevant section, not all at once. So first, what we need to do, right, so the first step will be, let's go to the settings. So in the below, and you'll see that there will be projects, right? The first, what we need this project ID. This is the first thing we need to get. So let's copy this, and then we'll go to our front end folder, and let's create a env first. And here I'm just going to give next public, and let's do this one as Descope, and let's do project underscore ID. Okay, and then paste it here. So now this is the first thing that we need to do. Then what will be the next step, and you'll see that in this build option you're going to have the authentication methods. Okay, so you'll click here, and then you'll go to your social login, and you'll see that Google will be automatically enabled. Now if you want to experiment, you can add more options here, and also we are going to use a one-time password also, so that also will be automatically handled once you implement the login feature. So this is the first thing. Now next step, what we're going to do, right, so first let's go let's do one thing. Let's go to SDKs. Let's go to client SDK, and then I'm simply going to go to Next.js, because we are using Next.js. So we need to install some packages. Okay, so here first we are going to copy this, and then we will go to our front end. So let's do cd front end, and then I'll do npm install, and this will be Descope / Next.js SDK. So this is the first thing that we need to do. Second, what you're going to do, right, we will also go to backend SDK. Let's go to Node SDK, because we also need our Node.js packages, and for this one we need the Descope / Node SDK. So copy this, and then we'll go back, clear, let's go to our backend, and then we'll do npm install Descope / Node SDK. Okay, so this is the second step. So now let's go here and let's see what we have to do, right? So first, what you have to do, right, so I'm actually using the Next.js SDK. So you need to wrap our layout, our root layout, with Auth Provider. So this will be the first thing that we need to do. So now let's close everything, and we'll go to front end, go to source app layout.tsx, and this is where you're going to wrap this root layout with Auth Provider, right? So I'm just going to cut it from here, and then use Auth Provider from Descope / Next SDK, and this is where you are going to pass the first thing, which will be your project ID. So now what you're going to do, right, simply we will just get the project ID. So this will be your process.env, and then we'll copy this, or else this will be empty. So this is the first thing we are going to pass here. Okay, so you're going to pass the project ID. Then what you can do, right, you can also pass some cookie options here. Okay, so let me just quickly check that one. Okay, let's search for lax. Okay, so here you can see that this auth provider uses session token via cookie. So here we can pass these options, session token via cookie. These option also you can pass. Also you can pass the refresh token via cookie, these two options. So what you can do, right, we'll just create a configuration here. So I'm just going to give a cookie options. So I'll do cookie options, and this is where I'm simply going to do a same site, and this will be, we are going to use this lax, and this will be, okay, this will be string, and I'm simply going to pass this one as const. So this is the first thing, and also I'm just going to secure this one if the process.env.node.env, if this is not equal to development. Okay, and this one you can simply pass it here. So it's simply going to do session token via cookie, which will be this, and then we are also going to pass the refresh token via cookie, and this will be also this. So this is the second step that we need to do. Now what are you going to do, right, we need to create a Descope login component. So first what you're going to do, right, let's go to our app, and here let's create a sign in page first. So I'm simply going to do sign in, and let's do page.tsx, and I'm simply going to do here, so this will be my sign in page. Let's return a div, and this will be sign in. Save this. So now what are you going to do, right, so let's run our front end also. Okay, so let's close this. So I'll go back, let's go to front end, and then I'm simply going to do npm run dev. So let's go to our, okay, not here, copy this, and then I'm just going to go to sign in. So we're getting sign in here. Okay, so now what are we going to do, right, we will start implementing the login component here. We'll complete the login, and then we'll proceed to the next part. So with this, now let's move on to the next section. All right, so now let's start with implementing the login flow, right? And before that, I wanted to mention one thing, and that I just added some CSS, okay, so that we don't have to spend much time here. So you can just copy from directly from this global.css from the source code. For example, I just added some app sale background with some background color and background image and some other CSS. Okay, so let's start with this. So I'm simply going to start working on this sign in page. Okay, so let's remove this. So here let's take a main component, and here I'm simply going to give a class name, and let's use that app sale bg, and let's do a flex. I'll do mean height of svh. So I'll do items center, let's do justify center, px of 6 and py of 10. Okay, so save this. So you see that we are getting this style. Now here we are going to just import a card component. So you already installed the card component, you remember, and inside this we're going to have a card header. And then what you can do, right, so let's take maybe let's take a div, and then let's take a icon here, and let's give a class name, and I'll just do here, maybe let's do a size, and let's do size of 5. Okay, so we're going to get this. Now we need to add some styling. So I'll do a class name, so I'll do width of full, let's do a max w of medium, so md, and here we are simply going to do a border divided by 70. Let's do a bg card divided by 90. I'll do shadow none, and also I'll do a ring of 1, and let's do a ring border of 50. For this card header we are going to take a class name, so I'll do items center, and I'll do text center. For this div let's take a class name, so the margin bottom of 2, flex size of 12, item center, justify center, so we'll do rounded to XL, BG primary, and let's do text primary foreground. Okay, so save this. Okay, so you're getting this. So now what you're going to do, right, also let's take a card title here. Maybe let's do here meeting assistant, and for this let's take a class name. So I'll do font heading text 3XL, font semi bold, and let's do a tracking tight. Save this. We're getting this. I don't know why the icon is not showing. Okay, let's inspect here. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think we are using this because of this. Let's remove this. Oh no, I got it. So let's use a BG primary for this, not that. See. So now I think this is fine. So now I think this is done. What else? So let's take a card description also, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do text base, and let's do a leading relaxed, and in this maybe let's do sign in to connect calendar and start scheduling with your agent, something like this. So save this. So we're going to get this, and now what I'm going to do, right, I think this is fine, and here we are going to create one more component. So let's go to components, let's create an auth, and then I'm simply going to do a sign in dot tsx. Okay, so let's create a function, and this will be sign in component, and here we are going to simply return. So directly let's do one thing, also for this one let's take this one as a client component, and here we can simply return. So let's return a div, and we're going to use a class name, and then I've added a class name here, and this is Descope wrap. Copy this, and here we are going to import the Descope component from our Next.js package. Okay, now a couple of things we need to pass here. The first, we need to pass a flow, that what actually flow we are doing. So for example, if I go here, right, so let's say you'll see that in the build you have these flows, and here you have this sign up or in. Okay, and this is active. So this is default Descope sign up and sign in flow, right? So this is what you're going to do. You have to have this one enabled, right? So this is active now. You can also do this. You can create a new flow from scratch, or you can also start from a template. Let's see, if I just click here, you can also experiment, right, all this. For example, let's say you want to do something with one-time password, and then you can also use this. Or let's say I wanted to do something with SSO or social login. You can then preview this, and you can see how the flow is working. Start is invite, then you are going to verify the token, merge with auth, blah blah. Okay, let's say maybe I wanted to do SSO. Then you can also check this on how the SSO flow, and you can also enable this particular flow, and then you can use it in your app directly. So for now, what you're going to do, right, you're going to use this sign up or in. This is the flow. So first I'm simply going to do a flow ID, and this will be sign up or in, right? So you have sign up or in. So this is the flow that we wanted to use. Also I am to give a autofocus, and this will be skip the first screen. And once we are going to redirect, means once the login is successful, we want the user to the redirect to our agent dashboard page. So that means what we need to do, we need to create a dashboard component also, sorry, page also, right? So this will be our actual dashboard page. So now let's quickly create this. So I'll do function, and this will be my dashboard page, right? And now let's say I wanted to do div, and this is my dashboard page, and this will be a protected page, means until unless you will sign in, you will not be able to use this particular page. So now what I am simply telling that, okay, once the redirect is done, means once the redirect or the login is completed, if this is success, so in that case I want this user to redirect to the dashboard page. Now you can give any page you want. On success also you can do like this. So let's say I wanted to just get a router here, so do use router, and then you can simply do router dot replace, and you can also give this one as dashboard, and then you can also pass on error. If something error happen, So in that case, for now I'm simply going to log this. So here I'll simply do sign in failed, and then you're going to use this event, sorry, error, not error, let's take event here. So I'll do event dot detail. So now let's save this. So now we can use this directly here. So let's say I'm just going to use the Descope component, not Descope, this is sign in component, correct? So you're using the sign in component in this main component. Okay, so now if I just go here, let's say if I refresh this, and you can see that you're getting the sign in. Fantastic. Okay, so now, okay, one more thing I wanted to do, okay, and this is very important, so I wanted to mention now only. You see that all the CSS that we are writing, right? So for one particular page I just written, so that from the next time you'll understand that how we are writing. Why I'm mentioning all of this, because see, these kind of things take a lot of time, okay, and this is very time consuming. What I'm going to do right next time, whatever pages or components that we are going to create, I'm going to move all these CSS classes on the top with variables. So for example, let's say const container class name, and then I'm going to just paste it here, and then what we'll do, right, we are going to just directly use it here like this container class name. You're getting, now this is going to save a lot of time and we can focus more on the functionality. Why I'm telling, because nowadays until unless you have time, then you can definitely write all of this manually, right? If you're interested to learn, I think that is the best option, or else there are multiple AI tools are available. You can also create any other UI also you like. You don't have to follow exact UI that I'm creating. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this is very important, I just wanted to mention. So now what will be the next step, right? So this is done, but this is not yet completed. Why? Because once this login is successful, right, next time, let's say user already logged in here, next time when the user try to log in once again, or maybe let's say user try to access this sign in page, that should not be seeing the sign in page. Why? Because the user is already logged in. So what will happen, these users should be redirect automatically to the dashboard component. You are getting? So that means we need to have some kind of component which will check if the user is actually authenticated user or not. So how we are going to do that? So to do this one, we'll go to components, and I'm simply going to do a redirect if authenticated .tsx. okay, so let's take this one as use client, and let's create this. So I'll do redirect if authenticated, and this is going to receive what, right? So it's going to receive a children, and the type of this will be simply react. This will be react node. Okay, and then what you're going to do, right, simply, so here what you can do, simply we're going to return the children at the end, but before that we need to check a couple of things. So first I'm going to check something from this use session package, right? So we have this Next.js package, so this is going to give you two things. First, it's going to give you this is authenticated, means this is going to simply tell that if the user is authenticated. Now see, these things are very important. Why am I saying all of this? Because when you're going to build any application, let's say you're creating your own SaaS, you need to know all this flow, that okay, I need to have one component which is going to decide whether the user is an authenticated user or not, or else what will happen, even after user will log in, they will be able to access the sign-in page, right? And some other things can also happen. So these flows are very important. It's not like blindly writing each and everything. You need to also understand the motive behind all of this. And now what I'm also going to do, right, so let's take a router, and then I'm simply going to do use router. And now what I can do, simply I'll take this both as a dependency, and to take a dependency we're going to take use effect, and then I'm simply going to keep both as a dependency. Okay, so this also I'm going to give is session loading, and also let's keep the router. So now what I can do, simply I can simply check here that okay, if this is not equal to is session loading, and then if this is true, so in that case we are simply going to redirect the user. So do router dot replace, and you just replace the user to dashboard page, means it will go to the dashboard page. Simple. Okay, also what you can do, right, you can simply just give it what is that, loading message screen here. So do if this is loading or if this user authenticated. So in that case what you can do, right, so simply return one div, give a class name. So I'll do flex column items center, gap of 3 and py of 8, and inside this I'll just use the skeleton component that you've created. Let's give a class name, height of 4, width of 40, and then we can use the same again. So I'll do skeleton, and let's do a height of 10 and width of full. Copy this and then paste it here. So now this is going to take children as a input, right, or as a prop, not input, as a prop, my bad. So now what you can do, right, you can just simply wrap this component with this component. Okay, so that means if I simply just do redirect if authenticated and wrap this, so it will automatically going to check. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. So now what you're going to do, right, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go here, refresh this, so you can see that you are getting this. Now we can simply do continue with login, continue with Google. Okay, it will automatically go to the Google login screen. Let's select this. See, you are getting to complete your sign in, please provide your information. So let's do submit, and now you're in the dashboard page. Now if I try to access the sign in page, it will be in the dashboard page. Okay, see. Okay, so this is very important. So that means the basic flow that we have completed. We also may need to change some coloring and everything that you're going to do later, but this is how simple it is to set up. The main thing what you need to understand, that first of all you have the flow enabled here, you have your authentication. They have so many authentication methods here that you can use. For example, let's see if I just do like this, right? So for now I will also show you one more thing, that sign in page that you have created, right? So that will also have the direct input to give your email, right? So if you do that, you'll be able to get a link in your email, and then once you'll click here, you'll also redirect to the same page also. So that we are going to see later, but for now the basic login flow is completed. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so the basics login flow is completed, right? But it's not yet completed fully. Why? Because when we are going to write our backend APIs, right, so we need to find a way to protect the routes, and it's very important. So that means for now we are doing the login and everything, and we are redirecting the user to the dashboard page. That is fine, but what we need to do, right, so we need to have some kind of middleware in the backend, so that your backend will understand whether the current user is an authenticated user or not, right? So simply what I mean by this, so let's say if I try to do like this, right, so you have your user, so user is coming to your application, correct, and then user is actually doing some login, right, Google login or something, and then user is already logged in and user is redirecting back to your application. That is fine. But what will happen in the backend flow? So in the backend flow, right, so when this user is going to do an API call, let's say it's going to do some API request that, okay, I need to create a calendar event. So these backend APIs needs to know if this user is a authenticated user or not, right? So in that case, what are you going to do, right? So in our backend, we are going to have our routes, and these routes is going to do what? We are going to have this Descope client that we are going to create, and then we are going to have a middleware. Okay, so this middleware will simply tell that, okay, if the user is a authenticated user or not. If the user is a authenticated user, okay, so it's a pass, right? So we will be able to access all the APIs. If this user is not authenticated user, so in that case, what you're going to do, we are going to do what? We are going to give a protection in the route level. So let's say we are going to have one route which is create event. So in that case, we are going to have a create event, right? So we are going to have a middleware, and this middleware we are going to do what? We are going to sit in between, right? So this will be your middleware. So this is the concept, right? So your middleware is going to check something. If this is a pass, so we're going to move to our next middleware, or we are going to move to our next handler. If this is a fail, so it will actually cancel here in this step, right? So it will never go beyond middleware. So this is what we are going to do. But how we are going to do this? So first of all, you'll see that in the backend, right? So we already have this package that we have installed, but we need to add some env here. So the first thing what we are going to do, right? So we need a Descope project ID. So this is the first thing that we need. And also we need a management key. So I'm simply going to do Descope Management Key. So first of all, this one, though, we directly get it from here. So I'm simply copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. Also, I'm just going to delete all of this later. This is only for demo purposes. So go to your dashboard, and here you'll see that just like the settings project, you're going to have this company, and this is where you're going to have your management keys. Okay, so now if I just go here, let's say I wanted to create a management key here. Maybe let's say I'll just create a new one. Let's create one, and let's give this one name as Agentic Calendar Application. Okay, let's give this one as 90 days, right? And then I'm just going to keep this one as company level access, and this is where I'm just wanted to give read and write. And then I'm just going to generate this key. We are going to copy this key, and then we are going to simply paste it here. So this is what you need to do. So this will be your management key. So now what you can do, right, we'll go to our backend. Let's go to source, and then I'm just going to create a config folder here. And now let's do like this. So I'm just going to create a client. So I'll do descope.ts. So first of all, we are going to import something. So I'm just going to use Descope client from, and this is where we are going to import. And then first I'll get the project ID. So I'll do project ID, and this will be process.env. What is that? We have the Descope project ID. And then I'm simply going to check that if this project ID is not present, so in that case let's give a 1, and then I'm simply going to do Descope project ID is not set. Now what you're going to do simply, so here I'll simply do export const, let's do Descope client. So this will be Descope client, and here we're going to pass a project ID. So this will be my project ID, or this will be empty. And also I'm just going to pass a management key here. Okay, so this will be your management key, which will be what? So I'll just, let's do here on, let's do const management key, and this will be process.env. So you have the management key, and this one we are going to simply use it here. Okay, or else this will be empty. That's it. So now I think this is done. So let's save this. So what will be the next step? Next step we are going to do what? We are going to create our middleware. So I'm simply going to do middleware, and this is where let's give this one name as require session.ts. So first here what you have to do, now this is actually very important. Why? Because from our front end side, when we are going to send our token, right, so we are going to send what? We are going to send a bearer token, correct? So we are going to have our bearer and then space, and then we are going to have our token, right? These token we need, and these token we are going to verify, correct? So first of all, we need to somehow needs to know that, okay, how I'm going to verify this particular token. This is where this client that we have created will comes into picture. Okay, so first of all, what you're going to do, right, let's create a auth context. Auth context is nothing but, so this is simply going to tell your authentication context what all information is going to hold. For example, let's say we are going to have a auth user ID, you are going to have the email, name, all this, right, user ID, token, all this. So first I'm simply going to do export type, and let's give this one as auth context. And now I'm simply going to do here, so this will be auth user ID. So this will be string. So I'll do email, this will be string. I'll take a name, this also will be string. Let's take a user ID, so this will be string. And here we are going to take a token, and this will be your record of string comma unknown. Okay, so this is my auth context. Now the most important part, what we have to do, right, we need to append this particular auth context in our request object. Now what I mean by this, now this is little tricky to understand if you are not aware that what we are doing, but if you already know this part, or you have already worked with previous backend project, you will understand what actually you're doing here. See, in Express we have something called, so let's say if I just do here type import something from Express, and then let's say I'll try to explain in a simpler way. See that you are going to have this request, response, and next function, correct? Now you'll see that these request, right, so I'll do const request is equal to this request, this one. So let's see if I just do request dot, and you'll see that all these properties you're going to get. But let's see if I try to do here auth, and we'll see that what will happen. It will say that okay, this auth doesn't exist on this request object, and this makes sense because in your global express request type this might not be present. Or let's see if I try to do request.user, this is also not present. If I do request.sangam, so this is not present. So that means what I need to do, right, when I'm going to get this auth context, I need to somehow append this auth context into this request object, so that if I try to do request.auth, something like this, so okay, it will understand, oh, now I have this auth context inside this request object. But how we can do this? Now to do this one, we have to do like this. So I'm going to do declare global, and inside this you're simply going to take a namespace, and this will be namespace will be express. Okay, so express is the namespace, and here you're going to, what is the request is nothing but this is your interface, and this is where we're going to have this request object. Now I'm simply going to tell that okay, in this request object I can also have, this is very important. Why I'm telling I can also have? Because this is possible, or it might not be possible that this is not present. So what I have to do optional, and then I'm simply going to do auth context. So now if I try to do const request equal to this request, and let's say if I try to do request dot auth, and we'll see that this is present. You're getting? Now this auth will understand, okay, this is my auth context, or this is undefined. Now this is very, very important, all these things, whatever you're doing here. Now see, it doesn't matter if you're using JWT, normal JWT, or you're using Descope, or you're using something else. At the end, you see the concepts are same, right? So the main idea is that understanding the concept, and you'll be able to do any like whatever project that you will get, right, you'll be able to build it. So now what I'm going to do, I'll simply do export async function, and here what you're going to do, right, so let's do this one as require session. So I'm going to get the request, so this will be my response, and then I'm going to get my next function, this will be my next function. So now what I have to do, first I have to get the token. So I'm going to get the token from my header. So I'll do request.headers dot authorization. So this is where I'm going to get my bearer token, right? So how this will work, so you're going to have the bearer token like this. So you're going to have bearer, and then there will be space, and then there will be token like this. So it will start like this. So now this bearer has to be there has to be one space, and then your token will start. So now what I can do, right, I can simply split it with space and then take this right side, or I can also slice this one. But first thing we have to check that if this bearer token starts with bearer or not. So now I'm simply going to do const token. So I have to check if this header dot starts with, I'll do bearer, and then you're going to give a space. Okay, so now I can simply do header dot slice, and here I'm simply going to do bearer, give a space, and then I'll simply going to take the length. And now what I can do, right, I can simply take the trim, or else this will be null. That's it. And now I'm simply going to check if this token is not present. So what I have to do, I have to do res.status of, so it will be 401.json, and you can simply return an error, unauthorized. And then also let's pass a success, will be false, something like this. Then okay, very important, I always make this mistake, also need to return from here. Let's return it, and then I'm simply going to do a try catch. So in this try, what you're going to do, so first I'm going to get the auth info, and this is where you're going to use await, and then I'm going to have this Descope client that we have created, and this is going to give you this validate session, right? So this is where you're going to validate it, as simple as that. Now this is actually need your token, right? So this is my token, simple. And now what I can do, right, I can take the claims from here. So this will be your auth info dot token as, and then you're going to pass a record of string unknown. And now I'm simply going to do const auth user ID, and this will be a string of, so your claims dot sub, and here or else this will be empty. So now I'm simply going to check that if this auth user ID, this is not present, so in that case what you're going to do, right, let's give one more, I think let's copy from here and do the same thing. That's it. And now we can also going to do what? So I'm simply going to take const, let's do an email, and this will be type of claims dot email, and here I'm simply going to do, if this is string, so we're going to take the claims dot email, or else this will be undefined. And now what I'm going to do, right, so simply now you're going to need to get our user information, but this is where we need to do something very important, and that is we need to sync this particular user in our DB. And this is what we're going to do. Now might be thinking, why then I'm writing this before, so that you'll understand why actually you need this particular required session middleware. So for now we are going to pause this. So this is where I'm going to simply check if this user is a valid user or not. What will happen, right, once you're going to log in, right, we are going to also sync that particular user in our DB. So that is what we are going to do. So first thing, let's do this particular part in the next part, and then we'll come back here, and then first of all we are going to simply check this particular user, and then what we'll do, right, I'm simply going to add this user information in our auth object that is present in our request object. So what I mean by this, if I do request.auth, you see that you're going to get this, and this is where now we are going to pass all this information. So we're going to pass the auth user ID, email, name, user ID, and token. So all this information this particular auth object is going to hold, and then whenever you're going to have a route, for example, let's say you're going to have a route user router, something like this, and I'm simply doing a post, and then this is my the path, and this is where I can pass this required session, and then I can do something else. Maybe this is my handler A, this is my handler B, and this is my handler C, something like this. But this required session is going to now validate each and everything, but this we are not going to do now. So we are going to do back and forth, so that you will be able to understand what actually we're doing here. So for now I'm going to just pause here. Okay, so first we need to do what? We need to have a utility to check if that user information from our user DB, and then we are going to add that user information in our auth object with all this property. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so the first thing what we are going to do, right, so let's start with, so let's create our SQL schema. Okay, so that is the first thing we are going to do. So first I'm going to create a SQL here, and let's give this one as 001 underscore users dot SQL. Okay, also what you're going to do, right, we are also going to create one more. Maybe let's create a, or I think let's do one thing, let's create this one outside. So I'm just going to create here, and then I'll create 001 users dot SQL. Also let's create one scripts here, because we need to migrate our schema to our DB, right? So here we are going to create a migrate dot ts. Okay, also let's remove this one. So the first thing what I will do, right, so let's first create our extension. So I'll do create extension. If not, I think let me just take extension something. Okay, extension if not exists, and this will be PG crypto. Okay, so we need this extension. This is the first thing. Then we are going to do create table if not exists. Let's give this one as users, and we are simply going to sync the user. So I'll explain that what actually we are going to do. Okay, for this one, this will be a primary, so this will be a primary key. Let's give a default value, and this will be, I'm just going to create some random UUID. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we also need a auth user ID, so this will be text, also this will be unique, and this will be not null. Okay, then you're simply going to have an email, which will be just text, and then let's take a created underscore at, let's take a timestamp, and we are simply going to do not null, and here I'm simply going to do default, and let's do this one as or this will be TZ default, and let's give this one as now. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. The first thing, before we are going to use this one here, right, that why actually you need this logic, let's create the script also, then it will be easier that what actually we are doing here. The first of all, what I'm going to do, right, so let's resolve our env. Okay, so this is where our env file exists, correct? So here I'm just going to first import something from .env, and this will be, so we need the config. Okay, now what I'm going to do, right, so I'll do config, and this is where we are going to do path. So here I'm simply going to take resolve, and this resolve we are going to take from node path. Okay, now what do we have to do? We have to take the current directory. So to get the current directory, we're going to do process.cwd, and now we are simply going to tell, okay, go to my current directory and check for my env file. Simple. So this is going to resolve your env file path. So now I'm simply going to do a async function, and if you follow my previous videos, right, I normally use this simple script only. For now we can use third-party packages, but again, creating your own script always give you that independence, right? So you can do whatever you want. So first what you have to do, right, you need to get the SQL directory, that okay, where my all SQL schema sits. So this is where it is here, right? So on this. So again, what you have to do, you need to know all this concept that now I need to resolve, and then I need to resolve the current directory first, and then what I'm going to do simply, so I'll go to my SQL folder. So I'll simply telling node that okay, go to this root folder and check for SQL folder. So this is going to give you the SQL directory. Then I'm simply going to take files, and this will be, so I'll do read sync directory sync, and here we're going to pass this directory, and then I'm simply going to do a filter. I'll do a name, and I'll do name dot ends with what? Name dot ends with .sql, right? Because we are checking for SQL files. So it's just simply taking all the SQL files, and then what you can do, right, you can simply do a sort here. That's it. Very, very simple to understand. Then you're simply going to take the poll. So I'll do get poll. What is the name we've given, man? Let me just check. Get poll only. I don't know why it's not coming, so let's import this from, so I'll do source slash db slash poll. So this is where we need get poll. So I'm going to get this, and then what I have to do, so I'm simply going to run it. So I'll do const, sorry, not what I'm doing, let's take a for here, and I'll do const file of files, right? So we have the files. What you have to do, you just have to execute. So how? So first you're going to read your SQL file. How you're going to read? Again, you have to use a sync. So I'll do read file sync, and then you're going to resolve. How you're going to resolve? So see, you have your SQL directory. Inside this you're going to have all your files. So first of all, you are simply telling that okay, go to SQL directory. Okay, I'll go to this directory, and then I'll look for the file. So this is this file, correct? And then what you're going to give a, just give a UTF-8. Then we are going to simply just do await poll, and then you just have to do a query and then pass the SQL. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do a log, and let's do this one as migrated colon. Let's do a SQL, and then we'll do slash and then pass the file. Okay, so we'll understand whether this is done or not. Once this is done, so then what you're going to do, right? Okay, also you need to close it. So I'm just going to close the poll. So I'll do close poll here. So now this is done, but not yet completed. We just have to run this. So I'll do main, and this will give you a catch. So we'll do error, and I'm simply going to do what? So I'll do a error. So let's log the error, and then process.exit, and what will be the exit value? Code, this will be 1. Okay, if you're not familiar with all of this, I have a complete Node.js video. It's 17 or 18 hours long. You can watch that video. Everything I've already explained, whatever you're seeing here. So now this is completed. Okay, so this is the first thing what you have to do, right? So first we are going to add a script here. Okay, so we'll go to our package.json, and then you're going to add a script. So I'll do comma, let's do a migrate. So I'm simply going to tell, okay, use tsx, go to my scripts folder, and then look for this migrate.ts file, the file that we have just now created. Save this. So now what you can do, right, open this, and I'm simply going to do npm run migrate, and we have to tell, okay, which file we want to run. So this file, so I'll do 001, right, underscore users.sql, right? So I'll do enter. What we are doing, oh, I have to go to the backend. See, so I'll go to my backend directory, and then I'm just going to run this. That's it. So this is now migrated. Okay, Alright, so now what will be the next step? So why actually I've done all of this, and why I created this particular file before and then I created all of this, so that you will understand, okay, that what actually you're doing or why this flow needed. Now till this part we have understood, okay, we will get the auth info, claims and everything, and this is what we are going to do, right? We are going to ensure that if this user is present or not. If this user is present, we are going to, if the user is present, we are simply going to check, we're not going to do anything. If the user is not present, we are going to insert that user information in our DB, as simple as that. Okay, so what we can do, right? So inside source, let's create a repository folder. So I'm simply going to do repositories, and then I'm simply going to do a user.repository.ts. so now I'll simply just take a export type. I'll do user row info, whatever you wanted to take. So I'll do ID, this will be string. I have a auth user ID, correct? So auth user ID, so this is what we need. This will be string. Then I'm simply going to take an email, so this will be string or null. And then I'm also going to take a created at, so this will be date. So now what we can do, right? So I'm simply going to do export async function, and this is where I'm simply going to do ensure user. You can give any other name, whatever you like. So what actually it's going to receive? Two things. It's going to receive your auth user ID that we are going to get from Descope, and also we are going to pass the email. So here in this input, I'm going to have an auth user ID. So this will be my string, and then I'm also going to take an email. This will be string. What this is going to return? So it's going to return a promise of this user row info. Maybe let's do current user. Okay, so now what we can do simply, so I'll just do const result, and here now what we'll do, right? So first let's go here. So now from this particular file, what we have to do, so now first of all let's see. So first we're checking if this auth user info is not present, we're simply returning unauthorized. We're checking the email, so you're getting the email, and now I'll do this. So I'll do const user, and I'll do await, so I'll do ensure user. And this is where we're going to pass the two things. So first I'm going to pass the auth user ID, and then I'm going to pass the email. Okay, so once it's going to check this, and now what I'll do, right, I'm going to add, so I'll do add auth info in your request object. Okay, so now I can simply do request.auth, remember? So the request.auth, and this is where you can pass this. So we'll pass the auth user info, we have the email, what else we are doing, name, user ID and token. So here I'm simply going to pass a name, so I'll just do type of claims.name. If this is string, so I'm simply going to take the claims.name, or else I'll just do undefined. And also I'm simply going to do user ID, and this will be user that we have, this user that we have, this is going to give you the ID. And then we are going to do a token, and this will be the claims. So now I'll have the current user information in my request object. Now what will be the next step? Always remember to call the next function. Next function will always call your next middleware or your next handler. If you don't do this one, it will be stuck here, so you have to call the next. In the catch, so let's pass a res.status of 401.json, and here I'm simply going to do error, and I'll do unsession expired or something like this. This is done. So now in this user repository, what we have to do here, so we are simply going to just insert, or we are going to check if the user is present, or we are going to update the user information. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So this is just simply SQL query that we have to write. All right, so here what I can do simply, so I'll still do await, so I'll do get poll, and then we are going to do a query, pass the type, so this will be current user row info. And then what actually we have to do here? So first of all, we are simply going to check that if the user is present, we are simply going to check whether we need to update the user info. If the user is not present, we are going to insert. Okay, so first of all, let's do this. So first we are going to insert, so I'll do insert, so I'll just write the query and then I'm going to explain. So insert into where, so we have to give the table, so these will be users. What actually we have to insert? So we're going to insert auth user ID and the email. So I'll do auth underscore user underscore ID comma email, correct? Then what I have to give, we have to give values here. So my values will be the first value that I'm going to give and the second one. Then I'm going to write something called conflict. So I'll explain what actually you're doing here. So I'll do on conflict auth user underscore ID, and here I'm just going to do a do update set email, and this will be equal to coalesce. I don't know how to pronounce this one. I'm not sure, man. Okay, let me just check once. Okay, so it is spelling is correct, SCE. Okay, so this will be coalesce, and then what we are going to do here, so I'm simply going to do excluded dot email comma users dot email. I'll explain what actually we are doing here, and then we are going to return something. So I'll do returning star. All right, so first of all, what is happening here? So I'll simply explain in a simpler way. First line, this on, so this is like inserting the user information, right? So on conflict auth user ID, so this is simply going to check if a particular user with this auth user ID already exists or not. Okay, so this is what this line is going to check. So I'm going to repeat once again. So this is going to check if a particular user with this auth user ID already exists or not. Then what this line is doing, do update set email equals coalesce excluded dot email comma user dot email. So this is simply telling that, okay, we are going to update the email with the new value if we are providing that new value, otherwise we are going to keep the existing email. You're getting? I'm going to repeat once again. So it's simply telling that, okay, we are going to update the email with the new value. If you are giving new value, you are going to update with the new value. If we are not giving anything, we are going to keep our existing email value that is already there. Returning star simply means that you are going to return the complete, inserted, or the updated user row. Means you are going to return all the information that we are inserting in our DB. That's it. But this is not yet done because we also need to pass the values, right? So how we are going to pass the values? So this will be input dot auth user ID, input dot email. So this will be now input dot auth user ID and input dot email. So that means now when we're passing this, so this value it's going to insert in this column, and this one is going to insert in this email column. Okay, and then what you have to do, you're going to return a single one, right? So I'll do result dot rows of 0. That's it. So now we are going to save all of these, and with this our first, or not first, our only middleware that we need, that is completed. So now what we can do, right? See, whenever we're going to create any route, for example, let's say we have to create any route where we need some session, what I can do, so I can simply do like this. So let's say I have a router, and let's say I have a get, right? So I'll do router.get, and then I'll give the path, and then I can pass this required session here. You're getting? And then we are going to do whatever we have to do here. We can have multiple middleware also. Let's say I have a middleware 1, I have a middleware 2, and then I have a handler here. And then I have a handler here. So now this middleware is going to check all of this. It's going to ensure that if the user is already present in our DB. And now see, this is nothing but we are simply doing what? We are syncing the user information to our DB. See, already Descope is handling your user management and everything, but still we wanted to keep something in our control. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, so now with this, the first thing, this is completed. So what will be our next step, right? So for now what I'm going to do, right, one very important point I'm just going to do so that we can just verify. So let's do one thing. Let's go to the front end side. Okay, we'll go to dashboard, and then I'm just going to close everything. Let's take a button component here, not base UI. We need from component, and I'll simply just do a logout here. Okay, so I'm just going to do a logout, and also this one I'm simply going to change this one to use client. So I just wanted to handle this logout. So I'll do handle logout, copy this, and now what I'm going to do, so I'll do a async function, I'll do handle logout, and now we can use this SDK. So we have a SDK, and this one we are going to use this use Descope from our Next.js client, and then we are simply going to do what? So I'm simply going to, or maybe you can also take a state here. So maybe let's take this one as logging out, set logging out, and this will be use state of false. Okay, see, all the other logic and everything we are going to handle later. So I'm simply going to do, if this is already logging out, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to return, or else I'm simply going to do set logging out, this will be true, and then I'm simply going to do a logout. So I'll do try catch, and here I'll do set logging out will be false, and in this try what I can do await, and I'll do SDK dot you have this logout. That's it. And then what we're going to do, right, so I'll simply take a router. So this will be my use router, and then I can just do a router dot replace, and then maybe let's go to our sign in page, because this is where we have to go. And then I'm also going to do a router dot refresh. That's it. So now let's save this. So now let's see if I go here, right, so let's say if I try to open my network tab and I'll try to log out. So you can see that now we are logging out. So refresh this, and then I'm simply going to log in once again. Okay, so now you are in this page. Okay, so log out and login now is working fine. So with this, now what will be the next step? Okay, so see, remember I already mentioned one very important point, that we are not going to write all the CSS and everything, okay, because this is really going to take a lot of time. The main focus will be we are going to understand the agentic workflow. See, it's very important we are going to understand that how actually you're going to do a proper connection. We are going to connect to our calendar, right? So that thing. Second, how you can integrate Mastra in your application. Third, also we are going to have, remember we are going to have a memory management also, means you're going to have your threads. So it's like, let's say if you go to any chat, right, so you already maybe let's say discuss 7 days back, if you go back, right, still your agent will be able to understand that okay, this is the last we have discussed and this is what you have to do. So these things are not that much simple. Okay, you need to know all the concepts and everything, how we are going to implement. So we're going to focus almost like whatever I mentioned, right, we are going to focus throughout this video on these topics only. What I'm going to do, right, all the CSS that we are going to write, as I already mentioned, I will be just copy pasting all the CSS, and then I'm going to paste on the top of this file, whatever file that we are going to create, and then we are going to directly use in our JSX, and this is going to save a lot of time. So with this, now what will be the next step? Next step will be we're going to start working with the functionality first, and before we are going to do the UI logic and everything, right, also what we have to do, first we are going to implement our backend logic. Means first we need to understand how actually we are going to create our connection, how we are going to configure or create a connection from the Descope dashboard, and then how you are going to get your calendar information and everything. Because when you are going to connect from your application, let's say you wanted to connect to your calendar or you wanted to connect to your Gmail, this application needs to know, right, that how it's going to connect. Second, it also need the permission. Let's say, see, sometime you'll visit this website, right, you will see that it will ask you permission, that whether you wanted to give read permission or write permission to this application or not. You're getting? So that permission also you need to implement. Or else, let's say you don't want to give the permission, so in that case it will not proceed further. So these things we are going to start from the next part. Okay, so now what will be your next step? So first of all, what do you have to do, right, so we have to create a connection, because see, at the end from our application, what do you have to do, right, we will be able to connect to our Google Calendar, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, we have to go to our Descope console, and we'll see that under this agentic identity hub we have these connections. Okay, so let's click here, and now what you are going to get, you are going to get a lot of connections that you can actually connect from here. So first let's click on connection, and we'll see that there will be quite a few. So now what we are going to do, right, so first of all we'll search with calendar, and here I'm just going to do use this template. Now there are a couple of things we need to understand here which are very important. So first we need this ID. Okay, so this is the ID that we are going to use from our application. So this is the first thing. So first let's do one thing, let's copy this ID, and then we are going to go to our backend, and let's go to env, and then let's create one here. So let's give this one as Descope calendar connection ID. So this is the first thing that we need. Next thing, you'll see that the first of all, see at the end what we have to do. So this Descope needs to know that okay, how it's going to connect to your Google Calendar. So there should be some way that we will be able to connect, right? So this is where the connection settings comes into picture. So first of all, what you're going to do, right, we're going to use this manual, and for this one we are going to use our Google Cloud Console. So just search for Google Cloud Console, and here you can see that you will be getting this client ID and client secret, and this is not the only thing. We also need to do a couple of more things. So first let's do one thing, let's click on Google Cloud Console, and what I'm going to do, right, so let's create a new project. Okay, and I'm simply going to give this one as agentic calendar application, and let's do this one as create. So now what you can do, so let's wait for some time. So let's select this project. So now what you're going to do, right? So first let's go to API and services. So this is the first thing. Now I will go to create. So first let's go to our auth consent screen and let's do get started. Okay, first I think we need to also create a audience here. Maybe let's go back. Let's do one thing. I'll just go to credentials and let's create a credentials, create a auth client ID. So first let's do configure now, get started, and we can give any name we want. Maybe let's do default. This is my email. Next, let's do external, next, and here also I'm going to give this email, next, agree, continue, and then create. Okay, so now let's do create auth client. So here we are going to give web application, web client 1, and here what you can do, right, you can give some URL. Maybe let's say I'll give localhost 3000, and then what else, redirect URL. I think for now let's create this, and you'll see that the first of all we need the client ID and client secret. So I'm just going to copy this and we'll go to our Descope console, paste it here and copy the secret, and then also I'm going to paste it here. Now I'm going to delete this secret. Okay, so just create your own. For now I'm just going to create a new note and then I'll paste it here. So now what you're going to do, let's do OK. And this is not yet completed. As I already mentioned, we need to do a couple of things. Okay, so first of all what I have to do here, so we'll go and let's go to API and services. This is very important and we need to enable some APIs from here. So again we have to go from here, go to API services, click on enable APIs, and what we can do, right, we can also let's do enable APIs and services and then search for calendar, and you'll see that you have this Google Calendar API, and now you're going to enable this. Okay, so now this is enabled. Next thing what we are going to do, right, we also need to go to one particular URL, and this will be, so I'm just going to remove this one from here. Also let's remove these matrices, and here I'm just going to go to auth/audience. Okay, and you'll see that what we have to do, right, we are going to add a test user here. Okay, so I'm just going to add a test user and let's give this user, and I'm going to save this. Okay, so this is done. For now what you're going to do, right, you can also publish this one, or no, I think this is not needed. So I think only test user will be fine. So you have to go to this /auth/audience and with the project. Once this is done, so now we can go back and you'll see that you can also do some additional settings, but one thing is very important, you need to have your calendar API scopes. So you can see that the application scopes that will be used if not provided by the connection request. Okay, what you can do, right, you can also add more scopes here that we are going to see later. For now we are going to just add the or create this one. So I think let's recap once. So this will be the connection ID, Google client ID, client secret. You have to enable the API. You are going to add a test user, audience, and then you're going to do create. And now you'll see that this is now created. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. So next what we're going to do, right, let's start with creating the basic UI. We are not going to write the UI and everything. First we're going to create the connection, and we'll see that whether we are actually able to connect to our Google Calendar or not, and that we are going to do in the next part. Alright, so now let's get started. So this is where we are actually going to now start implementing all our features. So you can see that what I've done, right, I just created a routes folder, and inside that I created a connection.routes.ts file, and this is in our backend. Okay, and now what we'll do, right, we'll move from routes, and then we are going to create services, then we are going to create a repository, and then we are going to create any other utilities needed. Why? Because see, until unless we are going to create the backend properly, it will be difficult to understand the front end side also. I think this also makes sense. So first what we are going to do, right, let's go to config, and we'll go here, and then I'm just going to add let's maybe add one more here. So I'm just simply going to do export const, and I'll do calendar connection underscore ID, and this will be so a process dot env dot. So let's copy this. So or else I'm just going to give this one as what is the name, Google Calendar. So copy this and we'll paste it here. So this is the first thing. Also let's take one label. So I'll just do calendar connection label, and I'm simply going to do this one as Google Calendar. So first thing, now let's go to our routes. So first let's import router from Express. So I'm simply going to create export const, and I'll do connection routes or router, and here I'm simply going to do router. See, first of all, these all the routes that we are going to create, right? So every routes only authenticated user can access. So what I mean by this, authenticated user means here what we have created this request session. See, this is where this will be very important, that you need to understand this flow, because at the end we are using a norm. See, just like you will create a normal JWT flow, right? So this is the same thing we are doing here, because these particular routes will always be protected, right? So only auth user can access. So that means what we can do, although this is like, you might be thinking, if you're already aware of this, that okay, why he's explaining all this multiple times. This is for those like little beginner, that okay, why we are using like this. So let's see, if I'll do connection router.use, and then I'll do require session, why we are using this. So you're simply telling that okay, all the routes now we are going to write in this particular file will be always protected. Okay, or else what you can do, right? I'm just going to give you one more example, but first let's do one thing. So how many we need? So first we need a get route, and here I'm simply going to do async. So let's do request response, and here I'll just do a try catch. And what we are going to do simply, so here we can simply return arrays.status of 500.json, and I'm just going to do an error. Let's do a could not load connections, and in this try we are simply going to do a connection, and then we are going to just do await, and what we're going to do, I'll do get calendar connection, and we are simply going to pass our current user ID. Now how we are going to get the user ID? This is where we have this request.auth, remember, and if I do dot, and you'll see that you're going to have this user ID. That's it. So this is where it is very important, and that is the main reason we've actually attached this user information in this auth in this request object. Now if we don't do this line, so what I have to do, we have to always pass this one here. You're getting? So let's say I have 10 routes here, so I have to write the same thing multiple times. Instead of doing that, I'm simply telling that okay, whatever routes I'm going to have, all these routes will be now protected. So now this is the first thing, and then at the end we are going to return, so I'll do res.json, and we are going to return this connection here. So now let's go to our service. So this is where you're going to create this. So first what are you going to do, go to source, and I'm just going to do services, and this is where I'm simply going to do connection.service.ts. So first I'm just going to do a function, and let's do this one as calendar app ID, and then I'm simply going to check that okay, if not equal to calendar connection ID, this we just added in the config, remember. So I'm just going to throw an error. Now why we are writing all of this? Now these all are good practices that you should do, so that you can actually do what, you can handle these errors properly. So the calendar connection ID is not present here, something like this, not present in env. Let's do like this, and then I'm simply going to return this calendar connection ID. So first of all, let's go here, copy this, and then I'll do export async function. So I get calendar connection, and this is where I'm going to get my user ID, and this will be string. So now what I'll do, right, I'll do const row, and then I'm simply going to do await get calendar connection row. Now what actually we mean by this? This row is nothing but our DB row. Now this is where you have to create one more schema. Now see, you might be thinking how I'm actually creating all of this, and see, when I'll do this, all this recording of these videos, especially the long videos, don't things like these are very easy to do, okay, because when I'm going to teach, right, I need to also understand the flow. So now we'll see that, okay, I need a row, so that means what, I need to create a SQL, right? So I need to do what, I need to have all this information in our DB. So now what we're going to do, so first of all, let's go here, and then I'll go to my SQL, and then I'm going to create one more here. So I'll do 002, and then let's give this one as connections.sql. So first of all, let's create. So I'll do create table if not exists, and this will be my connections, and here we're going to do user ID. So this will be my UUID, not null, and I have to give a references. What will be my references? This user table that you have created. So do user, what will be your see, this is your foreign key. What will be the primary key that will relate here, or that will point here, this ID? So that means I'm simply going to do user of this ID, and then I'm simply going to do on delete cascade. So this is the first property we need. Next we need the actual provider, the whether this is a calendar, it is a Slack, or it is a Gmail, or you're using a Zira, or maybe you're using Drive, whatever it is. So do text, this will be not null. I'll give a check, and here I'm simply going to do a provider in, and this is where I'm just going to pass. So this will be the calendar for now. Then we're going to have status. Let's do a text, not null. I'll also do a check, and here I'm just going to do status in. So 3 makes sense here. So let's do a connected, let's do a disconnected, and let's do a pending. And then also I'm simply going to give a primary key, and here I'm simply going to pass the user ID, comma, provider. So now I think this is done. So this is what we need. So save this. So we are going to have a user ID, provider, status. This user ID is nothing but your user ID that you're going to have here. Now what we can do, so let's go here, and then I'm just going to clear this, and then we're going to run once again. So I'll do 002 underscore connections.sql. Okay, so let's check once again, connected, disconnected, pending, calendar. I think this is correct. Let's enter, and you can see that this is now migrated. So now what are we going to do, right? So let's go here. So this is where now we are going to create what, another repository that we need to create, which will be our connection repository. So we'll go to repository, and then I'll do connection.repository.ts. so let's start with the first one. Also let's do one thing, let's create one type. So I'll do export type, and I'll do connection, so I'll do connection status, and this will be, so connection status what, connected, disconnected, or pending. Everything is linked. Okay, so this is how, see how much easier it will be for you to understand if you know all of this. This might be tricky. Let's say you don't have idea on TypeScript and everything basics, then it will be tricky. But if you know all of this, right, we'll see that this project will be very much easier for you to build. So now also we're going to take one more. Here I'm simply going to do current connection row, and this will be is nothing but, so we are going to have what, user ID, provider, and status. So the user ID will be what, string, provider will be, so we're going to fix this one for now. So I'll do calendar, and then also you have the status. So what will be status? So this will be your connection status, this one. Okay, so now let's save this. So we'll go to our services. So let's go to our routes. So we're going to call this. So let's import this from services. So now this is where we are getting not undefined to string. Okay, we have to implement this one. So to get calendar connection, we'll go here. So this is where we are going to first, let's do one thing, let's create the repository, then we are going to save all of this. So I'm just going to copy this one, and let's create here. So I'll do export async function get calendar connection row. So we're going to get user ID, this will be string, and now I'm simply going to do a const result. So this will be simply avet get poll dot query, and this is where we're going to pass the connection current connection row. So what do we have to do here? So first of all, again we are going to select. So this is just select query. So I'll do select what, user ID, we have the provider and the status. So I'll do comma provider comma status. From where? From your connection table. So we have our connections table, and then we have to do where the user ID is equal to what? The provided user ID, and the provider will be equals calendar. That's it. And then what you have to pass here? You have to pass the current user ID. So this user ID. So based on this, it's going to find the corresponding information from your DB, and then we're going to simply return. So I'll do result dot rows of 0, or else this can be null. So save this. So now what we're going to do, right, I'm simply going to import this get connection row, and then we're going to do what? We're going to pass the user ID here. So now what we can do, we can simply return. So maybe let's do one thing, let's return a label, and this label will be the calendar connection label that we've created. So I'm going to do calendar connection label, and also I'm just going to return a status. So this will be the row dot, so we're going to have the status, or else if this is not present, what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to pass this one as disconnected, and I'm going to pass this one as const. So this is going to give you the information. I don't know why we are getting this error here. We have to give this. So you're going to get the connection now, and this is going to return the connection. Alright, so now let's recap once again what you're doing. So first of all, you need to get the calendar connection information, whether the calendar is connected or not, or whatever connection you're using. So first we have created the route. It will go to your services. In the services, we're simply doing what? We are simply querying this one from our DB. That's it. That okay, give me this information from connection table. But we have to actually create the connection. This is where you're going to do a couple of things. So first let's go here, and then let's do one thing. Let's create a connection router dot post. Let's give this one as connect, and then I'll do async. So I'll do request response, and now here we are going to do a try catch, and I'll do copy this, and then I'll do could not start connection, something like this. Okay, so here what I have to do, first of all, let's take our token, because this is where we need to get our refresh token. Okay, so that we're going to send from our front end side. Now once what will happen, right, in the demo you have seen that once user will click on a button, it will go to that page, it will ask for permission, you will give the permission, then what will happen, it will return back to your application. So where it will return back, it will return back to your dashboard page. So now first of all, let's do one thing. Let's take the refresh token, and this will be here. I'm simply going to do a type of request dot body dot, so I'm simply going to do here refresh token. If this is equal to string, so I'm simply going to take the request dot body dot refresh token, or else I'll do empty if this is not present. And then I'm simply going to do a res dot status of 400 JSON, and I'll do error, and I'll do refresh token is needed. Okay, now what I have to do, first I have to create the redirect URI. I think I already explained that why you need the redirect URI, because once let's say I have a button, I'll click, we'll see this on the like how this process will work. We'll click, it will go to that page, it will come back to this page, and then we are going to refresh, and then we are going to say okay, now calendar is now connected. So we will be able to get our calendar events, we'll be able to create, we'll be able to update, delete, all these things. So how we are going to do that? So first I'm just going to do type of, so let's do request dot body dot, and here I'm simply going to do redirect URI, and this is equal to string. So now I'm simply going to pass a request dot body dot redirect URI, or else let's give this one as, so I'll do process dot env, and then we have this app URL, and so I'm going to pass this app URL. Okay, or else we can also give this one, so copy this one from here, and then we can just simply tell that okay, this will go to /dashboard page. This is what we are going to do. So now let's do one thing, let's create our result. So this is where we are going to do what? We are going to create our calendar connection. So to create calendar connect URL, maybe connect URL. So first of all, what we need, we have to pass the user ID, and this will be request.auth.user ID, and then I'm going to pass the refresh token, and also we're going to pass the redirect URL, all this, and then we're going to return this result back. So we'll do res.json, and then we're going to return the result. So now this calendar connection we have to create from our service. So we'll go here again. So let's create one more. So we'll do export async function, create calendar connect URL. So this is where we're going to get the input. So we'll get the user ID, which will be string, and we'll get to get the refresh token. Refresh token also will be what? This will be string, and also we're going to get the redirect URL. So this also will be string. So now we can simply do what? So do const response. So this is where how we are going to create the connection. Now if you go here, right, so you have this client that you created, this client. So this is what we did. So now I can simply do await. So do Descope client dot outbound dot connect, and here what I can do, right, so first of all we are going to pass the calendar app ID, this one. So this calendar app ID, so it's going to get the calendar app ID, which will be Google Calendar. So this is what, and this we are going to get from where? This is we are going to get from here, this ID. Okay, so this is going to pass the calendar app ID. What you have to pass? You also have to pass a redirect URI. So you have to pass a redirect URI, which will be your input dot redirect URI. Okay, and then you are also going to pass here input dot refresh token. That's it. So now I'm simply going to do, okay, if not equal to response dot okay, or if not equal to response dot data dot URL, so in that case just throw a new error. So I'll do throw new error, and this will be could not start connection. Okay, and now what we're going to do simply, so I'm simply going to do await, and this is where we're going to upsert the calendar connection. What I mean by upsert, so we need to add this connection, right? So this is where we need to add one more method in our repository. So now I'm simply going to do upsert calendar connection. So first let's copy this, and we'll go here, and this is just normal CRUD, man. This is not that much difficult. Okay, so this is nothing like we are doing some very complicated thing. So here we are going to get a couple of inputs. So first we are going to get a user ID, which will be string. Even I thought that I'm not going to write all of this, but I can, okay, let's write it, because so that you can also do it while watching the video. So I'll do connection status. This is the connection status that we have, this one. So now what we have to do, simply we'll create the result. So we'll have it get poll dot query, and this is where we're going to pass the current connection row, and then just create it. Simple. So what I have to create, so first I'm just going to do insert into, so we have the connection, right? So connection table, so we'll insert into connection what, so we're going to insert the user ID, we're going to insert the provider, and also you're going to insert the status. Then I'm going to pass a values. So in these values you're going to pass the provided user ID, then I'm going to pass the calendar because this is what we are using, and then we are going to pass the status. Now I'm simply going to add on conflict, so I'll pass user ID. This part we have already discussed in the previous section, provider, and then we are going to do, if we wanted to update the status, if you've given updated status value, you update it, or else you don't update it. Simple. So I'll do update set what status, and this will be equal to excluded dot status, and then we are going to return something. So I have to do returning block here, and I wanted to get the user ID, I wanted to get the provider, and also I wanted to get the status. That's it. So now I have to provide this user ID in this status because provider is going to pick from here, and then I'm simply going to pass the input dot user ID and input dot status, and then you're going to simply return result dot rows of 0 or else null. So now save this, and then I think this is not needed, you can directly return result dot rows. So now we are going to simply import this, and what you have to pass here. So two things you have to pass. You have to pass the what is that? Okay, we are using the user ID in the status. So user ID, you are going to get input.user ID, and then you are going to get input.status. What is that? Okay, so you have input.user ID and status. My bad, status will be pending. So here we don't pass the status as pending. Okay, expected one argument. Oh, you have to do like this. This will be user ID and this will be my bad, this will be status. Okay, so now we are going to upsert this in our DB, and what you have to return, you are going to return a URL. So I'm simply going to return URL, and this will be your response.data, and this is going to give you this URL. So this is what you are going to return. So this is going to create the connection URL. So now what you can do, you can go back. So we're going to just import this from here, and that's it. So this is done. So now let's see once again. So we are taking the refresh token. If this is not present, definitely we need the refresh token. See, the reason why this is very important, because let's say you are already connected. Now after 5 days, you also wanted to recheck one time whether you have that connection or not, the calendar is connected or not. So what will happen, right? We are going to also have this reconnect functionality. If you do reconnect, it's again, so it will redirect to that page, and again it's going to do the connection or verification, and then it will again come back to your dashboard, and then it's going to check if this is successful or not. You're getting, so having the redirect URL, it is going to create the URL. So this is going to give you the connection URL. Now why this is very important? It's very important because of this ID, the ID that you've given. So it's going to create the URL. Once it will create, we are going to pass the connection here. Okay, and then we are going to get this connection. Now what we have to do, this is not yet completed, we also need to refresh the connection. So how we are going to refresh? So for this one, we also need to write one more route here. So once it will come back, it is going to show you what? Can you guess? So because we're sending status pending, it's going to show you status pending. Once you're going to do refresh, if the connection is successful, it's going to show you connected. So let's do this particular route also in the next part. Alright, so now let's create one more route. Okay, so we're going to do connection router dot post, and maybe let's do this one as refresh. Okay, or maybe refresh status also you can do. Let's take refresh only, and then we are going to take request response. I think it will be better, let's take status only, because see, at the end we are refreshing the status, right? So I think it makes sense. So let's take a try catch, and here we simply just do fail to refresh the status, something like this. Okay, now in the try, what are you going to do, right? So first I'll do a connection, and this will be await. Let's take a refresh calendar connection. And here what are you going to do? So first of all, two things you need to watch. One will be the user ID and the auth user ID. Okay, first let's go to our connection service, and here what are you going to do? Simply I'm simply going to create export async function, and here we're going to take input. So I need the user ID here, which will be string. Also I need the auth user ID, which also will be string. So first let's do one thing. Here what we need, right? So we need the management key, and if you go here, you'll see that we have added a management key here. You remember from the console, from our console we've added a management key, and this is what we need. And this management key we actually got from this company, and then we have this management key. Remember, this one we have added. So now what we're going to do, right? So first let's do one thing. So here, okay, let's go to service, and first I'm simply going to give a check that if this process.env. So let's copy this. So I'll do this Descope Management Key. If this is not present, so I'm simply going to throw a new error, and I'm simply going to do this is not set. Okay, and then what you're going to do simply, so I'm going to create the response. So I'll do const response, and this will be await. So you have the client, so you take the client, and we have this management. Okay, and here you have this application dot fetch token. So you need to fetch the token. How we are going to fetch it? We have this calendar ID. So from this calendar ID we are going to get our unique calendar ID that we have set here. So let's go back. So this ID, so here I'm simply going to pass, okay, this will be my calendar app ID, and then I'm going to pass my input.auth user ID as a input. Okay, so now I'm simply going to check, okay, the status will be equal to if this response dot okay and if the response dot data, if this is present. So in that case I'm just going to make this one as connected, or else this will be disconnected. And then what we can do simply, so I'm simply going to do const row, and this will be await. And if you go to our repository, right, we need to use this. So we have this upsert calendar connection that we are using here. Okay, you see that we are using the same thing we can also use here, because at the end what we're doing, upsert means what? So see this line that we are updating the status if we are giving a new status, so it's going to override that particular status value, or else it's not going to do that. So similarly, once the status is connected, or let's say if it is disconnected, doesn't matter, whatever it is, we are going to update it. So I'm simply going to do here, okay, give me the user ID, which will be the input.user ID, and also give me the status, which will be the status. That's it. And then what you can do, right, so simply I'm going to return a label. This will be my calendar connection label, and my status will be what? This row is going to give you this status, and this is what I'm going to return. Okay, so now what you can do, right, we'll go here and let's refresh, import this first. What it was, you have to pass the user ID. So this user ID will be, okay, so this is where we are going to get it, this user ID. Okay, this will be from, okay, I'm also confused. So this we're going to get from request.auth.user ID, right? And this auth user ID also we are going to get from request.auth.auth user ID. That's it. And then we're simply going to return this back. Okay, so now let's save this, and this is done. So this is all we need. So we're going to connect and then refresh status. Refresh status can be two possible scenario, either it will be connected or it can be disconnected. All right, so now let's go here, and then what I can do, right, maybe let's add it here. So I'll do app.use, and let's use here /API/connections, and here we are going to do connection router. So let's import connection router from, so we'll go to our route /connection routes. Okay, we are importing as, okay, so we have to pass it here and then save this. So we'll see what we are getting in the backend. Save once again. Okay, this is running. So now I think this is done. So this is all about the backend that we need. Now what are you going to do, right? So let's go to our UI. Here we need to add all the CSS and everything, look and feel, that is fine. And for that one, you can see that I just added all the CSS that I mentioned, right? In some pages there are a lot of CSS, and this is just going to take lot of time. We are not going to do that. First let's do one thing. Let's go to our front end side and we'll go to leave, and here we're going to create a couple of files. Okay, so first I'm going to do api.ts. Let's close everything, and also here I'm just going to create one more, and this will be my connections.ts. So these all are utils files I just wanted to create. Now in this API, so let's keep this one very simple. What we are going to do, right, so first I'm just going to take a const. This will be my API_URL, and this will be, so let's go here, and what you can do, right, you can just going to add here next public API URL, and this will be, so I'm just going to take HTTP localhost, and this will be 4000, right? This is what we are using. So copy this, and then we are going to just use it here. So we'll do process.env.this, or else we are going to just use that. Copy this and we'll make this one 4000. So first let's do one thing. So let's take export async function, and let's do API fetch, and what we're going to do, we'll give a generic here, and first of all let's take a path, okay, that which API you wanted to call. Then we are also going to take options. So in the options, first we need the method. This will be string. We also need the token, so this will be string, or this will be null. Then we are also going to take a body, and this will be unknown. And here now what I'm going to do, right, let's take this one as empty. So now what you're going to do, right, simply okay, what this is going to return, it's going to return a promise of this type T. So now the first thing what we're going to do, so first we're going to take a headers, and these will be equals. So okay, we also have to take the type, right? So okay, so the type will be okay, we have to take a record of, so this will be string of string, and here I'm simply going to take a content type, and this will be equal to application/json. Okay, and now we are simply going to check if this options dot token, if this is present, so what I have to add, then only you are going to append this one in the where authorization. So you are going to have the authorization spelling, you have to check authorization. Then how we are going to do, so we have the bearer token, right? So this is how we're going to do this part. I already explained that you are going to have your bearer token, you're going to have a space, and then you're going to have the token. So this is what you're going to do. So bearer, and then I'm just going to add the options dot token, and then I'm simply going to do const res, and this will be equal to await fetch. So let's take this one as API URL, and here I'm simply going to take a path. And now what we're going to do, right, so let's give a comma, and here I'm simply going to take a method which will be options dot method, or else I'm just going to take this one as get, and here I'm going to pass the headers. So these headers, whatever headers data we have, and body, what it will do, right, so we'll simply check if the options dot body, if this is not equal to undefined, so in that case I'm simply going to do json dot stringify options dot body, or else this will be undefined. So this is going to just normal fetch we are using. Then what we'll do, take a data, and this will be equal to await. So your res.json, let's do a catch, and what we're going to do, right, so maybe let's take this one as empty object, and here I'm simply going to do, okay, where we're going to do this one here as t, and then we are also going to do and I'm just going to take an error, and this will be string. And now I'm simply going to give if this is not equal to res dot okay, so in that case I'm simply going to throw new error, and you can just give this one. So if you do data dot, you see you're going to get the error here. Okay, now data dot error, or else you're going to give a generic message, this will be request failed. Okay, so if this is not present, so you're going to return this, or else you're going to return what? You're going to return the data. So this is what you're going to do. So first you're simply taking the headers content type, which will be application/json. If we have the token, append the token in the authorization with the bearer token, because backend we are checking using bearer token. Create the response request, check the data, then we are going to check if this is not present, return a request failed, and then we are going to return the data. That's it. So now if we go to our backend, so let's go to backend, and we'll go to source, let's go to the routes, so that you can see. So how many we need to create? So first we have the get connection request, create the connection, third one will be refresh the status. So these three things, so these three utils we are going to create here, and then we will start working on the UI part in the next section. Alright, so now let's create the routes. Okay, so first of all what we're going to do, right, so let's take the first function, and I'm simply going to do export async function, and let's do fetch calendar connection. Okay, first of all for each and every function we are going to receive the token. So let's do const data, and this will be await API fetch, just now we have created. And now what we have to do, right, also let's give a type here. So this will be connection, and here what we are going to do, right, maybe let's create one type. So let's do let's go to live, and here we are going to simply create one types.ts file. Okay, so first of all let's do I'll just take export type connection status, and how many status we are having. So if you go to backend, let's go to this, right, so I think we have connected, disconnected, and pending. Okay, So copy this. So I'll just do connected, or this will be disconnected, or this will be pending. And then I'm simply do export type. Let's do connection info, and this I'm just going to take a label, and this will be string, and then we are also going to take a status, and this will be the connection status. Okay, save this. So now what are you going to do, right? So here I'm just going to give this connection will be my connection info that just now we have created. And here what you're going to do simply, so let's see the API route, right? So we'll go to index, so slash API slash connection. So copy this, paste it here, and then we are going to simply pass the token. That's it. And now what you have to do, you're going to return the data dot connection. So this is the first one. Next will be to connect your calendar, right? So first I'm simply going to do export async function, and this will be connect calendar. So here also you're going to get the token, which will be string. So first what we need, so I'm just going to take the refresh token. Okay, now here what you're going to do, right? So first I'm just going to get the get refresh token method from the Descope package. So it's going to give you the refresh token, and if this is not present, so in that case we are simply going to throw a new error. Okay, so I'll do throw new error, and I'll do refresh token invalid. Then we are going to create the status. So I'll do const result, and this will be equals await API fetch. So here we are going to pass our, let's take a URL, and this will be string, because we are going to return the URL from our backend. So this will be slash API slash connections. Let me just copy this. And then what is that route that we've created? So we have the connect. So this will be slash API slash connection slash connect. Okay, makes sense. And then we are simply going to take a method. So this will be post. Then we are going to take the token. We are also going to pass a body here. So here I'm simply going to pass a redirect URL. Okay, so if, so let's go back here. So now let's see if I have the redirect URI from my body. So you're going to redirect to that, or else by default anyways you're redirecting to dashboard. Or still let's pass this one here. And how you can do this one, right? So this is very simple. So you'll take windows, sorry, not windows, window dot location dot href, not href, location dot origin, my bad. And then we are going to give the path. So this will be dashboard, and then we are also going to pass the refresh token here. That's it. Now what you're going to do, simply I'm simply going to do here window dot location, and now I'm going to do the href will become this result dot URL. Why? Because if you go to your code and let's see here, right? So you're returning this result. Okay, and let's see if I just go here, right? And see, so you're returning the URL. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. So now save this, and the last one we need the refresh, because we have another one. So I'm simply going to export async function, and this will be refresh calendar connection. Now here we are also going to take a token, and this will be string. And now what are you going to do? Simply I'll do await API fetch, and here we are going to go to slash API, and let me just copy this, slash connections, and then we are going to do slash refresh status, and here we are going to do a method which will be post, and then we are going to pass a token here. So these three methods we need. Okay, now it's not that much difficult, right? So we can already see what we are doing here, but what I will suggest, right, even though if I'm doing little fast, try to follow the video, pause it, and try to implement. I always mention this point in each and every video, maybe 100 times I already mentioned that even though I'm doing fast, you can go back, you can again watch the same section multiple times, but at the end you should implement the whole project. Okay, it's not like blindly typing and then adding the projects in your resume. It's not going to help you in long run. Okay, so okay, so see why I'm mentioning all this, or sometimes see from my experience, right, what I've noticed that people who actually practice, right, and then let's say they're doing max 2 to 3 projects, like big project, capstone project I'm talking about, they are going to not only going to clear the interview very easily, at the same time they are also going to survive in their company. And the reason is very simple, because when you're creating a project and at the same time you're learning each and every line that why we are doing all of this, it will be much more easier for you when you'll be working in a company. Because when you're working in a company, right, most of the times you'll see that you are not going to get a project from scratch. Most of the projects will be already built, and let's say you are doing some improvements, you are adding some features, you are doing some enhancements, or you are fixing bugs. Almost 60% of the cases that will happen, I can guarantee. Okay, so you go to any company and then you can comment it down that, okay, what is your experience. The rest 40% might be very lucky and they're getting some project from scratch, but that is very rare case. So in that case, if you're reading someone else's code, it will be much more easier for you to debug, because you can't use AI in every use case, right? Okay, you'll copy paste and you will tell AI to explain and then fix it. Not going to help you in long run, I can guarantee. So that is the reason whenever you're creating a project, you need to understand, even though I'm doing, or whoever is teaching you, they will be doing fast, you have to spend time and then you have to learn these things. Okay, so now let's go here. So I'll go to the dashboard page. Okay, so as I already mentioned that I already created all the CSS. Okay, let me just copy all of these, because I really don't want to spend time on these writing CSS classes and everything. So let's start with first the dashboard page. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, right, so first let's do one thing. You can directly copy the CSS from the source code and paste it here. Now let's start with creating the actual component. So what we are going to do, right, so first of all let's remove this, and then I'm simply going to take a div, and here we are going to use this class name, and I'm simply going to use styles dot, so you have the cell. Okay, and here I'm going to create a panel. So go to your components and create a dashboard page. Okay, and sorry, dashboard folder, and here you're going to create a chat panel, maybe something like this, and then we are going to write all our logic here. So let's do chat panel, and let's return a div, and then we're going to just copy paste, and then we are going to use this one here. Okay, so I'm just going to use the chat panel here. Save this, so refresh this, so we're getting chat panel. Okay, which is fine. Now what are we going to do, right? So a couple of things we need to do here. The first of all, we have the SDK router, all this. We need a couple of more information. Okay, so first of all we need to get that if the user is already authenticated, and also we need to get the token. How we are going to get? So you have something called this use session from Descope package, and here we are going to get this is authenticated and the session token. So this is the first thing. Also we will be able to get the user information. So here we are going to use this use user package, and this is going to give you the current user information, and also it's going to give you if the user is loading in the loading state. So this is what we're going to do. So now I'm just going to create a label. So let's do a label, and here I'm simply going to take this user, and if this user has email, so I'm going to use that. Okay, if this don't have email, I'm going to use the name, or else I'm just going to do signed in user. Okay, now this will be this. So this will be the label. So now logout will remain same. Just let's give one simple check that, okay, if the user is not authenticated, or let's say not equal to session token, so in that case let's return a div, and here I'm just going to give a class name. Let's do a style dot loading cell, and here what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do checking session. Save this. Okay, so you can see we're getting this. Fantastic. So now next step what we're going to do, right, so let's go here, and then let's create, not here, my bad, go to components dashboard. Let's create a connection panel component. Okay, this is where we are going to implement our connection, the calendar connection we are going to render. Before that, we also need to receive some property in this main component, which will be our this chat panel. Okay, so this will be our actual component where we are going to implement each and everything. So this is going to receive a couple of props. So first of all, let's do one thing, right, maybe let's take the props first. So I'm just going to take a type. Let's do a props, and here is going to receive the session token. What will be this one? So this will be a string. Then we are going to also take the connections, and this will be React node. And then we are also going to take, let's say, For now I'm just going to also take a footer component, and also I'm just going to do this one as React node. So save these. Now this one we are going to receive here, and before that also first let's give this one here. So I'll do props. So this will be session token, then we have the connections, and then we have the footer. So for now let's keep this one optional, okay, and then once we'll add this, we're going to remove this one. Save this. So now we are going to pass this one. So first let's pass the session token. So this will be the session token that we already have. Next, what you're going to pass, right, you also need to pass the connections, right? So for connections, what you're going to do, so I'll go to this component and let's create this component, and then I'm simply going to do this one as, so I'll do connections panel, and here let's return a div, and this will be our connections panel. Okay, now what this connection panel is going to receive, so this will be, so let's do session token only. Okay, and let's keep this one as session token, and this will be string. So now let's go here, and then what I'm going to do, so save this, and then I'm simply going to call this here, right? So it's going to be the connection panel, and here also you're going to pass the session token, which will be your session token. Save this. So these two things you have to pass. What else we have to pass here, we also need to pass some footer component. Okay, so that we are going to do later, but before that let's do one thing. Okay, let's take the footer, and here we are also going to take, maybe let's take a div, and I'll do a class name. So I'll do styles dot user label, and here what you're going to do, right, so let's take if user is loading. So in that case we're going to render loading, or else I'm going to render the label. Okay, and this footer we have to render in this chat panel component that we are going to do. What else, so you're also going to pass a logout button. So I'm going to take a button, and here we're going to take a logout component. So class name, let's take the styles dot logout button, and here we are going to take that if logging out. So in that case I'm going to do logging out, or else I'm going to do logout. And then let's take the some properties. I'm simply going to do a variant, and then I'm also, let's remove this. Also I'm just going to take a class name. So class name will be styles dot, so this will be logout button. I think we have taken logout. Oh, this will be logout icon. And then we are also going to take a disable property, which will be if logging out, and then we are going to take a on click, which will be your logout method that we have created. What is that? Handle logout. So save this. So now, so first of all this is fine. Let's go to the chat panel first, and we have to render all of this. Now for now let's do one thing, right? Let's keep this one simple. Let's render all this one by one. So first I'm going to render the what is that, we have to render the connections, right? Connections we are receiving, this one, these connections. So let's render the connections here, and also we are going to render the footer. So let's render the footer here also. Save this, and you can see that you're getting connections panel. This is the email, and this is logout. Fantastic. So that means this is done. So what will be the next step, right? So first of all let's see this one, because we need to test it if the connection is actually working or not. So go here, copy this styles for connections panel, and then just paste it here. So this is the first thing. So now let's do one thing. First let's take a couple of state here. So I'm just going to take const. So this will be connection, this will be set connection, and this will be use state of. So here we have the connection info, correct, or else this will be null, and by default we are going to make this one as null. Also let's take a const. I'm going to take a loading, set loading, and this will be use state of true. After this also, maybe I think this is fine. Let's create the JSX first. So I'm going to remove this. Let's take a div. I'll do a class name, and here I'll do styles dot root. Inside this we'll take a let's do something like connections, and here I'll do class name, so I'll do styles dot title. Okay, so you can see that we are getting connections here. Now what we're going to do, right, so first of all let's do one thing. Okay, let's give a check here that if loading is true or if not equal to connection, so in that case we're going to return our skeleton component. And here let's give a class name, so I'll just do styles dot skeleton. Or else what I will do, so let's take a div, and here so here I'll do a class name, so I'll do styles dot row, and inside this we're going to take another div, and here what you're going to do, right, so let's render this calendar days, and let's take a style, sorry not style, we have to take a class name, so here I'm just going to do this one as styles dot icon. And for this div we are going to take a class name, so I'm going to import the cn helpers that we have, and here we are going to merge, so I'm just going to do styles dot icon box comma, so if this is connected, also we need to check if this is connected or not. So for this one I'm simply going to take that if this is connected. How we are going to check it, that if the current connection that we have, if this is equal to what, if this is connected. Okay, so then it will be this one. Why it's coming like this? On null have no overlap. Oh, I think this will be connection dot status, my bad. So this will be if this is connected, then only we are going to render that style. So if this is connected, so render this, so this will be styles dot icon box connected, or else this will be styles dot icon box disconnected. So if I save this, so let's refresh this. Okay, I don't know why this is not coming. Let's see once. Okay, we'll see this one, why I think it should come. So after this what you have to do, right, so let's take a div, and here we are going to take, so let's take a class name, so I'll do styles dot meta, and inside this we'll take a p, and I'm just going to render the connection dot level, and here I'm simply going to do class name, and this will be styles dot level. Save this. Oh, okay, I got it, why it's not coming, my bad, because we don't have any connection now, right, and that is the reason it's coming. And also is loading is true here, see, that's what, that is fine, I think that is expected. So now what I'll do, right, so after this maybe let's do one thing. First of all let's check it, okay, that if the connection is working or not. So here I'm also going to render some label. Okay, so I'll just give a placeholder, but after this let's render a button. Okay, so I'm just going to render a button component, and here I'm simply going to do if this is connected, so we can reconnect again, or we are going to connect. And here I'm simply going to give a class name, so let's do a size of sm. So after this I'll do a variant, so variant will be if connected, so in that case I'm just going to do this one as ghost, or else I'm simply going to do this one as default. After this I'll do a class name, so this will be so I'll do styles dot action button. Disable, so let's do one thing, I'll just take one more state here, so I'll do const busy set busy, and this will be, let's do a use state. So what I can do, right, so for this one maybe let's take this one will be false. I'll just take this one as false. So now let's go here. So what are we going to do, right, so disable if this is busy, so in that case it will be true, and then on click we are going to create a method which will be connect, or let's do handle calendar connect, and this one we are going to create. So I'll just do here async function handle calendar connect. Okay, also we can do one more button here, so let's go copy this, paste it here, and this will be, I'm just going to take a refresh here. Okay, so I'll just do refresh, cw this one, and then we are going to take a class name. So this will be styles dot refresh icon, and for this one let's change the size to icon small. Variant we are going to keep this one as let's do ghost. This is not needed. These will be, so I'm going to change this one to action button. Let's do refresh button. Disable also will be busy, and then this will be handle calendar refresh. Also I made one mistake, so let's keep this one capital only. Okay, so I think this is done. So now copy this, and we are also going to create one more here. So we'll do function, and this will be handle calendar refresh. So now it's time to implement, right? So first of all we need to on page load, right? So first we need to load the connection. So for this one what you're going to do, right, it's very simple. You just take a use effect, and then on page load, so what we will do, we'll just do load, right? So handle load calendar connection. So now we are going to create this. So we'll do const, and here I'll do this. Let's take a use callback here, so you can give some dependency. And here what you're going to do, right, okay, we have to take this one as async. And now we can take, so I'll do set loading will be true. Here we can give a dependency, so this will be my session token. This one we are going to receive. Now what I can do, simply try and catch, and here I'm simply going to do the finally and make the set loading as false again. And here for now let's log error, failed to load calendar connection. So in the try, so now I can simply just do set connection, and this will be await. So you have the fetch calendar connection. Remember you created this, and what you do was the session token here. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So now what you can do, right, so here we have the handle load calendar connection, and we can give this one as a dependency. And now let's refresh this. Now you can see that we are getting this Google Calendar. We have connect and refresh. Okay, so now it's working. So refresh this, so you're getting this. Awesome. So now what you're going to do, right, so first let's do calendar connect, right? So this is very simple. So what you can do, you'll just do set busy will be true. Same way we have to do set busy will be true in the calendar refresh also. And now I can simply take a try catch. So I'll just do a log here, and I'll do failed to connect, and here I'll just do try catch, and this will be failed to refresh. So for this one what I can do, right, so let's do await, and I'll do connect. No, what I've given the name connect calendar. So I'll do why I've given this one capital man. Wait, this will connect calendar. So here I'm simply going to do connect calendar. We have to pass the session token and copy this, and here we are going to do refresh calendar. But what you have to do right here, once you refresh, you also need to call that handle load calendar connection. Means again we need to load it to see if this is actually done or not. Okay, so now, and okay, one more thing we have to do in the finally, we're going to make the set busy will be false. So save this. So first let's do one thing, right? So I'm just going to log this one here, save, and then we'll see what you're getting. So you can see that you're getting the token here, right? So now let's see if this is working or not. So I'll just refresh this, go to network, and then I'm just going to do connect, and you can see that okay, you are getting that because access block this app's request is invalid. You can't sign in, the app is sending invalid. You can try it again. Okay, redirect URI mismatch. So something we are doing in the console that is wrong. So let's refresh this. Okay, we have to check here. Let's go to the overview first. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. I think we haven't given any this one, right? Okay, let me just check one thing. Go here, go to API and services, I think we haven't given any redirect keyword. I think that is the reason it's coming. Go to credentials. This is a different project. Okay, this is another project I usually use for these demo projects and everything. So let me just check here. So you're using this that sort. So very important, my bad, so I missed it. So what I have to do, right? So here we have to use this, see, in the additional settings. Okay, so this is very important, my bad, I think I missed this one. When you'll do the calendar connection, right, refresh this, and you'll see that in the additional settings you are going to get this callback. And if you notice this one, that API descope.com/words and outbound auth callback, and these callback we need to add, okay, or else it's not going to work. So now here I'll copy these, and then what I'll do, right, so just now we have created this agentic calendar app, right? So you just go to that app, whatever you have created, go to web client, and here we have to configure that callback. See, we haven't added this one, so just add this one and then save this. Okay, so let's re-verify once. So now it's added. So now we are going to just check it. So I'll do sign in, and then let's try to connect, and that's it. So now you will be getting, okay, so see what you're going to do, look this one, and then you're going to get option, if I'm not wrong. See, Google hasn't verified this app yet. You have been given access to an app that is currently being tested. You should only continue if you know this developer that invited you. Remember, we have added the test user, correct? Now we can do continue. Okay, so you can do continue. Now you can see, so this is very important. You'll see that in all the websites you usually get this, that okay, whether you wanted to give Descope to access to your calendar or not, right? So in that case we can do a continue. So we are going to give, so I'll just do continue, and now what you can do, right, you can just do refresh. That's it. So now it's actually connected. So now if I go here in the connections, I'll see status is connected, and refresh token, refresh status endpoint is also given connected. You're getting what we are doing here. So this is very important. Now you can also reconnect from here. So let's see, if I do reconnect, it will again go there. You can select this account, you can do continue, right? Again you can do continue, and then again if you do refresh, and you can see that this is now connected. Fantastic, right? So that means we have successfully connected to our Google Calendar, or whatever application you want to do. Is it can be Gmail, it can be Google Drive, it can be Slack, it can be your Jira board. So you will be able to connect the same way. The most important part actually this one, that you need to add this callback URL in the console. So now what will be the next step, right? So first let's do one thing. Let's create the basic layout. So I'm just going to create some of the JSX, okay, already with the styles, because it's going to take a lot of time, so that you can focus more on the agentic part. I think you all will also agree, right, what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to create the basic layout, and then we are going to style this calendar part, and then we'll move to the next section. All right, so now let's start with implementing the UI. Okay, so first what I'm going to do, right, let me just copy the CSS classes that I've added. Okay, so for this one we have quite a few. So let me just quickly copy this, and then we are going to paste this one in the chat panel component that we have created here. Okay, so let's close everything else, go to the top, and then I'm going to paste all of this. Okay, so let's remove all this. So we're going to start with, so let's take a div, and we need to write again a couple of CSS, which I don't like, but again we don't have any other option, we have to write it. So we'll just do this one. Let's take aside component, and here we're going to do a class name, and this will be styles.aside. Inside this, let's take a div, and here I'm simply going to take, so let's take a class name. So I'll do again styles.brand row, and inside this we'll take one more class name. Let's do a class div with class name. So I'll do styles.brand left, and here we're going to render the icon. Okay, so I'm just going to do a sparkles. For this one, let's take a class name, and this will be styles.brand icon. And for this one we'll do class name, so I'll do styles.brand icon svg. So save this, and you can see that we are getting the aside component and the right side the main content. Fantastic. So this is the first thing. So after this, let's take a div, and we'll do a class name of, so here I'm just going to do a styles dot brand text, and let's do some simply going to do meet agent. Okay, and here let's do a class name, and this will be the brand title. So I'll do styles dot brand title. Save this, and you can see that we are getting this. Okay, so that's it. So now what are you going to do, right? So let's close this part, brand row. This is done. Next one, so let's render our new chat button. So I'm just going to take a div. So I'll do a class name, and here I'll do a styles dot top accents. Inside this I'm just going to take a button, and here I'm simply going to do a message square plus, and here let's give a class name, and I'll do styles dot new chat icon, and inside this we are going to do new chat. So here I'll do a button, so it should be variant. So let's do outline. So here I'm just going to give a class name, so I'll do styles dot new chat button. I think this is done, so let's save this first. Let's see. So you can see that we're getting new chat. Okay, so this is done. So next step will be, now we are going to render our connections. So after this button we are going to render the connections, and you can see that we're getting Google Calendar, reconnect or refresh. Okay, so this is done. So now what we're going to do later, if we need, right, we are going to change the theme also. Okay, so we'll see that if this is looking fine, or else we are going to change something, but for now this is okay. So after these, right, so here I'm just going to take a separator component, and I'll do a class name, so I'll do styles dot separator. Okay, so now what we have to do here, so we have to now render all the chats, correct, because we are going to render all the threads. So here let's take one more div, give a class name, and here I'll do styles dot chat section. Inside this we're going to render p, and let's do here chats, and here I'm just going to do a class name, and this will be so we're going to give this one a styles dot chat title. Okay, so now I think this is done. What else we are going to do? We also need to take a couple of state here, or else this will be a little tricky to implement, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to the top, and here we are going to take quite a few state. So let's start with the first one. Okay, so first one, what we need one for let's take thread ID, and one will be set thread ID, and this will be use state. And here how we are going to do it, right? So we are going to use crypto, and I'm just going to do a random UUID. After this we also need our messages, where we are going to store our messages. So I'm just going to do messages set messages, and this will be use state. And for this one, let me just copy a couple of things that we need. So here I'll go, and then I'll just copy this, and then we'll just paste it here. So what actually we are having here. So now let me remove this. So in the message you are going to have an ID, the role will be user, assistant or system, and this will be the content. Then I'll have some welcome message and some of the suggestions that we are going to render on the right side. So now here what I will do, so we're going to take this one as message, which will be array. By default, let's take this one as, so we have the welcome message, right? So welcome message, okay, I think we haven't created. Let's do one thing. Let's create a function, and I'm simply going to do a welcome message, and here this is going to return a message. So what I'm going to do, I'll return an ID. So ID will be, let's say, welcome. So role, I'm going to do this one as assistant, and content will be this welcome, this one. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, and this one we can directly use here. So this will be welcome message, and just call it. So after this we are also going to take our threads, and this will be set threads, and this will be use state of, so we have the thread summary. I think we haven't created, is it? So let me just create one more here. So what are you going to do, right? So let's go to the leave, and here maybe we can take one agent.ts file, And here what I'm going to do, right, so let's create a type, and this will be export type, and I'll do agent, no, not agent, this will be thread summary. And for this one we'll take ID, which will be string. We're also going to take a title, which also will be a string, and let's take a updated at, which will be string. Okay, so copy this, and then this one we're going to use it here. So this is the first thing we are going to do. Now what this will be another array, because we are going to have multiple threads, and this will be empty, initial value will be empty array. Then we are going to have our prompt. Let's do set prompt, and this will be use state of empty. And the reason is very simple why we are doing the UI first, because we want to check, right? So first we are going to have the text box, and then we are going to send, and then we are going to implement the backend. Or else we can do backend also, but what will happen, right? It will be little out of context for all of you. So that is the reason we are doing the front end first. So we're going to have the prompt. Then let's take one for, let's say, when this will be in the running state. So I'm just going to do running or loading state, whatever you wanted to take, and this will be use state of false. Okay. What else we are going to take? I think this is fine. If we needed, we are going to also take more. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so let's do one thing. Now let's go to this part, and then we are going to render a couple of things. Okay, the first thing what you're going to do, right, so after these where we are rendering, so let's take one more here. What we can do, I think we have taken the chat section. Okay, after this we have to take, so here I'm just going to take a scroll area that we have already installed. Okay, so this is the first thing. So here let's give a class name, and I'm simply going to do styles dot chats scroll. Inside this, what I'll do, I'll simply check if the threads dot length, if this is equal to 0. So in that case I will render a p, and then let's give a class name. So I'll do styles dot empty. Let's take this one as chats empty. Okay, chat empty, I think we have this one. Okay, and here we are going to just copy this, or else we'll take one more div. Here I'll take a class name, and let's take this one as styles dot thread list. Okay, and this is where we are going to render all the threads, but for now let's save it. So we are going to see that no chats yet, start one, and it will show off here. Okay, so that's it. We are not going to do anything for now. Okay, we're going to keep a placeholder, and we are going to add it later. Also, I think let's do one thing. It's very important. I think we missed one important point in the connection panel. I think I remember I've given the placeholder, and that one we need to add here. Okay, so we need to add one label here. So to do this one, what I'm going to do, right, so let's take a simple function. Okay, so I'll do a function, and let's give this one a status label, something like this, and this will take the status, and this will be connection info of. So I'm going to take status, and here what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to check that if the status is equal to connected. So in that case I'm just going to return connected. If status is equal to pending, so I'm going to return here pending, or else I'm just going to return not connected. You're getting? And this one we can simply render here. So let's go here, and okay, after this, so we have connection dot label, correct? Here what I'm going to do, I'll take a p, and I'll just do status label of connection dot status, and here we can take some class name. So I'll do a class name. So what we can do simply, so I'll take the cn of, so I'll do styles dot status, and here I'm simply going to do if the connected. So in that case I'll do styles dot status connected, or else styles dot status disconnected. So if I now save this, right, so you can see that we are getting connected here, right, this part. So now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be we need to actually render a couple of more things in this chat panel, because we need the text box and everything for now, right? What we are going to do, right, so after this scroll area here, after this div, okay, so this is the chat section, right, so I'm going to close this so that it will be clear. You can also, if you want, right, you can also take a separator also here. Okay, so let's say if I just give a class name, and I'm simply going to do styles dot separator, and here what I'm going to do, so I'll just take a div, and this is where we're going to render the footer. and let's give a class name. So I'll do styles.footer, and you can see that below we are getting logout and this. So let's say if I just refresh this, we're getting this, and let's say if I log out, it will be logout. So let's log in. Okay, so you're getting this. Fantastic. So this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, let's go here, let's close this aside, and here we are going to take our section. Now this will be our main section, so I'm just going to do styles.main, and this is where we are going to take a header first. So let's give a class name. So I'll do styles.header. Also, one very important point, I think some of you are already watching this video, right? You can also give me feedback that if you guys want to write all of this line by line, or I can simply write the JSX already, or this will be pre-written, and then we can only work on the functionality mode so that I can deep dive into more advanced features. Okay, this is very important, so give me the feedback as much as possible. Okay, that way you don't need that much JSX and styling, you need more advanced features. So what will happen, let's say I'm creating a 6 hours video, 10 hours video, I can focus almost 7 hours, note it, 7 hours on the backend and AI, all these features, and then only 2 to 3 hours we can just do the front end integration. Okay, but the UI will be already built. So give me that feedback also. So this will be header. Now if you can see, right, how much time it is taking, and doesn't make that much sense, to be honest, because if you are creating a little intermediate level of project, spending too much time on this CSS and this one, right, I genuinely believe this is like loss of time. Okay, so here I'm just going to do header text, and let's give a p, and let's do assistant. Okay, and here I'm just going to give a class name, and this will be styles.header title. So save this. Okay, refresh this. So you're getting assistant here. Fantastic. You can also give a subtitle, something like maybe let's say schedule, reschedule, comma, and brief your day. And here you can just give a class name. So this will be styles.header subtitle. So now what will be the next step? So I think that's all about this header. Okay, don't have to do anything else. Close this header. So after this we are going to take a div. So here I'll take a class name, and this will be styles.chat column, and here we are going to again take a scroll area. Okay, and this will be where we are going to write our messages. So I'll do styles.message scroll, and inside this we are going to take a div. Let's take a class name, and this will be styles.message inner. And here first of all let's do one thing, we also need to do one logic, right? So whenever we are going to have no messages, so that means this will be empty. So in that case we are going to render something, correct? So to do this one, what I'll do, so I'll do so empty, something like this, or so empty message, whatever you wanted to give. Let's take so empty only. So when this will be empty, if the messages that we have, if this length if equal to 1, or else if messages of 0.id, this is welcome, right, means it is a welcome message. So in that case we are going to do what, we are going to show an empty message. And also very important, we also need to check what I'm doing, and that this running is false, means it's not running now. So in that case we're going to render this so empty. You're getting what you've done. So now what you can do, right, so let's go here. So then simply do, okay, if this is so empty, so in that case I will take a div, and here we are going to take a class name. So simply going to do styles.empty state, and inside this we are going to take a div. So let's take a class name. So here I'm just going to do styles.empty icon, and this is where we're also going to use the same icon, and let's give class name, and this will be styles.empty icon svg. Okay, or else we are going to just render our messages list, correct? So now what I can do, right, that is empty. Okay, this is where we have to do, right? Let me just check. So here we are going to take another div and close this for now. Okay, so after this what we're going to do, we also going to render our predefined messages, right? Predefined messages in the sense these messages, the suggestions. So what I can do, so after this we are going to give enter and let's give h2 and we are simply going to do meeting assistant. So here we are going to give a class name, and now let's do one thing. So I'm simply going to do styles dot welcome. No, let's do styles dot empty title. Save this. So you can see that we are getting this. So now after this we are going to take a p, and this is where I'm going to render the welcome message, and here I will take a class name and this will be styles dot empty copy. So getting this one. So I think this is done. So now what are we going to do, right? So let's do one thing. Let's take a div and I will take a class name. So this will be styles dot suggestion, and then we are going to just log all the suggestions that we have. So we'll do suggestions dot map current suggestion item, and here what we can do, just render a button, simple button we can render, and this is where I'm just going to render the current suggestion item. So this key will be current suggestion item. After this you're going to take a type which will be button. We are also going to take a variant, this will be outline. We are also going to take a size which will be small. Let's take a class name and this will be styles dot suggestion button. Okay, also we are going to do disable. So what I'm going to do, right? So let's do one thing. Let's take this running only, that if this is running, so we are going to make this one disabled, and on click we are going to do later. Okay, so now let's save this, and you can see that what we're getting what's on today, find a free slot tomorrow morning, create a 30-minute sync with Meet. Okay, so this is done. Now what we have to do, right? You see that the text and everything, this is looking very small. We are going to change the coloring and everything, that we are going to do later. But before doing that, also we are going to render couple of more things, right? Because we also need the text box, or else we'll not be able to implement our backend also. So before doing that one, what we are going to do now next, so let's give a placeholder here. So this is where you are going to render messages. Okay, I'll give a placeholder now. So after this scroll area, here what I'm going to do, so I'll just take a div and here I'll do a class name. So this will be styles dot composer wrap, and inside this you're going to take a form, and here I'll take a class name and this will be styles dot composer form, and inside this you're going to take a text area. Okay, so now let's take the value. So what will be the value? Value will be the prompt, the current prompt. Let's take a on change, and this will be event, and this will be set prompt will be event dot target dot value. Also we can take a on key down. For now let's take a rows equal to 1, disable, now rows will be 1 and disable will be, if this is running, this will be disabled. Let's give a placeholder, ask about your, now let's do ask about your calendar, and also let's give a class name and this will be styles dot composer input. So save this and you can see that you are getting this. Fantastic. So now what we can do, right, we are going to take a button. So I'm just going to do a button, and inside this we are simply going to render. So I can simply do if this is running currently. So in that case I'm just going to load a loader cycle component, sorry, not component, icon, and here I'm going to give a class name which will be styles dot send icon spin. If this is not the case, so in that case we're going to do an arrow up, and I'll do a class name and this will be styles dot send icon. So for this button let's take, so type will be what, submit, because we are inside form. Size will be icon, disable. So when this will be disabled, if the prompt is empty, so I'll do prompt.trim if this is false, or if this is running. And then class name we are also going to take, so let's do styles.send button. Also let's take area level for this one, so I'm just going to take send message or whatever you wanted to take. Save this, and you can see that we are getting this, right? So if I type here something, see enabled, or if this is disabled. Fantastic. So now the basic structure is completed, although we need to do quite a few things here. But before we are going to do this one, let's do one thing, right? So first we are going to actually handle all these methods here. What I mean by all these methods, here we have to, for example, we have this on click of this button, we need to have an event, correct, when we are going to send the messages. So all these local handlers we are going to create. How it will help, because when we are going to send, right, we are going to implement the backend, and then we can easily integrate and we can test it if this is working or not. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next part. All right, so now let's start working on the handlers, and also we need to start working on the backend logic. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, so I just created some font, not created means I just so let's use these fonts, right? So we are going to change a couple of things. So let's copy this part from here and then go to your app and layout.tsx, and then just replace this part. Okay, and then paste it, and this one you're going to import from next font Google. Same for this one also. Let's remove this. Okay, and also we are going to copy this, and this one we are going to use in our body, so this will be the class. And now we are going to just change this one here. Okay, so in the HTML tag, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to use cn, and here we are going to use sans dot variable comma sans dot, sorry, not sans, so you're going to use heading dot variable. Okay, so let's save this, and you can see that now the styling and everything changed, right? Okay, so this is the first thing I wanted to do. So now let's go to the chat panel, and we are going to do a couple of things. Okay, the first thing what we are going to do, right, let's start with the first method that we are going to create, and that will be, so we have this start new, where is that, new chat, this one, right? So let's do this one. So I'm just going to do new chat, and in this button I'm just going to take a one click. Okay, so I'll just do this one as start new chat. So copy this, and then we are just going to create this. So let's go to the top. So maybe after this we can do it. So I'll do function, so I'll do start new chat, and here I'm simply going to do if this is running, right? So in that case we are going to return, and then I'm simply going to do set thread ID. So I'm going to set a new thread ID, so I'll just take crypto.random UUID. Set messages we are going to set to our welcome message, and also we are going to make the set prompt, this will become empty. And also I think this will be fine, right? So let's save this. So this is the first thing we wanted to do. Now, okay, so here a couple of things we need to do, right? The first will be like we will be having the resume functionality that we are going to do later. But once you're going to type something, let's say I'm typing something, we need to send this one, correct? This message. So this will be your send feature that we are going to do. But before you're going to do that, let's start working on the backend first. Okay, the reason is now we are going to do backend first. Okay, and this will be much more easier for you to understand. And I already mentioned that for agent we are going to use Mastra. So for this one I think we are going to go to our documentation. Let's go to the docs, right? So let's do quick start, and we are going to use this one. And couple of more things you need to know, and that is that remember in the Google Cloud Console we've actually enabled the Google Calendar API, because we are going to use Google official package to create our event, to update our event, or to delete our event. Okay, so quite a few things we need to do. So let's start with the backend routes first. So what I mean by routes, so first let's go to the backend and you'll understand what I'm talking about. So we'll go to backend and let's go to routes, and here you're going to create agent.routes.ts. So now it will be like complete backend work we are going to do. So a couple of things we need to do here. So how many routes we need? So one will be to get the threads that we are going to render in the UI on the left side. One will be to, once we click a thread, we are going to render the details, right? And one will be when you are going to do and write something and we are going to send here, right? For now, it's not going to happen, so we're going to implement. So mainly these three things we need. First thing, let's do one thing. So let's import something from Express, and this will be router. So now here what we're going to do, right? So let's do export const, and I'll do agent routes, and this will be your router. Now here I'm simply going to create a chat schema. So also let's import from Zod. Okay, so I'm simply going to do here z.object. So this will be having a message which will be z.string, and let's stream this one. I'll do a min of 1, and let's give a max of maybe 5000. Then also we're going to have a thread ID, right? So I think we have already taken this one in the front end side. So we'll do z.string.uuid. Okay, so now we can also use direct z.uuid. So this is done. So now what we're going to do, right? So first of all, let's start with the first one. So I'll do agent, we have to give comma. So I'll do agent routes dot, so this will be get. So we're going to get the list of threads, correct? And for this one also you need the require session, and here now I'm simply going to do async. So we're going to have request response. So first let's do const, and we are going to do threads, and this will be await, and I'll do list user threads. Okay, and we are going to have, so for this one, for now let's remove this, and at the end we are going to return res.json, and we are going to return the threads here. Okay, also we're going to wrap this one inside try, and let's take a catch. So I'll do error, and this will be, let's take a message. So this will be if error is instance of error. So this will be our error dot message, or I'll just do failed to list threads. Okay, then we're simply going to return a 500 error. So I'll do res.status of 500.json, and you can simply return the error here. Okay, so first what we have to do, right? We are going to create a agent service file, and in this file we need to do a couple of things. Okay, now you need to understand that how we are going to get the threads, how we are going to send it, quite a few things we need to do here. Before we are going to do list user threads, let's start with what will happen when you are going to chat, right? Something, how it's going to create the calendar event. That is the main thing, right? First we're going to create the event, then only you're going to see that okay, whether actually your agent able to read your calendar events and give you the list, then we are going to manage the threads. So this will come later. Okay, so I'm just created this one for your reference. So now what are you going to do, right? So let's go to our agent routes only, and then next will be, so another one will be thread ID, right? So let me just copy this, and let's keep all the placeholder. So one will be threads slash, and this will be thread ID. Okay, and here what you're going to do, so this also need require session. So first let's do one thing. I'm simply going to do a const, let's do parsed, something like this, and here I'm just going to do, so let's create one more, let's create a thread ID schema. So I'm just going to do const, and I'll do thread ID schema, and this will be z.string, and here we are going to, okay, I think we can direct to UID. So this will be thread ID, and I'm simply going to do a safe parse, and here we are going to do what? So how we are going to get the thread ID? So we're going to get from request.params.thread ID, right? Why? Because this is what we are taking here. So this will give you the ID, and this ID now we are going to pass to a function. So now we can simply just give a small check that okay, if this parsed is not present, so in that case what we will do, not parsed, I'm doing wrong, I think this is going to give you the success. If this is not successful, then we're going to return a res.status of 500, not 500, I think this will be 400.json, and let's give this one as error, and let's do invalid thread ID. Okay, and what you have to do, you have to return always. So once you do that, now we are going to get our messages. So here I'm simply going to do messages, and this will be, so let's do get thread messages, and then we are going to pass our user ID and whatever blah blah things that we are going to see, and at the end we are going to return the thread ID back. So I'm just going to do a thread ID which will be parsed dot data, and here I'm going to pass the messages. Okay, now these two we are going to definitely create in our service file, but now the first thing is that how we are going to create the chat, right? So for this one we are going to do a couple of things. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do agent routes, and here we are going to do a post, and let's do a chat. Okay, and here I'm also going to do requests, and I think for this one let's do one thing. Let's use this one on the top only. Instead of using multiple times, you can just use it here. So I'll do agent routes dot use, and then you can just remove all of this. Okay, so we'll have async. So we'll do request response. Okay, the first thing what you have to do here, what actually you're going to get, that is the first thing. You're going to get the body, right? So whatever I'm going to type, that response you're going to receive. So here, so I'll do const parsed, and this will be, so we are going to have the chat schema dot save parse, and you're going to get the request dot body, and this is where you're going to get all the information. And I'll just give a small check that if this is not successful, we're going to return error, and I'll do invalid chat body. Now what you're going to do, right, the first of all I'm simply going to set the status as 200, and here we are going to do a res dot set header. So I'm simply going to do a content type, and this will be, so you're going to do a stream. So here, okay, we have to give comma, so I'm just going to do text slash event stream, and here we are also going to give a cache control. So I'll do res dot set header. If you're not sure all of this, I already have a complete dedicated Node.js video. I think it's almost 17 to 18 hours long. You can see each and everything that I've explained all of this in that video. So you're going to give a simple cache control, and for now I'm just going to do a no cache, and no cache comma no transform, and then here we are going to give one more. So I'll do set res dot set header, and I'll just do a connection, and this will be, so I'll do keep alive. So now what you're going to do, right, once you add all of these, you're going to flush all of the headers, and then we are going to write the data. So how we are going to write the data? See, remember we are going to create an event. Why? Because we are going to implement a streaming, right? So whenever we are going to, let's say, enter something on the chat, we are going to see what will happen, right? Let me explain in a simpler way. See, whenever you'll go to any like ChatGPT or Google Gemini, you'll see that whenever you're going to type something, it will show like thinking or researching or something like that. You're getting what I'm talking about. So same thing we are going to do here. Okay, so here whenever we are going to enter, we are going to show some messages. Okay, checking my calendar, getting my list, and then we are going to render the details. You are getting what I'm talking about. So this is actually what we are doing here. So once we'll do that, now what you're going to do, I'm simply going to do const, let's do a write, and here this will be, I'm just going to take this one as event. The type will be record of string comma unknown, and here we are going to do response dot write, and here we are going to give the data, and this will be json dot stringify, and we are going to give, we are going to give the event, and here we are going to pass this. Okay, so now we are going to do a try catch. Okay, and finally we are going to do res dot end. So in the try we are going to now do a await, and now we are going to create a method that will be called stream agent reply. So you're going to implement a streaming here. Now we need to pass a couple of things, but what will happen when there is any error? So again, what you can do, right, you can just use this. So I'll just do const message, so this will be this, and then you can simply just do write here, and now what I can do, right, I can just pass a type. So this will be error, and here I'm going to pass the message. Okay, So now what we're going to do, right, these methods now we are going to create, and these we are going to create our agent service file. So here quite a few things we need to do. First, how we are going to create the chunk. Okay, so remember we are creating a streaming, right? So we are going to have a chunk, and for each and every chunk we are going to check a type, and based on that type we are going to pass the event. So it's like a two-way, right? So how it will work, so you are going to send an event, and on the other side it's going to consume the event, and based on that we are going to do something, right? So let's say I'm just typing something here, and then I'll hit enter. So it's in progress, so you're going to show some progress here, or we are going to show some message here, something like that. So we need to send an event, and that event we are going to consume in the front end side. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now we have to do quite a few things. Okay, this is where we are actually going to implement our agent logic, and also we are going to implement streaming also. So you will also understand that how you can properly implement streaming. Before that we actually need API keys. Now for this one, what I will suggest, right, if you don't have the API balance for OpenAI, what you can do, right, you can also use Google Gemini. I think that is absolutely fine. And also I'll actually suggest to use Google Gemini, because if I'm not wrong, they will give you some free quota that you can use, but I think you have to be careful. Okay, so what you have to do, just create a API key from here and then just add it in your env, or else, because I already have balance here, what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to use the API key from OpenAI, but again I'm repeating, you absolutely can use Google Gemini also. And that I think the first priority will be that you should try, or you should go with Google Gemini. If you already have the API key, then you can go for OpenAI. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so we'll go to API keys, and then you can see that I have quite a few. So I'm just going to create a new secret key, and then I'll just go to my backend, and then let's go to env, and then I'm just going to add here. Okay, so I'm just going to do OpenAI API key, and let's add one more, and I'll do Google Gemini API key. So whatever you're using, you can just replace it here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just create it, paste it here, and then we'll start from the next part, which will be the actual implementation. All right, so now let's start with the implementation. So what we are going to do first, as I mentioned that we are going to use Mastra. So for this one, let's first install a couple of things, right? So let's start with manual install, and then what we are going to do, right, we need to install this. I think we have the Mastra package, right, that we are going to use. Let me just quickly check, because there are quite a few packages. So I think we need to use the memory, and also, okay, let's go to the docs first, and let's go to memory. So okay, we need this one. So a Mastra/memory at the latest. And also for agents, I think we have to use this Mastra core agent. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So now let's do one thing, let's open the backend. So go to the backend folder, and remember one more thing, I'm going to repeat this one again and again, that this one, whatever I'm doing the recording, right, you can see that this is I'm doing live. Okay, so most of the logic that I'll be writing live, what I'll suggest, and this is highly recommended, pause the video, go to the official documentation, and try to understand by yourself also at the same time. Okay, so what will happen, right, instead of going to AI tool and then explain, first try to learn and then implement. Okay, so this is what I will suggest. It's up to you. You can also use some AI tools also that, okay, explain me this code, but I will suggest that read the documentation and then also come here, resume the video and implement it, and you'll see that you will see a very clear difference in learning process. So here what I'm going to do, I'll do npm install, and let's do Mastra/core, and also we need at the rate Mastra/memory, because we are also going to implement memory, correct? So let's install these two. Okay, so now let's see once quickly. I'll just verify once. Save the code and memory both. Awesome. So now this part, right, this one we have done in the previous section, right? And I'm pretty much sure that some of you actually have query or doubt that what actually you're doing here. The reason why I haven't explained in the previous section, you will understand in a minute. First we're going to implement the services, and then we'll come back here and I'm going to explain each and every line, and you'll see that how much easier for you to understand the whole process. So let's start with first the service, because quite a few things we need to do here. Okay, so first let's do agent.service.ts. So this is the first thing we are going to create. We also need tools. Okay, so tools are basically, so if I try to explain in a simpler way, let's take MCP as example. You don't need to know what actually MCPs are, so let's say MCP will have a tools. What tools is going to do, right? Tools actually help you to do something. Let's say you have an external system, so tools are going to help you to connect with external system. Tools are going to help you to call an API. Okay, you are getting, let's say you have a search tool and you are asking a query that, okay, give me top 10 best movies of 2025. In that case, your agent doesn't know, right, what are the top 10 movies. So that means in that case you need a tool so that your agent can do a web search, and once it will do web search from various websites, it's going to check the data, and based on that it's going to give you the result. So this tool, right, so it's going to sit in middle, and then agent is going to use that tool to do some work. It can be anything. Let's say I'll give you another simple example. So maybe let's say you have an agent or you have a MCP. MCP is going to have a tools, right? MCP has 3 capabilities. It will have tools, resources, and prompts. I'm not going to those details now. So tools are going to, let's say you have a GraphQL layer, something like that. Tools is going to call your GraphQL layer to get some data from your Elasticsearch. Maybe let's say you're using some Elasticsearch. You're getting this flow. So this is where tools are very important, and in this case also we are using what? Google Calendar. So there we actually need tools so that we will be able to create our event, we'll be able to update our event, so all of this. So this is the main reason we need this tools file. Okay, so I'm just going to do agent.tools service.ts. Also we need our calendar service. This is where we are going to write all our calendar related utilities. So I'm just going to do calendar service .ts. We also need the token. Whenever we are going to create any calendar event, we need to see if the token are correct or not. So all these things we are going to see. You'll understand all this on later. In the config, we need to add very important. So this will be our agent instruction. Okay, so this is just nothing but it's going to tell your event that what actually we are trying to do. Now if I ask you that what we are trying to do, we are trying to create an event in our calendar. We are trying to read all the upcoming events. We are trying to update any existing event. We are trying to send an email to a recipient. So all these things. So all this will be going to this agent instruction. Now here again we have some more concepts. For example, you have something called system message. You have a user message. System message is nothing but the instruction that you are giving to the system. So it's not similar to this agent instruction. So every time agent is going to do something, it's going to read this instruction. And one very key point and one trick I'm going to explain to all of you, the more refined your instruction file will be, the better result you are going to get. You're getting what I'm talking about. Let's say one person is writing only one line of instruction here, other person is writing each and everything in details. It's a 200 lines of instruction. So every time it's going to give you the result. You see the huge difference between those two, right? Now definitely that can differ, but I'm just giving some generalized idea. So this instruction file has to be proper. Third thing what we need, we also need a memory configuration that we are going to do. Okay, and this we need for our Mastra memory that we are going to create. So first let's go here and I'll go back. Let's go to memory. So let's start with that how the memory it will work. So what you have to do, right? So you're going to use this memory from memory, and then we are going to use, so you have to give an ID, you have to give a name, and then you can give some options here. And if I go to the memory class, and we'll see these all the options that we can give. Okay, so let's start with this one first. So I'm just going to import first something from, so we're going to use Mastra, and I'm just going to use slash. I think we also need to install this package, right? Let's go back. We need these also. Okay, we can't copy. Okay, we have to copy from. Let's copy this. Okay, and let's install this also here. So this is done. So now let's import this one. So I'll do leave SQL. So what we need the SQL store. So I'll do leave SQL store, and now we are also going to import the memory. So here I'm going to do from, and this will be master memory, and we need the memory class here. Okay, the first of all what you're going to do, right? So let's do one thing. I'll do a db path, and here I'm just going to do a resolve, and resolve we need to import from node path. Let's give, so let's say how it's using. Okay, so you have to do new this one, and then you have to give ID, and this will be the memory. Okay, now here you can give the URL. So what you're going to do, right? We're going to give some local URL for now. So let's do one thing. So let's take a process and the current working directory, and then we'll go to and let's give this one as, we have to give comma, and let's do mastra.db. okay, and now I'm simply going to do export const. So I'll do memory store. So this will be new leave SQL store, and here I'm just going to give ID, and this will be, let's give this one as memory assistant. Let's do meeting assistant memory, and also I'm just going to give a URL, and this will be, so I'll do file colon and just give this db path. That's it. So now what you're going to do, you have to create the memory of the agent, and to do this, let's see how it's creating. So we have to use new agent. Now I need the memory here. Okay, let me just check. Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's see the history. Let's search for memory. This is what I need. So you have new memory, and then you have to pass the options here. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, so I'll do export function, and I'll do create agent memory, and here we are going to return new memory. First of all, you have to give a storage, and here what you are going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do memory store, this one. Then we are also going to give a options here. Now in the options, what you have to do, right, let me quickly check the options once. Let's see, I need that link. Just now we have checked, right? Okay, this is what I need. So now if I go here, right, so first of all storage we have given. In the options we have last messages, right? So this will be number of most recent messages to include in the context. So here I'm just going to give, let's do this one as last messages, let's do 20. Also you have the working memory, right? So configuration for working memory features can be enabled, true, template, all these things. So here I'm just going to do working memory, so let's do enabled, this will be true. And also we can give, if I'm not wrong, we can give scope here. Okay, so scope I'm going to give, and this will be, let's do resource, and here I'm just going to give a template. Okay, so you can pass a template also here. So template, now template is important, so I'm going to give the how it will look like. So I'll do, let's say I'll give meeting preferences. Okay, and then let's give, so something like, I'm just going to give here time zone. Then I'll go do here default meeting length. So here I'm just going to do, let's say, minutes. Then we'll do preferred, I think spelling is wrong, meeting hours. Then also you're going to have the invites, so I'll do usual invites, and also I'm just going to do notes. Okay, so this is what you're going to do, and I think this is fine. So save this. So created our memory store, created our actual memory instance, pass the storage, pass all the options. You can also read the other options, that are quite a few, you can pass here. So this is the extended uses, right? So the storage and everything, all the messages and everything, whatever. So now this is the first thing we have to do. Now let's go to the agent instruction, right? These I already created, we're not going to write, and let me just quickly show you that what I've written. So for this one, just we'll do export function, and I'll do get agent instructions, and here we are going to do return and then paste it. So now if I save here, right, so you can see that what you're telling, that you are a SERP meeting assistant with Google Calendar and master working memory, right? This is the memory we are doing. We are using thread history, how you're going to create all the things, right? This is nothing but the rules. So you have create needs title and plus start. Invite emails, we have attended emails. Google Meet is on by default unless the user says no. What's on today, this is very important. So you're going to, when you're going to implement the streaming, you'll see that this is what you're going to show. We are going to show this method that, okay, this is now searching or doing something, reschedule or cancel with event IDs from a prior list, right? All these things. How to answer, what's on, details, summaries, and each and every details we have added here. Okay, and this is the current time also we are going to add it. Okay, so this will be the agent instruction and this will be the memory. So these two are very important because until unless you have this, you can't start the agent services. Okay, and also the tools. So with this, now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we'll start with the agent service and then we'll go back to this routes file and then we'll understand each and every line that what actually we are doing here. Okay, so there are quite a few things you have to do. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be, before we'll implement this, so first we need to implement our calendar service. Why? Because we need to create calendar event we are going to update or delete, right? For this one, I'll highly suggest you go through the official documentation, and this is the v3 of documentation or version 3 of calendar API. So what you have to do, right, go to this link developers.google.com/workspace calendar/API/version 3, and here you'll see that you're going to get these events. Okay, and this is where you'll be getting delete, get, insert, list, move, patch, whatever you're going to do. And if you go to insert, right, so there are quite a few things you are going to get. For example, you can directly call this endpoint also, right? You can directly do API call and all these property you're going to pass. But for this one, what are you going to do, right? We are going to use our Google APIs. So let's do one thing. First thing, let's clear this, and I'm simply going to do npm install Google, and you have to do Google APIs. Okay, so let's install this, and this is going to have all the information and all the things that we need. The first thing, we have to go where? We have to go to calendar service, and then first let's do one thing. Let's import something from, and I'm going to do Google APIs. Okay, now here also we need one more thing from, so I'll do node crypto. So first I need a random UUID, and also I need Google from this. So let's start with this one. So first thing, what do you have to do? Very, very important. First we need to create an authenticated Google API client or calendar API client, right? Why? Because we need the access token, right? And how we are going to get it? Remember, when you are logging, right, let's see if I'm refreshing, this is actually now connected. So that means I already have this information. How I'm going to get it? From this Google, I'm going to get, there is a method, and that method you are going to use to get the token. Okay, and how you're going to get the token, so that you're going to see in a minute. Okay, for now just notice each and every line and write it, and then we are going to combine all the pieces together. So first let's create a calendar client first. I'm just going to do calendar client, and what this is going to receive, right, it's going to receive our access token. Okay, that we are going to pass as the input here, and here I'm simply going to do const auth. So here we'll do have it, so we'll do google.auth dot, and you're going to have your auth2. Okay, what this is going to do, this is going to create a Google auth2 client instance. Why I'm doing ever, this will be new. Okay, so this will be new client instance. And now what you can do, right, you can set credentials here. So do set credentials, and what you have to pass, you have to pass the access token. Okay, so if you do here, your access token, refresh token, all these scope, ID token, but we need what? We need the access token, and this access token will be the token that we are going to receive. And then I'm simply going to return, so I'll do google.calendar, right? You're going to get a lot of things. Okay, it's like huge, all the APIs and everything will be able to access, but we need to only work with calendar API, right? And here we need to pass a version. We are using version 3, so it's already coming, and we are going to return the auth here. Now this calendar client is what? It's actually authenticated. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what you're going to do, right, so this is the first step, that we are going to create an authenticated Google Calendar API client from our auth access token. Next thing, what you're going to do, right, you're going to return an authenticated Google Calendar client for one application user. Okay, how you're going to do that? So for this one, first of all, let's do one thing. Okay, this is very important. So let's start with creating the first method, and that will be how we are going to list our upcoming meetings. Okay, let's say I'm just typing here that, okay, give me what, or let's take this one only, what's on today. Means now this particular agent needs to go through your calendar and it's going to list all of this, right? So how we are going to do that? For this one, first of all, I'm just going to do export async, and this will be function, and let's do list upcoming meetings. Okay, and here we are going to take input, and what we are going to receive, we are going to get the auth user ID, which will be string. We're going to have the max result, how many we want. So let's take this one as number, and also I'm just going to do today only, and this will be boolean. So first here what you're going to do, so you're going to create one authenticated calendar API client for this particular user. Okay, so for this one I'm just going to do const calendar, and this will be avid, and here we're going to create calendar for this user. So for this user you can give, or I'm just going to give calendar for user. We have to create this, and this will be this input.auth user ID. Okay, and this is the method I was talking about. So how we are going to create it, so now I'll go here and I'll do async function calendar for user. It's going to receive the auth user ID, which will be string, and first of all I'm going to get the access token. So I'll do access token, and this will be, we can use this, where is that, so I'll do avid. So let's do, okay, so this is where we are going to create this token service. Okay, so first let's go to this file, and then what you're going to do, right, we're going to create one function here. So I'm just going to do export async function, and let's do get calendar access token. So here I need the auth user ID, so this will be string. So first I'm just going to do if not equal to calendar connection ID, or if not equal to process.env dot, so you have the Descope Management Key, right? If you go here, right, so you have the Descope Management Key. So if this is not present, so I'm just going to throw new error of that connection is not configured, because you are actually connected via Descope to your Google Calendar. And now I'm simply going to do const response, and this will be avid. So I have a Descope client dot management dot application dot fetch token. So you're going to fetch the token. Here you're going to pass the ID, so your calendar connection ID, and you have to pass the user. So this is going to give the response based on this user ID. It makes sense, right? And now I'm going to get the access token here. So this will be, so if response dot okay and if response dot data, if this is true, so in that case now I'm simply going to take response dot data as, so let's give a type. So this will be access token, and this will be string, and then I'm simply going to do dot access token. Okay, or else this will be undefined. Then let's give one more check, that if not equal to access token, so let's return a new error here, that calendar access token is not present. Access token is not present, please check or reconnect, and then we are going to return this access token. Okay, so it's simply getting the token via Descope, because we are connected to our Google Calendar via Descope. Okay, and this makes sense. So now what we can do, right, so this is where we are going to call that get calendar access token and pass the auth user ID. That's it. And now what I can do, right, I can return. So now I'm going to call this calendar client. Now we are going to pass the access token here. This is going to verify, it's going to set credentials, and then Google, we are going to return this instance with the version and the auth. So now I can call this calendar client and you pass the access token here. That's it. So this is going to actually hold the information of that user that currently logged in. So this is what we are doing. So now go to list upcoming meetings. So here what are you going to do, right? So first of all, we'll get the calendar information. Let's take a time, minute, and this will be new date dot to ISO string, and let's give a time max. This can be string or undefined, it's optional, we can also give. So now let's say that when user is typing anything that they wants to get only 2 days meeting, right, only 2 days, like what's on today. So in that case what are you going to do, so I'm simply going to do if input dot today only, you're getting if this is true. So in that case I'm going to do a start, so I'll do new date, and then here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do start dot end, sorry, not end, set hours. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set local start time. How you can do that, so how this will look like, right, it will be like this. So it will be 00:00:00:00, something like that. So you can do that like this, 0000. Okay, so this is going to set the start. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do end time also. So I'll do end, and this will be new date, and now I'm just going to do end dot set hours, and this will be 23,59,59,999. Okay, so now, so this is going to create start and end, and then we are just going to do time minute min, which will be start dot to ISO string, and then I'm just going to do end, not end, I think time max, and this will be end dot to ISO string. So this is what we are going to do. So this is when only 2 days only, right? Or else what we are going to do, or else I'm simply going to do const response, and this will be equal to await. Now we can call this calendar that we have, right? This has the information and everything. So now if I do calendar dot events, and now you can do, see, we will get all this information here, right? So list, you can go to list, and you'll see that what all the things we need to pass here. So you have the calendar ID you have to pass, a time minute, and all this you can just go through each and everything. You have time minimum, time max, you can pass the max result also, right? All these things you can pass here, max result. So now what I can do, right, I can simply do a dot list, and now I can pass the calendar ID. So let's do primary, then I'm going to give a time min, time max, let's do a max result. So if we are getting input dot max result, take it, or else give 10 you're getting. Then I'm also going to pass a single events. So here we are simply telling that you are going to expand if you have recurring meetings into individual event occurrence, so this will be true. And here I'm also going to do a order by, and let's do this one as start time. That's it. So this is going to list all your event calendar that is present, and then we are simply going to return. So if the response, so it's going to return response dot data dot items. Okay, see, or else this will be empty. And here what I'm going to do, right, and I'll do dot map, and I'll do format event, something like this. So this one we are going to create. So what you can do, right, you can just go here and create this. I'll do function format event. Alright, so here what you're going to do, right, so I already created the map function, so let me just take from here, and then we'll explain what we are doing. Okay, so let's paste it, and then we are simply going to return all this information here. Is just to save some time. Okay, so first of all we are seeing that, and if you see, all these are optional properties, that if you have ID you are going to return ID, summary you are going to return in the title, you have description, return it, location, start time, and if there is any link that you are going to have, if there is any hangout link, and if there is any attendees, we are going to return that also. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So now let's call this, I think we are already calling this one here. So this will be about our list upcoming meetings. Okay, so now what will be the next will be to create. So I'll do export async function, and let's do this one as create meeting. So for this one we are also going to receive some input, and for create we are going to receive, so let me check, so let me just copy this. Okay, so I'll just paste it here, and let's see what are the things that we have. Okay, so we have the auth user ID, title, start, end time, that when you are going to end the meeting, when you are going to start the meeting, attendee emails, description, and if we wanted to add Google Meet link or not. So here now let's start with, so look const calendar, so this will be await calendar client, sorry, not calendar for user we are going to use, and here we are going to pass the input dot auth user ID. Now what I'm going to do, right, let's keep the meet option enabled by default. So in that case we are simply going to do if this input dot add Google Meet is not equal to false. Okay, so now this is what we're going to do. So that means this is simply means we are actually enable this one by default. So then what you're going to do, I'm simply going to create the response. I'll do response, so await calendar dot events dot insert, and let's go to the insert one. So we have the insert, right, so we are going to pass the calendar ID, Then we have also there is a send updates, right? Whether to send notification about creation of this event. Yes, we wanted to send. Then we have something called conference data version, this one. Then we can also pass the request body. Okay, and in the request body we need to pass quite a few things. So for example, let's say we can pass the summary, description, start time, end time, attendees, conference data, all this you can pass. So now what are we going to do, right? So let's go here. So let's start with adding all of this. So I'm just going to do calendar ID, and let's make this one as primary. Then I'm simply going to do send updates, so I'll do all. Then we are going to do conference data version, so I'll do, if this is with mate, we are going to do 1, or else we are going to do undefined. Then we are going to pass the request body. So in the body you can pass the summary. So summary will be your input dot title. Then we are going to have the description, so this will be input dot, if there is description you are going to pass this. Then we have the start time, so this will be, we are going to give a date time here, and this will be your input dot start ISO. Okay, similarly you are going to do for one end. So end, this will be date time, again this will be equal to input dot date, sorry, end ISO. So then we are also going to pass the attendees. Okay, so in the attendees, so I'll check that, okay, if input has the attendees, sorry, if input dot attendee emails are present or else empty, then you will do map. So you get the email, and this is where we're just going to pass the email here. Okay, so you can pass the email. So this will be the attendee emails. Also you can pass the conference data. So if this is with mate, so in that case, or else this will be undefined. So if this is with mate, so in that case what you can do, you can create request, and here we're going to pass a request ID, and this will be, so we're going to use this random UUID, and also you can pass a conference solution key, and here you have to give a type, and this will be, so let's give hangout meet. So this will be our response. So all these properties we are going to pass. So this is going to create the event. Okay, once this is done, then we are going to simply return. So I'm simply going to call the same, so I'll do format event. We are going to pass the response dot data, and then we are also going to pass something like that invite emails. So we are going to send the emails to those people, so we're going to do invite emails sent, and here I'm just going to do input dot attendee emails or else empty dot length if this is greater than 0. And then also I'm going to pass, let's do Google Meet added, and this will be with Meet if this is true, so that means we're adding the Google Meet. So this will be about how we are going to create a meeting. Okay, then we are going to have a cancel meeting, right? So for cancel, what we're going to do, I think we have to use the delete method. So here also you have to pass the calendar ID, you have to pass the event ID, and also let's do send updates, these three. So here I'm simply going to do again export async function, and this will be cancel meeting. So here we're going to get input, and this will be your auth user ID. So this will be string, and then we are going to do event ID. This also will be string. Now here what are we going to do, again same thing, so do calendar. So this will be await calendar for user, and pass input dot auth user ID, and now I can simply do await calendar dot events dot delete, and this is where you're going to use the calendar ID. So this will be primary. Next we are going to do event ID, so this will be your input dot event ID, and send updates I'm going to do all. So this is going to delete. Then you have to return something, so I'm just going to do return cancelled, this will be true, and let's pass the event ID, and this will be input dot event ID. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So if successful, the method returns empty response body, so we are just returning all of this. So next we also have the reschedule. Reschedule means I think we have to do patch. So here we're going to pass the calendar ID, event ID definitely we need, send updates, and request body we have to pass here, because body we are going to pass the start time and the end time. So here I'm simply going to do export async function, and this will be reschedule meeting. So this will be input. So what are the things we need here? So we need the auth user ID. Let me just copy from here. These 4 things we need: auth user ID, event ID, start ISO, end ISO. So let's do the same things. We'll do calendar for user, pass input.auth user ID, and then we're going to do const response. So this will be await calendar.events.patch, and then pass the same thing. So we'll do calendar ID, this will be primary, event ID, this will be input.event ID, and send updates I'm going to do all. Then we're going to pass the request body, and this will be, so we're going to pass the start time, which will be date time. So this will be input.start ISO, and let me just copy this one from here. So we're going to pass this end time also. So after this we're going to pass this end, and then what we'll do is just simply going to return format event and pass response.data. So these will be all the methods that we are going to have. Now one very important point, that how we are going to check if anyone's calendar is already busy or not. For that one, I think we have to use this query. Okay, insert. Okay, let's search for free busy dot query Google Calendar. Right, so this is what you need. So this is going to return free or busy information for a set of calendars. Okay, so how you're going to do it? So you can see that in the request time you have to pass a time min, time max, items also you have to pass here. Okay, so items, so you're going to pass the ID, which will be primary. So let's see how you're going to do that. So simply I'm just going to do export async function check calendar busy. So here we are going to take the input, and in the input, so we need these 3. Copy this and paste it here. We don't need this event ID here. Okay, so let's copy the same thing, this line, and then we're going to do const response. So this will be await calendar dot free busy dot query, and here we're going to pass the request body. So this will be time min, which will be input dot start ISO, time max, which will be input dot end ISO, and we're going to pass items. So in the items, this will be array of object, and we are going to pass ID. So this will be primary. That's it. And then let's see if we go to the response. So if successful following structure, and you can see that we need this primary.busy. We need this one, calendars.primary.busy, calendars. Alright, so because of outside noise I need to pause. So what I was talking about, right? So you need to take this calendar, and then you have the key, right? So this is primary, and then you have to take this busy. So now let's go here. So this will be the request, response, and now we can get the busy, right? Whether the is user. So we'll do response dot data, right? So if the data, I think we can do response dot data dot calendars, and now you have the key, right? So here you have to give this primary because you're using primary, and then you have to give this busy. You're getting, and then or else this will be empty. And now what we can do, we can return, and then let's say I wanted to return busy, and then we can simply do this busy dot map. So we're going to get the item, and this is where we are going to pass the start. So this will be this item dot start, or else this will be null, comma. So if the end, and this will be item dot end, or else this will be null. Okay, so this is what you have to do. So now we have actually created all the methods that we need. So you have the create, reschedule, cancel, then also you have created list. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our tools, right? As I already explained that why actually we need tools, right? tools are going to do what? So tools are going to do some action. So whether it needs to do some API call, it's going to go to your web and it's going to search something. So here, how many tools we need? So we need to create our calendar tools where we are going to have multiple utilities. For example, one of the tool will be list all the upcoming meetings. Second will be check if the user calendar is busy or not. Third will be create a meeting. Fourth will be reschedule a meeting. Fifth will be cancel a meeting. You're getting? So those we need to create. So now let's import something from, so here now you're going to use Mastra code and then we are going to have the tools. Okay, and this is where let's import create tool. This is what we're going to use. It's a very important concept. Now very important concept in the agentic world. Why? Because you need to understand why actually. For example, let's see, if you working with MCP, right, you will see that you're also going to have MCP has actually 3 capabilities. One of the capabilities are tools, then you have resources, your prompts, all these things. So here what you're going to do, you're going to receive the auth user ID, which will be a string, and now we are going to return all the tools that we need. So for example, one of the tool will be list upcoming meetings. Okay, and this will be create tool. So now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, what are the things you have to pass here? First, let's pass the ID, what actually this tool is all about. So you're going to pass an ID. So what is this tool all about? So this is going to list all your upcoming meetings. So this is the first thing. Then you have to give a description. It's very important. Now let's go here. I already created all of these. So I'm just going to copy these. So I'll do list. Okay, we have to give this, and I'll do list all the meetings and set today only true if the for today's meetings only. Okay, and then we have to pass the input schema. Now for input schema we are going to import, or we are going to use Zod. So let's import this one from Zod, and then I'm simply going to do z dot object, and this is where you're going to use a max results. So for this one, let's use a z dot number dot int, and then we are going to give a min should be 1. Let's give a max of maybe 20 dot optional. So this is the first one that we need. Next, what I have to give, we will return a today only. So do z dot boolean dot optional, and we are going to give a description here. So we'll do describe. So what this is about? So this is about if true, only return events for today. Okay, this is what we are going to do. So this is done, and now what we are going to do, so we have to actually execute this particular tool, right? What Mastra is going to do, Mastra is going to call this function after the model is going to select a tool, right? And then it's going to provide all the arguments that we are going to pass, or that is actually being passed from the Zod schema above. This one, this is what we have created. So what I mean by this, so how we are going to execute this? So to execute this one, we have to do after this. Okay, so you have to do execute, and this will be async method, and this is where we are going to get the max results, and then we have the today only. This is what we are getting, right? So you have the max results and today only. And now what we can do simply, so here we are going to simply take a look, and now list upcoming meetings from our service, and then we are going to pass 3 things. So you have the auth user ID, max result, and today only. You're getting, so we're going to pass the auth user ID, max results, and today only. That's it. So this is what actually this tool is going to do, right? This is going to execute this particular function. What this function is going to do, if you notice that this is actually using some external thing. I already mentioned that tool is going to do some external work. So in this case, this upcoming tools is going to connect with your Google Calendar. It is going to check all the events, and it's going to return the result back. So this is the first tool. Then let's go here. Next will be, let's create the check calendar busy. Okay, again this will be another tool we are going to create. So let's give ID. So this will be let's use the same name. So do check calendar busy, and here I'm going to give a description, and this description will be check if the user is busy between this particular 2 time. Okay, so this is what we are doing. And now we'll give an input schema, which will be z dot object, and now we are going to do a start ISO, which will be z dot string dot describe, and we are going to use this start time as ISO date time, and then we are going to give comma, and also you're going to do end ISO, which also will be z.string dot describe, and this will be end date time. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. Same thing again, we're going to have a execute, so I'll do execute. So this will be async, and here we're going to have the start ISO comma end ISO, and then we are going to just call what, so check calendar busy. Remember, we have created in the service, and now we are going to pass our auth user ID, start ISO and end ISO. So this is going to check your calendar. So this is the second tool we need. Next will be to create a meeting, right? So here we need to actually add quite a few like properties or schema. So let's do create meeting. Again, this will be create tool. So we'll have ID, so let's use the same ID, and I'm just going to use description. So this will be create a Google Calendar event, adds a Google Meet link by default, email invites when the attendee emails are saved. Copy this and then paste it here. So after this, let's create the input schema. So this will be again z.object, and here we need the title. So this will be z.string dot mean of 1. Let's add the start ISO. Let me just copy from here. Okay, so we'll just paste it here, start ISO, end ISO, and then we have the attendee emails. Okay, so this will be z dot array of z dot string, because we are going to have what, we are going to have the emails, right? So this will be z dot string, and inside after this we are going to give this one optional, and then we are going to do a describe. So this will be invite these emails, Google sends calendar invites. Copy this and then paste it here. So this is done, comma. So after this we are also going to have a description. So this will be z.string of optional, and then we are also going to have add Google Meet. So this will be z.boolean dot optional dot describe, and here we are going to have default will be true, set false if to skip the Google meeting link, and then we are going to pass it here. So this is done. So this will be our input schema, and then we are going to do execute. So let's do here input directly, because we have so many properties, we can directly call these, and then I'm just going to do create calendar, no, what is that, create meeting we have created, right? So create meeting, this is what we need, and then we are going to just pass the auth user ID and pass all the inputs that we are going to have. Now again, all the input is nothing but all title, start ISO, end ISO, attend emails, description, and Google Meet. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Save this, and this is done. Then we have two more which is left. One will be the reschedule meeting. So let's create here. So I'm just going to do reschedule meeting. So this will be create tool, and inside this we're going to give ID. So this will be reschedule meeting. Let's give a description, this one, and then we are going to pass the input schema. So for input schema we are going to take again z.object, and what are the things that we need here? So for reschedule, right, so we need the event ID. So we need the event ID, we need the start ISO and end ISO. So event ID will be z.string dot mean of 1, and start ISO, end ISO, let's copy from here. Okay, and then also you have the end ISO. So this is done. So now after this, event ID, start ISO, end ISO, I think this will be enough. Save this, and then we are going to do execute. So this will be async, you can take the input, and now we are going to call the reschedule meeting, right? So we have the reschedule meeting, and here we are going to pass our auth user ID and spread the input. Save this, and I think this is done, and at the end we are going to have the cancel meeting. Okay, so now let's do cancel meeting. Again, this will be create tools. So let's take an ID. So this will be cancel meeting. Then we have the description. So this will be cancel Google Calendar event by ID and email attendance about their cancellation, and then we are going to pass the input schema. So for this one, what will we need? So let me just check. So look, calendar service. So we have the delete, right? Cancel. We only need the event ID for this one. So let me just copy from here. So we only need this one. That's it. And then we are going to do execute. So do async. So we need the event ID, or you can directly use input also, that is also fine. And then just call the cancel meeting, pass the auth user ID and spread the current input. Okay, so now this will be our tool calling file that we need. So the list upcoming meetings, check calendar busy or not, create meeting, reschedule meeting, and cancel meeting. Okay, so now we have created what? So we created the agent tool, calendar service. Remember, I haven't forgot, so we actually didn't explain this part much, that we are going to do later. We also need to complete this method, and this we are going to now implement in our service file, because we have an agent service, this file, right? And then we are going to use all this in this. So we have one will be to list all the user thread, one will be to get the thread message by thread ID, and the third will be to create, or whenever we are going to do a chat. The reason why you have created calendar service and agent tool service, so now when you are going to implement the agent service, and that method we are going to use in this particular file, and we'll see that how much easier for you to understand the whole process. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next one, which will be implementing the agent service and completing the agent routes file. Alright, so now let's get started. The first thing what you're going to do, right, I'm going to add all these types and everything, and this is going to save some time. So let's see what we are doing here. So first of all, I have a agent event type, and then this will be our reply input. So we're going to have user ID, auth user ID, thread ID, message, and there will be on event function. We have a thread summary. We are going to have the ID, title, and the updated at, and thread message. So either role will be user, system role, or assistant role. Now in the model name, what are you going to do, right? So either you can use, let's say you're using Google Gemini, so add that AI model name or in the env file, or directly just use this one, GPT-4o mini, if you're using OpenAI. It's up to you. And this is a helper function that we've created, that we are going to discuss later. The first thing what you're going to do, right, so let's create export async function, and I'm just going to give this one as stream agent reply, and here I'm just going to give an input, and this will be stream agent reply input. And what actually this is going to have, this is going to have your user ID, auth user ID, this will be from Descope, thread ID, message, and the on event. So let's see line by line what we have to do here. So first of all, I'm just going to give that if the process.env. Remember, we have added the OpenAI API key. So if this is not present, so in that case we are going to return an error immediately. So I'm just going to throw a new error, and this will be OpenAI API key is not set env. Okay, so in the env file it is not set, and then I'm just going to send our first on event here, and then I'm simply going to do a type, and so this will be just started, right? And if you see this one, so this is the agent event. So we started, progress, error, completed, token, message, and the token. So here we are going to give a message, and this will be, now see, you're going to understand how you're going to do this. So I'll do agent is planning. Okay, so this is the first event we are going to eject. Then we are going to create the memory. So I'm simply going to do const memory, and this will be create agent memory, and this one we have created just now in the previous section, this one, remember, from our Mastra. So now we'll go here, go to agent service, so we'll create agent memory, and now we're going to create our actual agent, right? So this will be our Mastra agent, okay, for this particular request. So now what we're going to do is I'll do const agent, so this will be new agent, and this will be from Mastra core agent, and here we're going to pass ID. So let's give this one as meeting assistant. Then we're going to have a name, so let's give this one as meeting assistant. And if you're not sure, go back, go to agents, and here you're going to see all the tools and everything, whatever we are doing here, right? So let's say, I think this part we've already covered, that how you can create a tool, right? Agents, let's see, where we have the agent, I need the agent one. So let's search for new agent. Not this one. What I need see this one. So you have the new agent, so this is the ID name, this is the instruction and the model that we are using. So we have the meeting assistant and then we have the instructions. So these we have already created. So if you go here, we have our get agent instructions. So this will be our get agent instructions, and we have to pass the model, and this will be get model. Sorry, I think this will be the model name that we are using. Okay, so this will create the agent. Now what you have to do, so you have to give an external tool because we are interacting with our Google Calendar API, right? So this is where you're going to pass a tool. Now you'll understand why actually you need tools, right? And then I'm just going to give create calendar tool. You're getting, so create calendar tool, and then what you have to pass, you have to pass the input dot auth user ID here. That's it. And then you have to pass your memory, and this is done. So now we have created memory. This is our tool. We have model ID name instruction. Makes sense. Now what we'll do, simply I'll do const result. So this will be await. So I'll do agent dot stream, and here you have to pass. So first of all, you have to pass a messages. So what will be your messages? So I have the input dot message, right? And this input, so if you go here, you're going to have the message here, reply. So this is the message, and then what we have to pass, right? So here I'm going to pass a memory, and in the memory you have to pass a resource. So what actually resource? So resource is going to identify that which user actually own this particular conversation or own this particular conversation memory, and here we are going to give a unique auth user ID. So it will make this process very clear that okay, this is actually for this particular user. And also we have to give a thread, and this will be your input dot thread ID. Okay, so this will be a result. And now what you have to do, right? So we are going to so this result is going to have your full stream, right? What are you going to do, right? So for every chunk, so from this full stream, for every chunk we are going to see some type, and this is very important concept. So first let me write it, and then I'm going to explain, or else this will be a little tricky. So first I'm just going to take a for await. So I'll do const, and then I'm going to for every chunk of what, of this result dot full stream. So we are going to do something. So I'm going to do, let's say if I do chunk dot type, and now you see if I hover here, right? So you'll see you're going to have various type of chunk type. So one of the type is something called tool call, right? So what this is going to do, so this is going to simply, so here when your agent actually decide to execute one of the registered tools. So in our case, so here what we are using a create calendar tool. So this is one of the tool. So we're going to check if the chunk dot type is equal to what. So here we are going to give if this is a tool calling. So in that case, what we are going to do, we're going to send a event so that we can implement the streaming on the front end side. So now I can do on event, and here now I'm going to do a type is progress, and see what we are going to do. So here we're going to pass a message, and then you can give here, okay, running what, running something we are running, right? So this will be, okay, I have to give this on template literals. So you're running something, right? So this will be your chunk dot payload, and this is where you're going to get the tool name. Okay, so this is simply going to tell, okay, this is the tool currently in the running state, and then you're going to do a continue. Okay, so this is if this is a tool calling, right? Then we have another tool, and that tool, not tool man, we have another type of chunk, and that is we call as text delta, right? So this text delta type of chunk is going to contain your incremental pieces of your answer, of the assistant answer, right? So you're going to check if the current chunk type is text delta. So in that case, you're going to get the answer. So I'm just going to get chunk dot payload dot text, and now I'm simply going to do if this text is present. So here I'm just going to do an input dot on event, and this is where I'm going to do a type, and type will be now token. And here we are going to do token, and this token is nothing but the text that we are receiving. Okay, and this is done. So now once this is completed, so what we have to do, right? Okay, 1 minute, we have to check where this will end. Okay, this for loop. So after this, we are simply going to so once streaming will finish, so once streaming will finish, we need to do something, right? What actually we're going to do, we are going to load our thread again, so that we will be able to inspect the title. So how we are going to do that? So this is after streaming will finish. So here I'm simply going to do const thread, and this will be, you have your memory, and this memory is going to give you the get thread by ID. Okay, and this is where you're going to pass a thread ID. So this will be your input dot thread ID, and you're going to have the resource ID, which will be your input dot auth user ID. And now what will happen, at the moment you're going to start a new thread, right, those thread maybe don't have any title, correct? So in that case what you're going to do, right, so new threads may not have any title, so in that case we're going to only assign those when that thread is exist and the current title is empty. Okay, so simply we're going to check if this thread is present and not equal to thread dot title dot trim. So in that case what you're going to do, you're going to do await, and I'm just going to do memory, and then we're going to update. So to update the thread with what, so id will be the thread dot id, title we are going to pass the input dot message, the input message that we're going to send, and then we can just do a slice of 0,80. so it's going to create the, and then we're going to also pass a metadata, which will be if we have thread dot metadata, so pass it, or else you're going to, this one will be empty object. Okay, so this is what you have to do, and then at the end we are going to do input dot on event, that okay, this is now completed, so type will be now completed and message will be done. So this is what you have to do. Okay, so this will be to create our streaming as well as how we are going to get the answer back. The most important part, you know what, and this is the part, this is very important, that what actually tool calling we are doing here. Okay, so now once we'll create this one, it will be much easier for us to understand that okay, how we are going to create the other two methods. So now first of all, let's go to this agent routes, and then we are going to import this one from here, and this is, we have to pass couple of things, right? We have to pass the input here, that we are going to do later, but first let's create some more service file that we need here, or function, not file. So first let's start with list user threads, how we are going to list all the users existing threads. So I'm just going to do a function, and then I think we have given the name will be list user threads. So here we are going to get the auth user ID, which will be string, and here what this is going to return is going to return a promise of, so we have this thread summary, so it's going to return the ID, title, and the updated at. So thread summary of array. So first we are going to get the memory, and this will be create agent memory, and then simply result will be await. So if the memory dot, we have list threads, so it's going to list all your threads. How? So you're going to give a filter, and you have to give a resource ID. What will be a resource ID? The auth user ID. So based on this auth user ID, it's going to filter, and I'll give a per page, maybe let's do 30, and let's do order by, and order by will be, so I'm just going to give a field, and this will be updated at, and let's do a direction, and this will be maybe descending. So now what you can do, right, you can simply do return result dot threads dot map. So I'll take the thread, and we are going to return the ID, so this will be thread dot ID. We're going to return the title, which will be thread dot title dot trim, or else maybe let's do untitled chat. Okay, and then we are also going to do updated at, so this will be thread dot updated at, maybe let's do if this is instance of date, so in that case I'm just going to do thread dot updated at dot to ISO string, or else we can just do this on string. So I'll do string of thread dot updated at. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then we can just simply call it here. Now we are going to pass the auth user ID, that we are going to do later. So this will be the to list all your threads, and then we are going to have that. Okay, now we are going to get our thread messages, means when I'm going to load all the threads, and if I click here I have to render all the messages, right? So in this case what you're going to do, right, here we are going to use this get thread by ID, right? So I think we have already used this one, conversational memory message history. Let's check. So get agent by ID, get memory, list threads we need, this is we have already done, and also you have something called get thread by ID, right? So this is what you need. So this is going to retrieve a specific thread by the ID. So here we are simply going to do export async function, and let's array here. So look, get thread messages. So here we need the auth user ID, so this will be string, and then also you're going to have the thread ID, and this also will be string. Okay, so this will be promise of this thread message of array, and inside this again we have to first get the memory. So I'll do memory, this will be create agent memory, and then we're going to get the thread information. So to get thread, so I'll do await memory dot get thread by id, and here we are going to pass the thread id, and then we have to also pass the what resource, right? So the resource id which will be auth user id. That's it. Now I'm simply going to give one check that if this thread is not present, and also very important that if this thread dot resource, I think thread dot resource id, if this thread dot resource id is not equal to auth user id, so in that case we have to give or here. Okay, so if this is the case, in that case we are going to do throw new error, and I'll do thread not found. Okay, and now we have to recall all the messages that is present in this thread, and to do this one we have to use this memory dot recall. Okay, so now we can do, right? So I'll do const recalled data, or let's do recalled memory data, and then we are simply going to do await. So I'll do memory dot recall. Again you have to pass the thread id, you have to pass a resource id, and then we are going to pass a part page. Let's do this one as false. Okay, so now what are you going to do, right? So this is going to now hold all your messages. Okay, so now I'm simply going to do const messages, and this will be thread message of array, and then what are you going to do, right? So this will be raw message, correct, and that will be it's like raw message that will be written by Mastra memory. Okay, so we need to normalize this particular message, and that is the reason we have added this particular helper function message text, right? So if this is string, you're going to return with trim. If this is not present, or if it is not object, return empty, and then we're going to take okay content and parts, so all this, and based on that we're going to just filter, and we're going to return the result. So for this one I'm simply going to do for, and let's do const message of this recalled, now message called this recalled memory data dot messages. So this is going to give the messages, and here we're going to do const content, and this will be message text of this message. This message is going to have what content, right? So now what are you going to do? So first of all I'm just going to do if not equal to content, so you are going to continue, let's skip here, and now what I'm going to do, right? So okay, also you have to take the role, so I'll do const role, so this will be thread message of, so this will be role, and here we're simply going to check that if the message dot role, if this is equal to user, or if the message dot role, if this is equal to assistant, so in that case we're going to return message dot role, or else this will be system. Okay, and then what you're going to do, you're going to push these two in this array, and then I'm simply going to do messages dot push, and here we're going to pass id, so this will be message dot id. We have the role and the content. Actual content is the content that we are normalizing from here. So this is done, and then what you're going to do, you're going to return these messages here. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. So now we have to use all of this in this file. Okay, so in this file, in the sense our actual routes file. So first we have the list user id. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, so we have the request dot auth, right, dot we have the auth user id. So this is the first thing. Then for get thread use messages, so what are the things you have to pass? You have to pass auth user id and the thread id, correct? So first of all, how we are going to get the how we are going to get the auth user id, that is the same thing. So do res.auth user id, and what will be your thread id? So thread id will be this thread id schema that we created, right? So this will be parsed dot data. So here we are going to get parts.data. Okay, so this is two things. And the last one will be that in the streaming, what are the things you have to pass here? So in the streaming, now we are going to pass a couple of things, right? We have the input of stream agent reply input. So if I go here, so you have a user ID, auth user ID, thread ID, message, and the event function. So first of all, we have to pass a user ID. So user ID will be what? Request.auth user ID, not auth user ID. Request.auth dot, this will be your user ID. Both are different. Auth user ID will be request.auth dot auth user ID. Then we have the thread ID. So thread ID will be your this data that we are receiving, right? Chat schema is going to have the message and the thread ID. So this will be your parsed dot data dot thread ID, and also you're going to pass the message, which will be your parse dot data dot message, and on event will be this write function that we are going to pass. Okay, so this is done. So now what actually we are doing here? Okay, so let's go one by one line, because last time we haven't explained. First, you validate the data that you're receiving from your front end side. If this is not present, return the chat body is invalid. Then what are you going to do? So first we are going to open a successful HTTP response. Okay, so this is what we are doing. So this is actually, we are about to open a successful streaming HTTP response. We are setting a header. Okay, so we are simply telling the client that okay, this particular response is actually using server side events. So that is the reason we are using text/event stream. Then we are simply setting the header that okay, this is going to, we are going to not use any cache for now. Last one will be connection alive. So this is simply telling that you are going to keep your HTTP connection open while the agent is generating. So that is the reason we are keeping the connection will be keep alive. Now this is very important. What this flash headers is going to do? So this is actually immediately send your response headers to the client. Okay, so why actually you need this? Because this is going to allow your browser or your front end side to start listening this before even agent is going to start its work. So it's sending all of this immediately. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we are writing a simple write function, right? So this is simply nothing but this is going to convert one particular agent event into your SCC format. I think that we have already created, right? So you're going to have a type, we are going to have a message. So if you go here, you have this type, you have a message, or you have a token, right? So this is simply going to write that data and just JSON stringifying that particular data. But then we are calling our stream agent reply method. So this is done. And now whatever we are going to do, right? So here if you go to this service file, now we have to see that what actually we are doing, the rest of the things part is happening in this function, right? So you're simply sending first there, okay, started creating the memory, creating the agent with the tool calling, right? Get the result for every chunk. What we are going to do? So we are sending an event if the type is tool calling, means if the tool calling is happening, we don't have the data yet, we are going to send the event as in progress. If we already get the data, we are going to send the token with the data received, and then we are going to get our memory thread information from memory.get thread by id, and then we are going to just send one more event that okay, now this is completed and message is done. So this is what you have to do. One very important point here in the finally, you have to actually close this. Okay, why? If you don't add this particular line, client will always be waiting, because it will think that okay, we are still getting the data. So we have to always end the response here. So this is what we have to do. So now what will be our next step, right? So many things we have done. So you have to go to index.ts, and here we are going to just use app.use, and I'm going to do /API/agent, and this is where you're going to use our agent routes. Okay, so first let's go to our backend and let's save this. Okay, so this is now running. Our front end is also running. So now next step will be, now we are going to integrate this one with our front end. And one more thing I wanted to mention, and this is very important. So if you go to the front end side, right, let me just show you here. So we'll go to front end side, you'll see that in the leave we have this connection, we have created all these functions, right? So for this agent, right, and we are not going to write each and every line, because this is just a helper function that we are going to write. So I'm just going to keep this one ready so that we can directly integrate, but I'm going to explain that what actually each and every line is happening. Okay, so this is just to save some time. So with this, now let's implement the front end side integration, and then we'll be able to test it. Also we need to render our threads on the left side. Okay, so now let's start with the front end integration. So you can see that I just created some types. Okay, so we have a agent stream event. I think this you can already see that just now we have done in the backend part. Thread summary, we are going to have the ID, title and updated at, and this is for the thread message. Now I just created one for list thread and one for load the thread. Okay, what are you going to do, right? So here I haven't added this one because I just wanted to write it so that you'll understand what actually we're doing, and that is that how we are going to implement the stream agent chat utility function. Okay, so this is where we need the token, which will be string. Here I also need the input, and let's make this one input. So you're going to receive a message which will be string. Also you're going to receive a thread ID, correct, the current thread ID, and this will be also string. After this also we are going to get our on event method, and this will be event, and this will be our agent stream event, and this is going to return void. Okay, so this is what we need. So now let's start with, right, so I'm just going to do const res. So this will be await, so you're going to use a fetch, and now I am using the API URL. So you have /API/agent, and then if I just go back to backend, go to source, go to routes, and then agent routes, so you're using /chat. Okay, so we're going to /chat. So now couple of things we need to change here. Okay, so first of all, method will be here post, and then we are going to use the headers. So first of all, you have to give authorization. Okay, so I'll do authorization, and this will be our bearer token. So I'm just going to do bearer space, and then we're going to pass the token here, give comma, and then you have to give a content type here. So we'll do content type. So what will be the content type? This will not be application content type will be application/JSON. The accept property will be different. Why? Because we need to tell our server that we are expecting a server side events here. Okay, so this will be your application/JSON as usual, but for your accept, right, so what you have to do, so I'm going to tell that okay, this will be accept, and this is going to accept a event stream. So I'm just going to do event stream. Okay, so this is the first thing we're going to do. Then I'm simply going to give that okay, if race.ok is false, or if not equal to race.body. So in that case we're going to just throw new error, and here we are going to use agent request field, something like this. Now after this, so let's take a reader. Okay, why you need, so we are actually simply taking readable reader, right? So here we are going to pull all the binary chunks, right, and that binary chunks we are going to receive from our backend. So how we are going to do that? So we're going to do response dot body, this will be body, and then you're going to get reader. Now I'm simply going to do const decoder, and this will be your new text decoder we are going to take. After this, what are you going to do, right? So here we are going to take a buffer. So let's take an empty buffer, and then I'm simply going to do while this will be true, because we're going to receiving the chunks, right? So what we have to do first of all, so we have to read that, right? So that means every time we are going to receive a chunk, we are going to read it, and we are going to wait for the next chunk. So first of all, what are you going to do? So here I'm simply going to do await. So we have the reader, and this is going to read, and this is going to give you the value, and also it's going to give you the done property. So now what I can do, right, I can add this in my buffer. So I'll do plus, and this will be your decoder dot decode, and here I'm going to pass the value, and I'll do stream, this will be not equal to done. So now what I'm going to do, right, so here when you're going to receive the ACC events, right, so what will usually happen, these all the events that you're going to receive, and these events, right, these will be separated by blank line. So here I'm simply going to do const, let's do blocks, and this will be your buffer dot split, and then we're going to use this one. So copy this, and then you just paste it here. So now I'm simply going to do buffer, and this will be, so now I'm just going to take the block. So here what will happen, right, there is a possibility that your last piece might be incomplete. Okay, so in that case what you're going to do, you're going to keep this one in buffer for the next read. So for that you're going to just do a pop, or else this will be empty. So now after this, what you're going to do, we are going to process all the blocks one by one. So I'm simply going to do for, so here we are going to do block of these blocks, and now I'm simply going to do here when you're going to receive the blocks, right, these blocks also can be in multiple line, right? because you are going to have your event, you're going to have your ID, you're going to have your data. So in that case, if it is in multiple lines, so we're going to run another for loop and we are going to split it with a new line. So how we are going to do that? So I'm simply going to do a for, and I'm simply going to do const. If we are having multiple lines, so we'll do const line of. So you're going to get this block, and then you're going to do a split with a new line. Okay, I need to again pause because of some outside noise. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do, if this line dot starts with, if this starts with data, so in that case we are going to continue, and then I'm simply going to do const. So you're going to get data, and this will be line dot slice of 5 dot trim. So what actually we are doing here? So that means you are simply striping the data colon, something like this. So we'll do stripe the data colon. Okay, this prefix we are going to remove, and also we are going to remove the white space. So that's the reason we are actually slicing this one with 5, and then we are taking trim. Once we'll do that, we're simply going to do if data is present. So in that case, we're going to call the on event, and then we're going to do a JSON dot parts, and here we're going to take a data as agent stream event. So this is what we are going to do. So now what will be the next step? So wait, okay, after this for, so here I'm simply going to do, once the done is true, so you're going to just do a break. Okay, so done, this done is nothing but the done property that we are having here. Okay, so this will automatically break from this while loop. Now all these things whatever we have done here, this is only you need to do if you're implementing streaming. If you're not doing, what you do, right, from the backend, just return the normal response and you can just render in the UI. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. Second thing, because whenever you're going to type a message, I'm just going to render the link and everything, right? So we need a markdown package, right, so that we can format that one properly. Now again, that will be a normal JSX component that you're going to do. So you can see that. So for this one, let me just quickly show you. So I'm just going to use this component, and I just don't want to write this, so we're going to use the React markdown and remarked GFM. These two packages we are going to use. Okay, so let me just install both. So you need this, copy this, and then let's open this one, clear. So we'll go back, we'll go to front end, and then we're going to install this, and also we're going to install these both. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, so let's quickly create this component. So we'll go to dashboard, and here what you can do, right, I'm simply going to do this one as markdown message. This is also optional. If you want, you can do it. If you don't want, you can skip this and just copy this whole thing. All right, so you can see that I just pasted this component, and here we don't have that much, right? So you just import this React markdown and this package, and then just added all the components, like we have a paragraph, eval, li, strong, and all this, right? So you can just use this one as a reusable component. If you don't want this, you can directly render using normal JSX also. That is also absolutely fine. Okay, now next thing will be, we need to integrate this one, right? So first thing what we're going to do, right, so let's start working on the chat panel component now, because this is where we are actually now going to do a couple of things. The first thing what I'm going to do, right, we are also going to take one more here. So I'm just going to do loading thread, and let's do set loading thread, and here I'm simply going to do, this will be useState, and let's make this one as false. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now the first thing what we're going to do, right, we are going to first load all our threads. Currently we don't have any thread, but that is fine, but we first need to implement this. So I'll do refresh threads, and this will be, let's take use callback, so this will be async. And here what we're going to do, so let's take the dependency. So here I'm just going to take the session token as a dependency. So here I'll do a try catch, and in the try here I'm simply going to do const data. So this will be await, and then if I go to leave, we have the list threads. So this is what we need, and here we are going to just import these, and then we are going to pass the session token, and then we are simply going to do set threads, and this will be your data dot threads. So this is the first thing that we are going to do. Now we are just simply going to take a use effect, and then on page load we are going to call this, right? So you're going to give the refresh threads as a dependency, and then just call this one here. So save this. Now let's see what we're getting. Okay, so if I go to console, So let's refresh this. It's not getting called, is it? Okay, threads, so you're getting empty. Oh, I think we haven't logged this one. My god, man, how it will come. We have to log the threads, right? No, we have to log the threads. So now let's see. So you have empty. Okay, that is fine. Now what are we going to do, right? So first of all, let's go here and then start new chat. We have already done. This is fine. So couple of things we need to do. Okay, so first, once we are going to get the thread, we are going to also resume a particular thread. Second, the main thing, whenever user is going to type something, we are going to send a message, correct? So that is the main function that we are going to create. So let's start with that one. So async function, I'll do send message, and this is going to receive your text, that what text you are typing. The first thing I'm just going to do a trimmed. So this will be text dot trim, and here first let's give that, okay, if not equal to trimmed, or if it is running, or if loading thread, if this is true, so we are going to return. We are not going to do anything. Now first what we have to do, we have to create an assistant ID, okay, and this will be a unique ID we are going to create. So I'm just going to do assistant ID. So this will be simply crypto.randomuid. So this is the first thing we're going to create. Now what you have to do, right, you will see that we have these set messages, right? Set messages. So I'm just going to set these messages here. So I'm simply going to do set messages. Now see carefully. So I'm going to take the current one, and what you have to do, right, we are going to destructure the current here, and then we are going to just do ID, okay, and this ID will be crypto.randomuid. The role will be user, right? And if you go to the messages, right, let's see what we have. We have role user, role assistant, and role system, and also you're going to have a content. So what will be the content here? So what content we are going to use here? This content is nothing but the trimmed message that we are getting here. So this is the actual text. So this is the role, means user is typing. Then what you have to do, right, comma, then we are going to take one more ID, and this ID will be now your assistant ID, role will be your assistant, and what will be the content? Content will be nothing, it will be empty. So this is the first thing that we need to do. So now, so it's going to set your messages. Once this is done, now I'm just going to do set prompt will become empty, set running, now this will start, so this will be true. And then also what you're going to do, right, maybe let's take here, no, one more state here, something like progress, something like that. So let's go here, and I'm simply going to do const progress, set progress, and this will be, so let's do use state, and I'm just going to do either this will be string or this will be null. By default I'm just going to take this one as null. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, right, so first of all, okay, let's make the set progress, so this will be null here. Okay, so once this is done, now we are going to do a try, and we are going to do a catch, and then we are going to have a finally. So in the try, first I'm just going to call our await, so we stream agent chat. So you're going to pass the token, input, and the on event. So the token will be your session token. Then you're going to pass the input. So input will be your message. So message will be the trimmed message. And then we are also going to have the thread ID. Okay, this thread ID. And then we're going to pass an event here. Okay, the first thing what you have to do, so we'll do event.type. If this type is equal to token, so in that case, and event.token if this is present. So in that case we are going to do, so we'll do set progress will be null, set messages, now we are going to take current, and here what we are going to do, right, so first of all let's do one thing. So look current dot map. So I'm going to get the message. This can be little tricky, you need some time to understand what you're doing, I'll also explain. So look, the message.id is equal to the assistant ID. So in that case what you have to do, right, we're going to destructure the message content. Okay, let me just check. So if this is token, so message.id means we are getting the result from the assistant. So if this is true, so we're going to destructure the message content will now be the message dot content, correct, and then also no message.content plus we are also going to have the event.token. So this will be the actual content, or else this will be message. So basically what we are doing right here, so you're simply checking if this is token, so you're getting that result back. So if I just go to the service, so if you see that we are getting this, if we are getting text delta, so you are passing the type with the text, the actual output. And this one you're simply checking that if this is the current message ID, the actual assistant ID, get the message and add the content. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. So this is the first thing, if this is equal to token. What else here? We also have the error, right? So in that case, okay, we also need to take one more here. I'm also getting confused here. So this will be if the event.type, if this is equal to error, means this can also happen. So if this is error, so in that case I'm simply going to do set progress will be null. Now set messages. Okay, so what do you have to do? So first I'm going to take the current, and here again we're going to do current.map. So we'll do message. Again we are going to do if message.id is equal to assistant ID. So that means there are some error. So in that case again we are going to restructure the message, and content will be if we are getting event.message, or else I'm simply going to do agent failed, or else this will be message. So now I think this is done. So what will be done? So this will be when there will be error. Okay, so now next step will be, so these two things we are going to pass here in the event. So save this. Okay, let me just re-verify once again what we are doing. Okay, first we are trimming this one. If this is not true, running loading thread. Okay, one more thing I wanted to mention. Remember I mentioned, right, that I always make this one all this live. So if you see there are some error or something is wrong, so you can also comment those points down. Okay, and also please take some time and then try to understand, because each and every line I can't go and understand. If you go to this service and then match, right, you will see that you'll understand what actually we are doing here. So first we are setting the message. So we have the first current, we are adding one role with user, the user actually typing the message, and one with assistant, but we don't have any content, correct, because we are going to get the result back. Then we are calling the method with the token, with the user typed message and the thread ID, and in the event we are checking if this is token. Then we are making this one null, setting the messages with the message content and the token, or else this will be message if there is any error. So in that case we are simply telling that okay, this is now failed. Okay, I hope this is clear, right? So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, let me just go here and then close this here. So once we'll call this, then we are going to call the refresh threads, because once this is done we need to refresh that particular method that we have created to get the updated data. Okay, so this is what you're going to do in the catch. So what you can do, right, you can simply do a set messages. So I'm going to get the current, and here I'm simply going to get the current, and let's do ID. So this will be crypto.random UUID. Role I'll do now, this will be system, and here I'm simply going to do content that could not reach the agent API. So this is what we're going to do. In the finally we are going to do set running will become now false, and set progress again we are going to do null. Alright, so this is what you have to do to implement the streaming method. Now we are going to create a function, and let's do this one as on submit. So this will be event, and this will be my form event. So now what you can do, right, simply we are going to do event.prevent default, and then we are going to call the send message, and then we are going to pass the prompt. These on event we are also going, on submit we are going to call from that. Now what you can do, right, you can also create an on key down event also. So let's do this. So I'm just going to do event, and this will be your keyboard event, and what you can pass, right, you can pass a HTML, because what we are using a text area, so you can pass a HTML text area element. So now what you can do, simply do event.key. Something we are doing wrong, is it? Keyboard event. Oh, you have to import this one. Keyboard event is equal to enter, and if not equal to event.shift key, so in that case we can call event.prevent default, and then you can call the same message again with the same prompt. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now from where you are going to call this, so this you can save this. Now let's go down, and then you have this text area, correct, and this is where you're going to do on key down and pass the on key down. Okay, this is the first thing. In the button we are already using type, so that means where you are going to use this. So in the form, what you have to use, you have to use a on submit, and this will be on submit method that you have created. All right, so now let's go here, and then we are going to test. Maybe let's copy this one only, so I'll do words on today, and then let's see. Okay, what are we reading? Invalid chat body. Okay, it's not, we're not sending the data, is it? Okay, maybe yes. Oh, see, this is not even used, so you have to pass the body, that's why. So look, body, and then we'll json.stringify, and then we are going to pass this input here. Okay, so save this. So now let's try again. Okay, so I'll do words on today. Okay, let's see what is happening here. So something we are getting, let's see. And now we are getting threads, we are getting thread ID. Okay, we are returning back, and this is also 200, so that means you are getting the thread ID back and the message, so that means this is working fine. So first let's do one thing, let's render it, and also you're going to load the thread, because or else you're not going to get the messages, correct? So that is also very important. So first what you're going to do, right, so let's go here, and then I'm simply going to create one more here. So I'm just going to do the function, and first let's do resume thread, and I'll do next thread ID, and this will be string. And this is the reason I mentioned that this project is actually not for complete beginners. Okay, you need to have proper knowledge of at least JavaScript, TypeScript, and the logic building, because for me it's almost like, I'll say it's not even possible to explain each and every line what is happening here. So I highly suggest that if you are doing line by line, right, it is very good. Please spend some time and then try to understand. Okay, first of all, let's see if this is running, and or if this is loading thread is already running, and if the next thread is the current thread, so you're going to return. Then I'm simply going to do set loading thread, and this will be true. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do set progress, so will be null. So now what you're going to do, right, first I'm going to take a try catch, and then you're going to do a finally. So first in the try, I'm simply going to do const data, so do have it load thread, and we need the session token, and we need the next thread ID, because this is what we need, right, with the thread ID also. And then we are simply going to do set thread ID will become the data dot thread ID. Also you're going to set the messages, so this will be your data dot messages dot length. If this is greater than 0, so in that case that set the messages, or else this will be your welcome message. Why? Because if you go to agent service and see what you are returning here, in your get thread messages you're recalling the messages, and then for every message what you are doing, we are simply pushing that message and we're returning the messages, right? That is the reason we are taking data.messages, or else you're going to get this. And then what you have to do, you're going to do set prompt will become empty. In the catch, so we'll do set messages, and then we can just log the system message. Why? Because we don't have any message, so we can just copy this. And here we are going to just paste it, and let's do maybe system, and then we'll could not load the chat. And in the finally we'll do set loading thread will become false. And I think, let's see if we need anything else. No, I think this will be fine. So this is what you're going to do. Now this is going to do what? This is going to resume the thread. Okay, so now what we're going to do here, first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to console, and you can see that we are getting one thread already here. Okay, so what's on today? You're getting this thread, we are already getting. So if you refresh this, we have one thread here, right? And this is the thread that we are logging. So that means first we can render the thread. So let's do one thing, what you're going to do, right? So let's scroll down one by one and you're going to see where you're going to render this one, right? So you're going to do chat section. So in the chat section, let me go one by one. Okay, so chat section, you have chats, no chat yet, and this is where you're going to render the thread list. So now what you're going to do, right? So first I'm just going to do threads dot map. So you have the current, no, let's do thread only, thread, and then we is going to write this much. So first I'm just going to return, so let's return a button, and inside this, so first let's give couple of properties. So I'll do give key, which will be thread.id. Then we are going to have a type, this will be button. Then we are going to maybe let's do a disable property if this is running, or if loading thread is true. So in that case we are going to make this one disabled. On click, so whenever you are going to click, what you are going to call, we are going to call the resume thread, and then you are going to pass the next thread. What will be the thread? This will be your current this thread.id. Okay, then we are going to do class name. Okay, let me just check the class name. So class name will be cn of, so we'll do styles dot thread button comma, and then we are going to have, okay, we also need to get the active. So how we are going to get active? So we'll do const active. So this will be your thread dot id is equal to this thread id you are going to have in your state, and then we are going to simply do, okay, we have to import this one. So leave the, if this is active, so you're going to do styles dot thread button active, or else I'll do styles dot thread button ideal. So this is what we have to do. Inside this we're going to render a span, and we'll do thread dot title. So let's give a class name, and this will be your styles dot thread title. Then we also are going to, let's render one more span here, and what you can do, right, you can give a class name, or I think let's do this one only, and let's see how this is looking. Save this. So you can see that we are getting what's on today, or maybe we can also, let's render it, right? So what you can do, maybe you can give a span, and you can just render the thread dot updated at, and here we can give a class name, and I'll do styles dot thread time. Okay, so you can see that we are getting this. Now let's say I'll do find me a free slot tomorrow. We're just checking, okay, so if this is coming or not here. So send here, and let's see, and you can see that you are getting this. You'll be able to change this one and here. Okay, so this is working fine. So if I click here, you're getting this data in the response. If I click here, you're getting the data. Okay, role is user. So that means this is working fine. So now what we have to do, means what actually we have to render here. First of all, first we have to do one more change. If you go to this part where we are rendering the suggestions, correct? Let me just check, not here, this suggestion. So here we also need to add this. So for example, let's say if I refresh this and if I click on this, so it should actually send the message. So in the button, what I can do, I think this is fine. Let's just do a disable property. Running we are already doing, or I'm just going to add the loading thread also, and on click, let's give on click here. So what will be on click? So on click will be send message, and then you're going to pass the current suggestion. Okay, you're getting, that's it. So save this. So now let's say if I just do let's do this one only. Maybe click here, see, you're getting one more message, and this is one more message, one more thread you're getting here. So that means this is working fine. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, we need to render our actual message, right? So we need to render the message here. The first thing, you can see we have these render messages here. So remove this, and then we have to do a couple of things here. First I'm just going to do class name, and here we're going to do styles dot message list. Inside this, first I'm just going to take if this loading thread is true, so we are going to render. So I'll just do a div, so we'll do a class name. So let's do styles dot status row. Inside this we're going to do a loader circle. So class name, I'm just going to do this one as styles dot status icon. and here I'm just going to do loading chat. Okay, if this is not the case, so in that case we are just going to take our messages dot map. So we're going to take our current message and then we are going to return. Okay, so what are you going to return? So first let's do a return, let's do a div. So first let's give a key. Okay, so I'm just going to do key, which will be your message.id. Also we are going to check that if this current message that we have .id, if this is equal to welcome message, and if the messages dot length, sorry, not messages dot length that we have, so messages dot length is greater than 1, so in that case we are going to return null. Okay, so now here we are going to render the actual messages. So first what we are going to do, right, so let's take another div inside this, and here what we are going to do, right, okay, first we have to take a couple of class name here. So I'll do cn, so I'll do styles dot message row, comma, if the message dot role, if this is user, so in that case we are going to do styles dot message row user, or else this will be styles dot message row assistant. So this is the first one. Inside this div what we are going to do, right, so first of all couple of things you have to do here. So first you have to check if we don't have the message content, and if it is already running, so you are going to show something like thinking. Okay, then we are going to check if the message role is user, we are going to render the message content, or else we are going to render our assistant message. Assistant message means the message that your agent is going to return back to you. Okay, so for this one what we are going to do, right, so inside this div I'm just going to take another class name, and we need to do a couple of things here. Okay, so I'll do cn, so first I'll do styles dot bubble, and here I'll do if the message dot role is equal to user. So I'm just going to do this one as styles dot bubble user. Okay, comma, if the message dot role is equal to assistant, so in that case we're going to do styles dot bubble assistant. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do if the message dot role is equal to system, so in that case we're going to do styles dot bubble system. And then inside this first I'm going to check that, okay, if the message don't have any content and if it is running, so in that case we are going to render something, or else we are going to check if the message dot role, okay, first we have to return something here. Let's do one thing, let's return a span, and inside this I'm just going to do again loader circle. So I'll do a style, not style, we have to give a class name, so I'll do class name, and this will be styles dot status icon sm, and for this one let's give a class name, so this will be styles dot thinking, and here I'm simply going to do thinking. Okay, or else here I'm simply going to do if the message dot role, if this is equal to user, so in that case we're going to do something, so I'm just going to take a p, and here we're going to render the message dot content. Let's take a class name also here, so I'll do styles dot user text. Okay, or else you're going to render the system message. System message means your not system message, my bad, the assistant message that you're going to return. So for this one you're going to use this markdown component that you have created. So the markdown message, and this is where we are going to receive this content, class name or tone. Okay, so here what you can do, simply we are going to pass the content. So what will be content? Your content will be your message dot content, and tone, so what you're going to do, you're simply going to check that if the message dot role, if this is equal to system, so you're going to return system, or else you're going to return assistant. So this is what you're going to do here. Okay, save this. So now you can see that you're getting this. So first of all let's do one thing, let's do a new slot. We need to see what is happening here, so I'm just going to send this. Okay, something we are getting, okay, so you're getting let's go here. We are not getting the response back, right? So that means something is going wrong here. Also, we need to render the progress also. Progress in the sense, so first let's do one thing where we are going to render this one after this. Okay, so here I'm just going to render, so we'll just do if this is progress. So here we are simply going to do a div, or else this will be null, and here we'll do a class name, so we'll do styles dot status row, and inside this what we are going to do, simply what I'm doing here, this will be outside, and here we are going to just render loader circle, and this will be class name, so this will be styles dot status icon sm, and here I'm simply going to render this progress. Okay, so save this. Now we need to check what is happening here, so I'm just going to do this. Let's do find me this. Okay, so that means we are not getting the response back from the our agent. Something is going wrong here. Alright, so this actually took me almost 10 minutes to resolve. Okay, and the issue is what is happening, right? So there are two places we have made mistakes, so let me just go one by one. You see in this chat panel, right? So when you are checking that, okay, if the event.type is token, so you are getting the response if this is error. But when this is progress, that time actually we are also need to return it. Why? Because if you see, if you go to the agent service, right, and you'll see that what you are returning, right? Let's go here. You'll see that this is event started, and this is what we need. So right. So when this is tool calling is happening, we are returning a type progress, and this is the message that okay, we are running this particular tool, and this is what actually I missed. So this is where you are going to do if the event.type is equal to progress and event.message. So in that case, we are simply going to do set progress, and this will be equal to event.message. Okay, so this is the first thing. Second, this one is a very silly mistake. So if you go to the tools, right, you see for every tool we are not returning, so you're going to return this one with await. Okay, so this is what we have to do. So do the same for all of these, and I'm pretty sure maybe some of you actually already done, because I missed it. It was very simple mistake. So let's do for this also, and then we are also going to do for rescheduling, and also the same for cancel. So now let's save this, and then let's refresh this, and let's see if I just do what's on today and see this one. It's running this. You don't have any schedule meetings for today. Let's go add a new one. So let's say find a free slot tomorrow. Running check calendar busy. You have free slot from 5 AM to 12. All the would you like to schedule a meeting during that time? If so, please provide title and any other details you want to include. Okay, so that means this is working absolutely fine, right? Maybe I'm just going to do, let's go here and let's do, I'm just adding multiple so that you can check what is happening. Okay, so let's do one thing. So I'm just going to open the calendar, and then we'll see if this is actually creating the meeting in my calendar or not. Okay, so now let's see if I just do create a 30-minute sync with Meet. Okay, so you can see that this is created. Now if I go here, and where this is created, August 16, there you go. So you have this meeting, right? So this is created, and this is the Google Meet, and this is the link. You can also directly go from here. So if I do view meeting, and I'll see that this will go to this here only. Fantastic, right? So that means this is working fine. If you want, you can also now go back to a previous thread, and you can do this one, or maybe let's say you wanted to update this time to 11. So let's say I'll do update the meeting start time to 11:30 and make the duration 1 hour. Let's send this. Now it's going to running reschedule meeting, and then it's going to change. See, it's done, and now see this is already updated here. Fantastic, right? So this is working absolutely fine. So that was the mistake. Now you can also experiment, but with this the main feature is working. Thread is also working, means memories, it will actually remember all the memory, and based on that it's going to update or you wanted to delete, whatever you wanted to do, so it will work. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. Now you can also do this, right? You can add a, now let's say if you want to add an email, and then we can see that whether that whenever you're going to create a meeting, that whether that person is actually receiving the email or not. So maybe let's do this one, and I'm just going to do create a 1 hour meeting and keep the title as ACEDEVHUB plan discussion, and keep Sangam Mukherjee 1996@gmail.com as attendee. Okay, so let's do this one and let's see what is happening. So it's going to running this one, and then you see, so it's going to update the memory. So now if you go here, and you'll see that there will be one more should be added here. So you have August 16 to 17, right? So we have ACEDEVHUB plan discussion. And now let me just quickly open my Gmail. Okay, so I'm just going to open this one quickly, and this is the email that is created. Fantastic. So now you're getting the email also, because it's going to notify the user. Awesome, right? Then we can also do change the timing to 17 August and start time keep as 2 p.m. Let's see. Fantastic. So now if I go here, you see 17, we have ACEDEVHUB plan discussion. So that means now this is working absolutely fine. So I think the main functionality you have completed. I know this is a little too much, but I think if you do this one carefully and understand that what actually you have done here. Second thing, the last part, what we are going to do, we are going to create a MCP. Okay, so you are going to connect, we are going to connect through our MCP. So I'm just going to use anything you can use. Maybe for connector I'm going to use cursor, you can also use some other. And then we are going to test that whether we are actually able to connect through our MCP, and then we can see the details or not. So let's see how we're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so before we'll implement the MCP, right? So let's do one thing. So we are going to add one new improvement, and that is whenever we are going to type a message, right, it should scroll down to the bottom. And for this one, we have to go to our chat panel, and let's go to the top. Okay, let's remove this console. And here what we're going to do, right? So I'm just going to take a bottom ref. So I'll do bottom ref, and this will be, so you can take this one as a use ref. So, and this will be HTML, let's say div element, and let's take this one as null. So this is the first thing we are going to do. Next, what are we going to do, right? So maybe let's go here, and then I'm simply going to take one more use effect, right? And then we have to take the messages as a dependency, and also let's say whenever there is a progress, that time. So in that case, we can take this bottom ref, and then we are going to take the current, and then I'm simply going to do scroll into view. Okay, and let's give a behavior, and this will be smooth. And this bottom ref we need to actually use in our JSX. So where we can use this one, so we can scroll down. Let's see where we are rendering the progress, right? Let's see. I think we have in some place here. You have to check. Search for let's search for progress. Okay, this is where. So now after this, what we can do, simply we can take a div, and then I'm simply going to pass a ref, and here we are going to pass this bottom ref. So save this, right? So what will happen, right? So let's say if I just go here, and maybe let's do give me list of all upcoming meetings. And see, it's scrolling down, right? So I see, and then once you're going to get the result, and that's it. So it's scrolling down. So this is one improvement we wanted to do. Alright, so this is one small improvement we wanted to do. Now let's see how we are going to implement our MCP. The first thing what I have to do, right? So let's go to the Descope console, and before that you also need to install ngrok. Okay, if you're using Mac, just directly using Brew, and then you have to just sign up or log in using Google, and then you're going to get an auth token. Okay, and this auth token you're going to add in your terminal, and then we are going to get a public URL, okay, locally. And once you'll do that, let's say if I now try to do ngrok HTTP, and because our backend is running on this port 4000, so what we can do, so we'll do ngrok http and I'll do 4000, and it's going to give you a URL here, and this URL we are going to use. Okay, you see this one, so this is what we need. Okay, so now first what you're going to do, right, go to console, and then you'll see that you have this MCP server, and here we're going to create a MCP server. But before that, let's understand how actually you're going to implement the MCP. So for this one, we are going to use this Express MCP SDK, and the first thing what you're going to do, right, so first your project should have a MCP server that is created in the console that we are going to do, and we're going to get a discovery URL, and this one we are going to add in our env. First we need to install this Descope MCP Express package, so I'm just going to copy this. Let's open another terminal, let's go to our backend, and then let's install this one. So this is the first thing we are going to do. Once we'll do that, right, so then we are going to add some code here so that we'll be able to connect. Then we are going to add two things. So one will be the server URL, which will be this, and this is nothing but the URL that this one we are going to use. Okay, and this will be our MCP Descope MCP server well-known URL, and this we're going to get from our server. Once we'll do that, and then you see that what we'll to do, right, so we're going to use this package. We have to basically create our MCP provider, and then we are going to mount this MCP in our code. So how we are going to do that? So first let's do one thing, let's go to your console, and then what we'll do, right, so let's click on create MCP server, and let's give this one as maybe meeting assistant, and what will be the server URL, and this will be the URL that we are actually running here via ngrok. So we're going to copy this, okay, and then we'll go here, and then we're just going to paste this one here. Okay, now we are going to add some scope here, because you see what actually it's saying that MCP server scopes control the permissions that your MCP client can request, because we're using external services, right? So in that case we need to actually authenticate. So here we need to add our scope. The first scope we are going to add, which will be OpenID, and this is nothing but to sign in to our meeting assistant. So here this will be sign in to meeting assistant, and second scope will be, so here we are also going to need our profile. Okay, and this will be our profile, and this will be our basic profile info. Okay, so the basic profile info. Also you're going to enable this CIMD option, and then we are just going to do create, and once we'll do that, you're going to get this MCP URL. Okay, so this what we're going to do, right, so copy this, and now we are going to go to, let me just move this one here, and we'll go to our env, and then we are going to add, okay, we have to go to our backend env, and we are going to add a couple of things. Okay, the first thing what we have to do, we have to add this URL, and the second will be we are also going to add our server URL, both the things. So first let's start with server URL. So and then we are also going to add this Descope _ MCP server well known URL, and this URL will be the URL that we got here. So we're just going to paste this one, and this server URL is nothing but this is this URL that we need. Okay, so we'll copy this, and let's go to code and then paste it here. Okay, so this will be dev. So save this. So these two things we need. Now what we're going to do, right, we need to mount our MCP, okay, so that our application or our server or this Express server can use that MCP, right? So how we are going to do that? So first of all, let's do one thing. So here we are going to create another folder, and let's give this one as MCP, and then we are going to do mount.ts. The first thing, we are going to import something from the MCP package. So what we need our Descope MCP auth router, and also we need our Descope provider, MCP provider, these two things. Okay, so here I'm simply going to take export function, and this will be your mount MCP server. So what this is going to receive, this is going to receive your Express app, and here I'm simply going to do const well known. This will be your process.env. Just now we have added, right? So this is what need. So copy this and paste it here. So I'm simply going to do if not equal to well known. So in that case we are just going to give a 1, and I'll simply just do this URL is disabled or something like that, and then we are going to return. Once this is done, then we are going to get our server URL, and this will be your process.env. This server URL. Okay, and now what we're going to do, right, we're going to create this provider. So I'll do provider, and this will be new Descope MCP provider, and here we are going to pass our server URL. Then we are also going to pass our Descope MCP server well-known URL, and this will be this well-known, this one. Okay, and then we are also going to add a project ID, which will be our process.env, and then we have our project ID, which will be Descope project ID. Okay, so this is going to create the provider, and then we are going to tell, okay, now your Express app should use this one. So I'll do app.use, and I'll do Descope MCP auth router. So it's going to get server. Alright, so first thing what we have to do here, so now this is the place where we are going to register all our tools, right? And to create a tool, what you have to use, you have to use this define tool, and you can see that this actually a authenticated tool, and this requires a OpenID scope, right? So we have added the, I think we have already added the scope here, right? We already have the scope, both the scope. First thing what I will do, right, so let's go here and let's create a calendar tools.ts. Now what you're going to do, right, so now a couple of things we have to do here. So first we are going to import something from our package, and this will be, we have to define a tool, right? So now let's how we are going to do that. So first of all, let's do one thing, let's create const, and I'll do define MCP tool. You can add as many tools as you like. So I'll do define tool as, and this is, I'm just going to take a config, or let's whatever you are going to take, and this is the place we need couple of things. We need name, we need description, we need input, we also need the scope, and then we have a handler. Okay, now this handler is nothing but this is where you're going to do your tool implementation. Okay, so first what you're going to do, I'm just going to take a name, so this will be string. I'm also going to take a description, this also will be a string. Let's take a input, so I'm just going to take this one as record of string comma unknown. Okay, then we are going to have, what else, we are also going to have the scopes. So I'm just going to do scopes. What will be scope? Scope will be your string of this. Then we are also going to have our handler, right? Now in this handler you'll see that we are going to have args and the extra, right? Now here this extra, this is going to carry your authenticated user information, you can see. So now we are going to give a type. Okay, so let's how we're going to do that. So I'm just going to do args, and this will be record of string comma unknown. Okay, and then we are going to give comma, and extra will be your this authenticated extra, sorry, this will be authenticated extra. So this is what you're going to import. Okay, so now what we're going to do, so what will be the return type. So I'm just going to give a return type. So here we are going to give a type of, so what it is returning, it is returning this content, type text, and text, all these, right? For this one what you can do, right, I already have created that. So let me just, so this will be my text result. So I'll copy this and then we'll paste it here, and see that this is what it's returning. Right here we have content, type, text, and this is the text it's going to return. So here the return type will be this text result. So what we can do here, we can give return type, and this will be what type of and text result, or let's give a promise of return type, and then we are going to give type of text result. Okay, so this is done, and then we are also going to give a return type. I think we have, I think this is correct. Okay, we also have to give the return type of this MCP. So here I'm simply going to do return type will be what, so type of define tool, right? So this is what we're going to return. So now we can simply create this. I'll do export const, and then we're going to create our, let's say I'm just going to do list upcoming MCP, list upcoming calendar tools, or list upcoming meeting tools. So that I'm going to create. So I'll do list upcoming meetings tools. So here we are going to do define MCP tool. Now we can just directly use, so I'll do name. So this will be list upcoming meetings. Okay, comma, we are going to give description. So let me just copy from here. Description will be list Google Calendar events. Then we are going to have what, we are going to have the input. So we'll do input. So for this one I think we have already added all this in the previously, so you already know the context. So I'll copy this and paste it here. So this will be your max result and the today only, right? Then we are going to have the scopes. Scope will be what, so here we are going to have the scope as profile, and then we are going to add our handler. Okay, So now I'm simply going to do async. So this will be your args, comma, extra. So now what you're going to do, we'll do a try. So in the try, first of all, we need to get our auth user ID, and here first let's do error, and I'm simply going to do const message. So if this error is instance of error, so I'm just going to do error dot message, or else I'm going to do list failed. Then we are going to return what? So I'm just going to take the text result, and I'm simply going to return this error and then pass the message. And in the try, what we are going to do, right? So here first we need to get our auth user ID, right? So how we are going to get? So this we are going to get from what token? So I'm going to do auth user ID from token, and here we are going to get this extra, and this is going to give you this auth info, and then you see that you are going to get this token you're getting, and this is going to give you the token. So how you're going to get? So let me just copy this, and then we'll just paste it here. So you're simply going to get this one from a token. So you're going to split it, right? And then you're going to just add this type, and this is going to give you the payload.sub, and this is nothing but your Descope user ID that we are actually returning. So now what you have to do, right? Also you have to import Zod. So we'll import Z from Zod. Okay. Then what we're going to do, so we'll get the auth user ID, and now I can simply do const meetings. So you call your await, so do list upcoming meetings, and these upcoming meetings you're going to call from your calendar service, right? Remember we have added the calendar service, these methods. And then what you can do, right? So couple of things, you have to pass the auth user ID, max result, and today only. So auth user ID you're going to pass from here, max result. So this will be, so you're going to do a type of args dot I think this one, right? So the type of args dot max results. So if this is equal to number, so you're going to return args dot max result, or else this will be undefined. And then we are also going to do a today only. So this is also will be if type of args dot today only. If this is boolean, so we're going to return args dot today only, or else this will be undefined. Okay. So this is done, and then at the end you're going to return, because we have to give a return type. So this will be your text result, and then it's going to return your meeting information. Okay. So this is done. Save this. Now you can see what we are doing, that we are just creating a MCP tool with the name, description, all the inputs, and then at the end if you see we are calling our actual previous tool call method that we have already created. So that only we are creating here, and this one we are going to now mount in this file. So now when we are going to register this, so we are going to define that, okay, what all tools you wanted to use here. So now I can simply do, okay, list upcoming tools, this is what I wanted to use, and here you're going to pass the server. So what will be your server? Server will be, so here we have taken the this server you have to pass here. Okay. So now I think this is done. So then what I have to do, right? So let's save this, and also I think we also need to pass a provider here. Okay, we have to pass a provider, and this will be our provider here. So this provider we have already created here. So now you can register as many MCP tool as possible here. Okay. And then what you're going to do, right? So I'm simply going to do log, and then I'm simply going to do MCP endpoint. So it will be post, and then here I'm just going to pass out server URL slash MCP. This is the post URL. Okay, one very important one, because let's say we are using this one is cursor. Sometimes what will happen, right? Cursor is going to send this get endpoint also sometimes. So get slash MCP this endpoint, because we are using post, right? And what it's going to do, right? So this is going to send to prov and SSE stream, right? So in that case, what is happening here, this particular package that we are using, right? So this one is actually only mounting your post endpoint. So in that case, what we have to do, right? We have to simply tell that, okay, if app.get, and then you are going to give this this will be MCP this endpoint, and here we are going to use request response. So in that case, I'm simply going to return a status. Okay. Why you are getting this? Oh, you have to first, well, let's import the type here. So I'm just going to do import type from So this will be express, so you have to import this express type here. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so this will be your res dot status of, and let's return here 405, and I'm simply going to tell that okay, this set, and we have allow comma post, and this I'm just going to do send, and this is not allowed, so I'll do method not allowed. Okay, so save this. So I think this is done. So now not yet completed, we also need to mount this one in our index. So now we'll go here, and then after this you're simply going to call or mount MCP server, and then you have to pass your app. So app is nothing but your express app that we have created, so I'm going to pass it here. So now let's go here and let's see if you're getting any error or not. Okay, so now MCP endpoint, this is actually running, and this is your actual local server is running. Okay, so let's go one by one. So you can see that first we created a MCP server here with the server URL, with our MCP URL that we got from our Descope dashboard. Then we are going to mount our register tool here, and this is just a small check we have added. The main thing what we are doing, this is here. So we are defining our MCP tool with a name, description, input, scope, which is very important, and handler. Then we are just calling our existing calendar service method, right? So this is what we are doing here. So with this, now what I'm going to do, right, so we are going to open cursor, and then we are going to add this MCP, and we will see that once we'll connect, or we are going to add this configuration in that cursor and see whether we are getting the result or not. So let's test this one in the next part. All right, everyone, so now it's time to test that whether the MCP is working or not. Okay, so I just opened this project in cursor, and you can see that the first thing what you have to do, right, you don't have to make any changes, just go to your settings. So on the top right, and then you have to go to the customize. You see that you'll be getting these customize options, and then here you're going to add these MCPs. So click here, and then you're going to add a new MCP. So maybe let's say I wanted to add for this user only, or let's do one thing. I think let's keep like this, and then you have to give a name here. So maybe I'm just going to give this one as meeting assistant, right? So do meeting assistant, and here you have to give a URL. Okay, so what will be the URL? So you're going to use a URL, and this URL will be, so let me just take the URL from here. So this is what you need, and then what you have to do, so you have to actually add /MCP. Okay, so you're getting, this is the remember, right, so we're mounting our post endpoint. So here we are going to add our URL with the MCP. I think something is going wrong, is it? Okay, we have to give, or one more you have to give. Okay, so now, so we have added MCP servers. This is the name, this is the URL. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so let's close this, and you can see that you will be getting these authenticate options. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this authenticate, and now we are going to see what is happening here, and you can see that you'll be getting this. So now we can authenticate first. So I'm just going to sign in with Google. So let's click. So let's do authenticate, and you can see that authentication is completed, one tool is enabled. Fantastic. So now what I can do, right, I can simply just do what is the tool name that we are using. So let's go to MCP, let's go to calendar tools. I'm simply going to do this list upcoming meeting tools with today only as true. Okay, and now see. Okay, so I'll look up MCP tool schema, then call this with true. So first we need to see whether it's getting the result. If it's getting the result, that's it. Fantastic. So now it is giving you the meetings that you already have, and from here also you'll be able to open this one in your Google Calendar. So let's see if I just click here. Let's open this, and that's it. So this is the meeting that we have, right? So that means, and remember this is for today only, right? So let's say I'll just do list upcoming tools with, or maybe let's do list upcoming tools for tomorrow's meetings. Fantastic. So now you have two meetings here. So one is ACEDEVHUB plan discussion, one is ACEDEVHUB final. So, and this is the attendees, location is not there, that is fine. So this is fantastic, right? So that means how much easier it is to implement MCP, right? So just have to configure the MCP, create the MCP server, add the MCP tool, and then you'll be able to interact. So this is the end of this particular video. So let me know what you think, right? And also I'll already mentioned that what you have to do, right? You have to go to the official documentation, read it, and try to practice multiple times. Okay, I've added the source code in the description as I mentioned, so you can download from my website for free. Okay, all right, so that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.